Alrighty, hello everybody. How are you all doing today? I hope you're doing well. It is me, your bestest bear bud Dae, and welcome to today's stream. How is everybody doing on this fine Monday, the beginning of the week? Although for some of you it's probably not Monday, but how's everybody doing today? I've had having a pretty good day today. Hello Will, congratulations on getting first. I thought you were gonna miss it. You're here in the chat. I was like, is he gonna get it? They gonna get it? They're gonna let somebody else grab it? Horribly. Yeah, I heard that you're not feeling too hot and you got a fever. I hope you get better soon. Cause that always sucks. Especially, oh my gosh, especially in like the summertime too. I'm not sure if it's like summer in your area, but it is in mine. And like just feeling hot by being sick and miserable, and then also being hot in general. Out in the world, it's like, ugh. Just not a vibe. I finally screwed up. Thank you for not taking it. Not taking your sickness? Oh, no, I mean, I can't take it. It's... I don't think I can take it if I mean, I'm always first. It's my stream, but I don't think I can take it. If I do take it, does that mean nobody else gets it? I don't know. I'll have to try that next time when I'm feeling particularly cheeky at everybody. just snatches it. No, yeah, I got you. I get you. That's a thought for next time. Like a little experiment. But we shall have to see. But yeah. But like I said, I hope you're going to do better. Hopefully maybe this stream will take your mind off of it just a little bit. If not, I hope you get lots of rest and get some fluids and stuff. Sad Will, I know. I'm sorry. It will get better though. It won't last forever. It just sucks while it's happening. Well, yeah, so today's agenda today, we are playing Our Life. As per usual, we're going to be finishing up step 3 of Baxter's route today. We only have... I mean, I guess I can just go ahead and, like, move on over. Well, actually, I can't. Where's my phone at? Where's my phone? Here's my phone. Can I get my notifications out of the way? Where's my manager? There it is. Dashboard. There we go. Now I can see everything. Can't move all this over. I got so many cords here. Okay, now I can move over. Okay, so... we have 4 moments left. I did all of these off-stream literally, like, an hour ago. Just to like run them out of the way. There are ones we've seen before. There was a few new dialogue options that we hadn't gotten before, but it was nothing to save for now. I mean, some stuff I kind of want to leave it for everybody else to like see on their own, you know? It's like I want to keep some secrets, you know? Because I want people to play this game on their own and make up like get their own options and stuff like that as well. Because not everything you see on stream is like set in the game. Like it's a choose your own adventure after all. Things be different. Congratulations, Pepsi, on getting second. Hell yeah. And I normally take 3 days to recover from a fever. Yeah, I think that's like the average amount of days. So it'll probably be a couple days. I mean, yeah. I saw that pop up. I was like, oh my god, who's still second? It's Pepsi. Pepsi's always lurking. But congratulations. Okay, so we have late shift. That's the only one we've done on here before. And these are new ones here. So I'm going to go ahead and bring up... well, I guess I could go ahead and do late shift and get it out of the way. Because I figure I will. Oh, let me allow that. Sorry. Don't forget to yell at me if something gets flagged by the auto mod. Because the only 2 mods I have on the channel are busy on other streams right now. So don't be afraid to yell at me. It's like, oh hey, can you check my message? It got flagged. And I'll do that. I do want to get a second monitor eventually, so then I'll be able to like have OBS on one and then the game on the other. Hi Pan! How are you today? Hope you're doing well. I'm finishing up step 3 today. I'm hoping it doesn't take 8,000 years. Oh wait, did I say something not very okay? It just flagged shithole. It's just because you cursed in it. Which, I mean, we all curse on here, so it don't really... it's not a big deal. That was the only reason why I got flagged. He's like, I'll allow it. I'll allow the cursing. That is my name. Indeed. But I'm glad you're doing great, Pan. Hell yeah. We love doing great. Yeah, I think we should just go ahead and do late shift now since we've seen it before. Then I can just like speed run in, what was I saying? The speed run Cove's parts and then just like focus on Baxter's part. I don't know why, but every time I'm about to say either Derek's name or Baxter's name, I feel like I'm like saying the wrong name. Like like when I was about to say Baxter, I thought I was about to say Derek for some reason. Like I don't know why I'm mixing their names up. Like they're very different names and they're very different characters. But it's like, oh yeah, we're playing Baxters. But yeah. Yeah, you're welcome, Will. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and do the late shift. Oh my gosh, there he is. There's Baxter. Alright. After lunch, you ran into Baxter. He was more than happy for an impromptu hangout in your neighborhood. He idly spoke about the first time he bought a shirt online. Apparently the website hadn't been in English, so he had made do with automatic online translations. Can't listen right now because I'm at Wawa getting food, but I hope stream is going well. Thank you, Jack. I know you can't hear me, but I am thanking you. I hope the vibes can feel it. Imposter syndrome. What about it? Got that syndromes? I don't know. Oh well. But yeah, Jay, I hope you feel the vibes of my thanks. Your Wawa. Okay. His unique fashion sense was eclectic in more than one way. Finding out how he filled out his wardrobe answered some of your questions about his look. He smiled in fond remembrance. I measured myself multiple times to make sure I could order the correct size. It wasn't as if I'd be able to ship it back if there were problems. But to make a long story short, it arrived in one piece, multiple months later. At that point, I wasn't going to complain. It was a physical object in my hands. He gestured with his arm for emphasis. As he did, Baxter glanced at his wrist, at a watch that wasn't there. Anyway, I hope I'm not taking too much of your time with this. You're currently taking it easy for a bit before you had to get ready for work. You had an unusual closing shift at your job today. You seem to have it? Do I? What do you mean? What did I say that? What did I do that made you think that? Like, I'm just here playing the video game and I was thinking Jack and then just imposter syndrome. I was like, what? Why have I been dubbed imposter? I don't think I have imposter syndrome. At least not yet. I mean, I feel alright. Actually, I do have to get going soon. I have a closing shift at work. Normally I don't close today. I don't know if someone's out or what. It is what it is. It is what it is. Cove's already working. He's at the old library as an assistant. I think he found a good option for himself, especially with how limited jobs are in this area. Or this town. Well, whatever, same thing. He can usually take later shifts so he has his mornings free, so both of us are pretty much booked for this evening once I go to work. I can't remember. I'm sleepy. Okay, then. I diagnose you with imposter syndrome. Why? I don't know. Oh well. It is what it is, I guess. Baxter nodded understandingly. He was more interested than you had expected him to be. What do you do? So we pretty much played... You're good. It happens. You're sick right now. Okay, we pretty much played all... You know, I really liked the mall kiosk route. I don't know why, like... I guess there was something about the interaction with, like, the customer, the rude customer, just kind of, like, awakened something in me. He's like, ah, yes, this truly immerses me into the job right now. I love it. So I think I'm gonna pick the mall kiosk this time. I don't know why. It's like, it was one I have avoided for so long just because it was like, oh, the restaurant, the library, but the mall kiosk? I don't know why I avoided it, but now it's like, oh my god, my favorite. It makes me the most miserable in game. Yay! So I'm gonna pick that one. He grinned as if he just he grinned as if you had just said you had an exciting career as a movie star. Interesting.
Well.
Now that I know where and when you work, does that mean I should avoid visiting the place at that time? Or should I conveniently happen to bump into you during your shift? You chuckled at his directness. He really could be straightforward at times. I wouldn't mind seeing you there. I'd absolutely love having a distraction during my shift. It doesn't matter to me. You show up if you want. I'm gonna be pretty busy working. Avoid it. You said nothing. I would love a distraction, please. Save me. Sometimes you need a little excitement at work. We'll spice it up a little bit, give a little variety. He tilted his head with excitement in his eyes. Then I might have another stop to make on my outing this evening. Thank you. I've got to go get ready now. Good luck, Dae. Go mine. Go ahead, Will. He waved at you as you peeled off towards your house. You reached your front door and gave Baxter one final nod before you went inside. You know what? Today, I had finished preparing early for my own bear business, so I'm going to say I prepared early. It didn't take you long to change into your uniform. You made sure your hair was clean and gave your professional-looking self a thumbs up in the mirror. You casually went back outside, ready. You felt satisfied at the time. If things went to plan, you would be at work with time to spare, just as you liked. You unlocked the family car and climbed in. After you turned your key, you were off to another day of work. You arrived at the building and went in at a leisurely pace. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary that day. Before you fully settled into your shift, you sent a quick text to Cove that that you made it to work all right. I'm sleepy and silent. I know, that's okay. I mean, if you just gotta lurk, then just lurk. It's okay. No, don't worry about it. Just get your rest, you know? You don't have to apologize for me. Everybody be a little sleepy sometimes. Especially when you're sick. Right, before you fully settled into your shift, you sent a quick text to Cove that you made it to work alright. Your phone buzzed with his response before you had finished stowing it in your pocket. Cove sent back a positive, "You can do it!" message that made you smile. You got going at your kiosk. You set your sights on the groups of people going through the mall who looked like they might be approachable. You were required to talk to people and try to convince them to buy. It had taken some getting used to at the start. Some would ignore you while others would politely say they weren't interested. However, occasionally you'd get a bite, and you'd reel them into a sale. You're really happy with your job. You didn't think your job was bad. You were only working there because you couldn't find something better. You could barely stand working there. I mean, we did talk about how the jobs were pretty limited in the town, so I can't find anything better. It was sad that this was your best option. Every so often, you looked for other opportunities, but nothing had ever panned out. That was a downside to living in such a small town. You toiled away through the rest of the afternoon, each minute ticking by in slow motion. I was dragged to a kebab shop, asked what I wanted, and I was silent, but no one noticed before we left the house. I mean, did you let them know that you weren't feeling good? During a slow moment, you heard a distinct and familiar voice. Excuse me. You turned your head and saw Baxter sauntering towards you. He really did turn up just to visit. Hey, Baxter. Welcome to my personal torment. He grinned with a tilt of his head. Is this a good time? Yeah, I'm not too busy right now. Excellent. Excellent. Oh, we have 2 hallelujah counter on the counter right now. He also says excellent a lot too. Oh, not a lot, but you know, once in a while as well. I wonder if we should have 2 counters for that. I need to learn how to make counters on here. I think that'd be fun to have. Also, like, the actual time counter as well for when we do our, time-based redeems as well. I need to figure that out. I did have a tutorial up, like, a week or two back, and I was going to do it before stream, but then I just did it, and then I forgot about it ever since then. I need to get on this stuff. I need to be a professional streamer. Alright, you saw his eyes search the place, clearly never having been before. Baxter stared down at the various phone cases. He ringed his ringed fingers, tapped on the glass case as he inspected them. Do you need one? No. He looked at the cases again and then back up at your questioning face. Though I could be sold on one. He leaned on the counter with a smirk and waited for your move. I grab him by the collar of his shirt. I pull him forward and go, if you don't buy one of these phone cases, I'm going to smash your face into the glass counter until it bleeds. How's that for a pitch? You know, I think people would sell stuff a lot more if they just threatened with violence, you know? I think that's a good sales tactic. Right, please? You turned to the sales pitch. I'm not going to do that. You didn't know what to say. Just do your regular schmegular sales pitch. Well, we have white cases. We've got black cases. We even have white and black cases. What more could a discerning man like yourself need? He snorted loudly enough that he felt the need to bring a hand to his face, incredibly entertained. You are very convincing. I might have to buy a phone case after all. Could you help find one that fits my model? With that, you slipped back into customer service mode. He raised an eyebrow at your cheery expression. That won't be a problem at all, sir.
Not bad.
Sir, that works for me. Baxter, chill out. We're in public. What did I miss? I mean, you were only soothed for like a minute. You didn't miss much. You and Baxter spent a little more time together chatting about what he should get. Eventually, a decision was made. Then he was off to explore more of the town. You were glad he came by. It was a nice break from real customers, but you had to get back to your usual task. You checked a clock set high on a sidewall. With how late it was time for your meal break. You breathed a sigh of relief and left your station. You found a quiet place to eat that was out of eyeshot of most people and pulled out your phone. You typed out a text to Cove to let him know you were having dinner. What should be our dinner? I'm trying to think of like the usual like food places in like the malls I go to. Oh my gosh, I went to a mall a couple weeks back. I have like pictures of it up in the food Discord that they made rolled ice cream. Oh my gosh, but that can't be a place I eat for dinner. I can't just have ice cream for dinner. Not that I can't, but I mean like I need some savory stuff too. I like to eat some meat for dinner. So maybe they had like a pizza place. Oh my gosh, I fucking love pizza. So I'm gonna say it's pizza with a little thing of rolled ice cream. It's like a reward for working in this shithole. You took your first bite of your meal, and Cove replied with an okay. Your phone came to life again as he let you know that he'd already taken his long break, but he still had a short one he could take. With him on break as well, he asked if he could call. You're happy for the chance to talk. He'd been waiting to spend some time with him. He was made aware of that and sent back one more text, a thumbs up. Then you got a call. You accepted it as soon as you saw it was Cove. Hello? Hi, Dae. Hi. It's been going by really quickly. Not fast enough. You couldn't wait for your shift to end. You had things that you actually wanted to get to later. Yeah, like playing video games on the computer. On my gamer PC. Cove laughed quietly. You should have seen it. When I got to my shift earlier, there was a huge fight going on with the schedule. I just tried to stay out of it. I'm lucky no one else wants to close. It's not something I've got to defend. Some shifts are way too competitive. He shook his head at the memory. He wondered how the shifts had been sorted out in the end. He didn't bother to elaborate further on his workplace drama. I hope nothing's going on with you. This isn't normally when you'd be working. It's fine. I make sure to almost always have a good schedule. I was open to a change of pace. I got stuck with a bad deal, but I had no choice. I'm getting through it. I'm getting through it. It's nothing. No, it's good to have a good schedule. You figured that, like Cove, you probably didn't go for some of the especially desirable shifts. He made a small humble acknowledgement. At least we're in the same boat. That was not equivalent to the last time we were in the same boat, huh? Yeah. Baxter showed up here earlier. Wow. Well, oh no. Oh, it's just too bad I missed him. Super busy with my own work, I guess. It's a shame. His tone was joking. At least mostly. You shook your head and tried to hide your grin. The conversation drifted off as Cove grew quiet. I can't stay on too much longer. It's busy. You imagined he was looking at some kind of clock the same way you had earlier. Cove sighed. The two of you had only started to talk, and yet it was somehow over. Boy. The word was flat. He was down about leaving. There was a second of silence before he pulled himself together. We'll have more time later. Right. Bye. You let him go and finished up your meal on your own. Just as you were cleaning up... Oh, I thought I said cleaning. Clearing up, your phone vibrated. Cove had found time to sneak you a quick text. Oh my gosh, Shaggy! Welcome, welcome! Oh my god, wait. Okay, shut out. There we go. I did it. Nice. That's being brief. Oh. But anyway, thank you so much, Shaggy, for the raid. Thank you, thank you. How was stream? Did you get a lot of dubs? I was lurking for a while there. I saw you were playing some Call of Duty, some Fall Guys, some Fortnite. How was it? And for those of you that do not know me, my name is Dae Ursa. I am a bear PNG tuber. I typically stream Monday through Friday throughout the week, and I play a variety of games. And today we are playing Our Life Forever and... Oh, not Forever and Always. Beginnings and Always. It's a visual novel game with like some romance and stuff like that. Yeah. So yeah, welcome in everybody. 0 dubs, lots of lag. But you know what? Did you at least have fun, Shaggy? Because that's all that matters if you're having fun. What's going on? We got a raid. We got some more buds here. Basically, Shaggy just took his viewers and dumped them on me. No, I'm just kidding. I did it when people weren't touching me, lol. Ain't that how it be, you know? Especially in Fall Guys, oh my gosh. It's like, don't fucking touch me. I'm just trying to play here. Furry tuber. What? I'm not a furry. Guys, do I look like a furry? Don't answer that. But yeah, for those of you that are just joining in, if you need to go, if you need a raid and dash, if you need to go get something to eat, get a drink, go get some sleep, feel free to do so. I hope you all have a good rest of your day. And for those of you that are sticking around, I hope you enjoy the rest of your time here. We're getting through the last moment that we have seen before we get into some new stuff. And by new stuff, I mean stuff I actually haven't seen before, so I am very excited for that. We're trying to riz our way into Baxter Ward's heart. It's a slow process, but we're getting there. But right now, we're stuck at our part-time job working at a mall kiosk that sells phone cases. Which, honestly, I have never personally bought from a mall kiosk before. But you know what? So I'm not sure how good the business would be. But you know what? We seem to be doing alright here. Right, let me go ahead. Code found time to sneak you a quick text. Just a few more hours until closing. You smiled as you finished your break. It was time to get back to work. Customers continued to trickle in even though it was getting closer to closing time. Before you could jump back into work, you heard your phone's quiet jingle in your pocket. It had to be a text message, but there was no way you could check it now. Your phone made another quiet noise, making your hand twitch, wanting to check it. Still, it would have to wait. Shaking the distraction off, you quickly fell back into the rhythm of things. There were still plenty of tasks that had to be done. You were unpacking some new pieces, absorbed in the moment when you felt like you were being watched. Glancing up, you saw someone stopping at the counter. Hi, how can I help you? I'm looking for a case with paw prints on it. I saw online that this store is supposed to have it. Do you? They lifted up their phone to show you the model. You knew it and what cases fit for that. Oh, I'll check. Be right back. They nodded and stood up to the side while you scooted around to the other side of the stall. Your eyes scanned the boxes for the case the customer described. You didn't get to look for very long when the echo of fast-moving steps pulled your attention away. Bracing yourself, you could only watch while they stormed right up to your counter. They pushed a cracked phone case in your hands. I bought this here the other day. It's ridiculous. I only dropped my phone once. You opened your mouth to speak, but they started waving one of their hands. Don't even bother trying to send me a new one. I want a refund. I won't be buying from here again. They pulled a crumpled receipt out of their pocket and smoothed it out before tossing it onto the counter. For a split second, you could only stare at the broken case in your hands. You weren't sure what else to do besides give them a refund. There weren't a lot of special guidelines or procedures to follow in this tiny shop, except for find some way to sell stuff. Hastily, you read over the receipt. It was from here, so you went through the process with the customer and gave them their money back. I would have just, like, slammed the money on the counter back at them. I was like, alright, here you go. Get out. They were off the moment they had the cash in hand, muttering about what a waste of time this all was. Gosh, wow. Taking a deep breath, you tried to relax, but then you spotted the customer you were helping before. You couldn't quite puzzle out their expression, but they were watching you sternly. It struck you that they still wanted you to pick out a case for them. The kind they asked for was one with... Oh no, what could it be? It's paw prints. The first sweep around the stall you missed it, but on the second you found it among other brightly colored cases. Smiling softly, you wondered if the pattern was supposed to be cat or dog prints. You brought the case over to where the customer was waiting. I'm really sorry about the wait. The customer glanced at the phone case in your hand. Their expression softened. That's the one I was looking for. Thanks. Your smile widened while you went through the motions ringing things up at the register. You're glad that you found the right case, and you were definitely ready to be busy doing anything else. Your body was starting to tire from the busyness of today. Luckily, you had one more short break. You took a seat and finally checked those messages from earlier. There was one from Mom. Would you mind stopping by the grocery store on your way home to pick up some asparagus and peppers for dinner tomorrow? Can't make it myself. Deadlines are tight right now. Thank you, and have a great day. I am a great day, thank you. You sighed, you shook your head in frustration, you shrugged. You didn't mind the request, you were happy to do it. Just shrug. My trip to the grocery store wasn't anywhere on your mental to-do list today, but there was no use getting upset about a minor detour. You sent back, can do. You were expecting her to text back anytime soon, though you did already get a thanks for it. There was no reason at this point not to check the other message you got earlier. A fun smile spread across your face when you read it. It was from Cove. Just a few more hours, you can do it. You knew that Cove was supposed to be busy working too, and yet he still found a moment to sneak in a text. Not a bit of that surprised you. You smiled and shook your head, not planning on answering him. You messaged back, you're so gonna get fired. You messaged back, same. You're gonna get fired. Cove responded briefly seconds later. That's cool. I mean, that's pretty chill. I mean, I would think that fire would not be described as cool, but you know, what do I know? Right. Up. Go. There we go. You had to slap a hand across your mouth in an attempt to hide your laughter, but it was in vain. You plan on sneakily sending him messages for the rest of the shift. You decided to leave the conversation there, then you told him you could talk after your shift. We'll leave it there. There were still too many other things that needed your full attention. Your break was almost up, but you were feeling better than you were just a little bit ago. Smiling softly, you were happy that Cove was always there for you. If you needed him, there was no doubt in your mind that he would continue messaging you for the rest of your shift. For another minute, you stretched your arms high over your head, imagined how nice falling into bed later was going to be. You sighed. Hopefully your shift would go by in the blink of an eye. You jumped back into the rhythm of things. The last of the customers had finally exited the building. It was time to close. When all the doors were locked, you exhaled loudly. The whole place was officially closed. You were worn down, you felt relieved, you were pumped that you were done. Your mind was still stuck on the incident that happened earlier. That was okay, you thought. Not the worst you've seen. Torn between these two. Work sucks, we're still stuck on it. No matter how hard you tried to shake the feeling, you were really bothered about it. Like, damn, why did she have to be such a bitch about it? While you were shuffling around in the close-up shop, you had a call come in. It was Cove. You knew that he spent the majority of today working overtime. You hadn't been sure if you'd hear from him. You picked up his call immediately. Hey, just finished. You? Yeah. So today sucked. I'm quitting as soon as possible. Then you groaned. Your tears would have. Your eyes teared up. How are you doing? You know, how are you doing, Cove? I'm fine. He doesn't look fine. I'm fine. Nothing about the tone of his voice was convincing. He frowned, worrying over what could have happened during his shift.
Are you okay?
Are you alright? I am here and can listen now. Welcome, Jack. Welcome indeed. How was Wawa? Did you get a Wawa? A water? A Wawa from Wawa? One of my coworkers calls water Wawa. So now whenever I hear Wawa, it's like, oh my god, Wawa, water. His question was gentle and earnest. You could imagine the way his eyebrows would be furrowing right now. You had to answer truthfully to that. That's okay, I can be after a bad day. No, I'm not. No, I got a spicy chicken sandwich and a BLT because I am starving, you know? As you should. More sandwiches. You gotta, food is full, you gotta fuel up. Okay.
I get it.
No, you don't, Cove. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, I know work is hard. I'm sure you did a good job today. His voice grew soft, and you wish Cove could see the small smile he put on your face. There was a pause where you took a few deep breaths. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And remember, at least we're both in this together. Always. Right. Are you heading home after this? Actually, I have to run an errand for my mom. Where to? The grocery store. My mom texted me earlier asking if I'd pick up a couple things.
Oh.
Would you want to come too? It was late and you knew that Cove wanted to go home, but admittedly, you wanted company. He eased a concern by speaking softly. Sure. Yeah, I can go shopping with you. It's nice of you to do this.
Not really.
I like spending time with you. Thanks. I like that too. If only we didn't already do his romance route. Oh well. Moments later, you had your things together and were ready to swing by the store. You were out the door within minutes. You pulled into one of the many free parking spots at the neighborhood 24-hour grocery store. You waved at Cove when he parked next to you. There was a salty smell in the air as the two of you strolled through the dim parking lot. The local burger joint on the other side of the pavement guaranteed the place always smelled like fries. Your eyes squinted at the change of lighting when you made it inside of the building. The automatic door shut behind you. With you truly having arrived, Cove raised his eyebrow curiously.
So?
what are we here for again? Asparagus and peppers. It's for something my mom is making tomorrow. Sounds good. This will be a short trip. Uh-huh. You idly scan the front room for a basket you could use. A full cart wasn't necessary. You felt responsible having your parents rely on you. You were already looking forward to tomorrow's dinner. It was overwhelming how much you had to take care of. You couldn't stand the thought of making it longer. That was all there was to it. It is what it is. It is what it is. This was a simple stop that you weren't thinking much about. You spotted the baskets and caught a glimpse of yourself while looking down to pick one up. You know, it feels funny to be in some other store in a uniform from a different place. Cove snickered while sidling up beside you. It's like we're wearing a costume after Halloween is over, but I just hope no one thinks we work here. The uniform is totally different, but you never know. I mean, I've heard people do that before. Sometimes people would just be like wearing like regular clothes, like casual clothes, not even close to the uniform, and there's be customers that still get confused, that think they work here and go up to me like, "Can you tell me where this and this is?" It's like, lady, I don't work here, you know? Yeah, people. Basket in hand, you ambled towards the vegetable section. It was set near the back, but visible right from the entrance. Yes, back there, look, there's even a picture of vegetables. Cove matched your pace, keeping at your side. The asparagus was simple enough to select. You simply picked up a bundle that looked fresh. All that was left was the peppers. There was a wrinkle in the plan. What color did they want? She didn't say. Then what are you gonna do? The color definitely matters. I'll text Mom real quick to ask. He nodded, satisfied with your solution. You tried to fish out your phone while balancing the basket. Cove held a hand out to take it. You accepted the help. With both hands free, you were able to type out a brief message to ask about pepper colors. Then you stared, waiting at the screen. Cove hovered nearby to peek over your shoulder. The replying icon appeared and you felt Cove lean in even closer. Just the regular green ones, is what she sent back. Alright, that's easy. And he was right. You picked up the requested green peppers, tossing a few into the basket. Produce acquired, all that was left was to go through the line, but as you approached the cash registers, Cove stopped in his tracks. Oh, while we're here, I want to get something too. I need fruit for breakfast tomorrow. What should I have? You glanced back unsurely at the section you just left. Whatever it is, you better hurry because I'm getting in line. Cove had plenty of time for that before we were leaving. I can go look back with you. He's always feel so mean. I don't want to be mean to Cove. I always go back with him. I coaxed a small smile from Cove, his tension eased.
Sorry.
Thanks, Dae. I'm sorry. It's fine, we can take a little more time to do this. Cove gratefully led you back to the fruit stands. He let his eyes wander across all the options, seriously considering his decision. Not bothering to rush, you walked up and down the produce aisle for the second time that trip. Finally, something caught his attention. Transparent cases containing fresh blueberries. Cove grinned. That's it. It'll be perfect for tomorrow. Great. Despite the suddenness of how it happened, you were genuinely glad Cove was able to get something nice for himself during the visit to the store. It made the trip even more worthwhile. Oh, 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. I didn't mean to be staring into your soul like that. Okay. As I was saying, Cove carried his food himself, and the two of you went back to get a spot in line. After that, you completed separate orders for what you were getting. The produce was packed away into paper bags. There was one for you and one for Cove. You both had what you needed in hand. The errand was finished. Well, we do meet again indeed, Roach. How are you doing today? This time there are no ocean dangers, but there's still oceans in here, just no danger. Since this just take place at a beach town. Still ocean, no danger. No more Nemos and crabs. Yeah, hope you're doing well. You both had what you needed in hand. The errand was finished. You walked across the length of the store to reach the doors closest to where you had parked. You and Cove stepped back into the night. Cove lightly swung his bag back and forth in his grip as he peered squinting into the dark parking lot. He smiled slightly, a gentle expression on his lips. Thanks for inviting me to the grocery store. You don't have to thank me for that. Thanks for keeping me company. Thank my mom for setting me out to do this. You're welcome. He quietly smiled back. Thanks for keeping me company. You're welcome. We should do this again. I mean, this ain't the first time we took in a grocery store trip together. I'm whipped. I went to a BBQ B-Day party today. Ooh, nice. And I was the grill master. Oh my god. The grill master, damn. Had to clean the grill, make a fire, and cook everyone's food. But I felt so important, though. That is an important job. You fed the people. Good work today. I hope you get some good rest afterward. I'm doing pretty alright today. I had to go back to my bear business after a 4-day weekend, so it was a little rough in the mental department, but other than that, I was pretty alright. It's just like, oh, why do I have to go back? I just want to stay home and play video game. But don't we all want to do that? Why, thank you. You're welcome. You are very welcome indeed. After a moment of walking further into the parking lot, he sighed mildly. As nice as Cove was about this, he had to be tired after working a full shift. It's been a long day. Yeah. That very brief exchange really summed it up. Cove shook his head to himself, bemusement replacing his worn-down expression. When did a busy day go from having way too many ways we wanted to play or having some extra homework to having to spend all day at a job and then running errands after? I don't know. When we became grown-ups? I don't know, but it sucked. Hey, this is still better than high school. You didn't have an answer. I don't know. Me neither. Going to the store has so far been our best chance to spend time together recently. That kind of thing just happens, I guess. He seemed to run through how adult that made the two of you seem. You are now the grown-ups who catch up with each other in the bread aisle. Well, just remember that this too will pass, and tonight you will be in your bed, warm and cozy. Yeah. Bedtime. Snuggled up with all my blankies on my pillow. Occasionally the dog at the foot of the bed who lets me sleep for 2 hours and then gets up and then grumbles at me that she wants out. The usual routine. Oh, there she goes barking downstairs. Just in time. It's like she knew I was talking shit about her. Cove's eyes narrows as his mouth opened slightly. He was having a thought. I think? Your moms need this stuff for tomorrow's dinner. Not tonight, right? Uh-huh. And nothing's frozen, so you don't need to get home urgently or anything. Would you want to go across the parking lot to the fast food place? We could get something. You know it's still open. Doesn't matter how late it is. It might be nice. You perked up at the suggestion. It sounded like fun. Alright, let's go for it.
A Scottish Fold is a breed of domestic cat with a natural dominant gene mutation that affects cartilage throughout the body, causing the ears to fold, bending forward and down towards the front of the head, which gives the cat what is often described as an owl-like appearance.
My friend got a Scottish Fold recently. He's a very cute kitty cat. I have pictures of him that I look at and it's like, oh my god, so adorable. I got to go with her to go pick him up. A very cute kitty indeed. My dog also has a folded ear. But that's because, unfortunately, she had a hematoma and that just like fucked up the ear, unfortunately. She's okay now. And it's like, oh, you look so cute with your folded ear, but I hate that's how you got it, you know? But she do look cute though. Do I still have my PNG of her on here? I feel like I do, but I don't. I might. Oh no, I still do. There she is. That was back when. Oh my god. Oh my gosh, baby, why are you wearing your snorkel still? Take that off. There we go. That's my dog. That was back when we had a stream to play. We played a what did we play? We played To the Rescue, which is like a dog shelter sim game. You know, because it was her birthday that day, and I made this PNG to have to put there with me. I love cats and dogs and animals. They should be happy always. Of course, I 100% agree with that. Alright, go away, Sam. It's not your birthday, Sam. Go away. Alright, let's drop the groceries off, then we can go. You agreed, and Cove strolled over to the cars, buoyed by the thought of having something to look forward to. He placed his bag in the back of his car and then walked over while you finished putting up your groceries. With the groceries taken care of, it was a short walk to the burger joint. There were 3 cars lined up in the drive-thru, which wasn't too bad. Now let's get in line. Buoyed. I don't know how to say that word. You had to go all the way around the building to get in the front entrance, but soon you were under another set of bright fluorescent lights. Luckily, there was no line inside the building, so you stepped right up to the counter. You glanced over the menu. Like boy with a B. No. Boib? Hey, you. Bowied? I'm tired. Bowied? Boyd? I don't know. The B word. We'll just call it the B word. People think we're trying to say bitch. Luckily, there was no line on the side of the building, so you stepped right up to the counter. You glanced over the menu. You remembered eating here before with Cove, back when Kira had taken you both years ago. The menu looked pretty much the same from what you could remember. Listen, I'm being completely serious. I'm not trying to be funny or anything, but it's like, boy. Boy. Hold on. Let me... Say it.
Buoyed.
Buoyed? Isn't that what I said? Say it again.
Buoyed.
Buoyed. Buoyed.
Buoyed.
Say it fast.
Buoyed.
Oh no, that was slow. Okay, I thought I was just gonna say if I was like, buoyed. Okay, buoyed. Buoyed. I swear, I was saying that. Y'all just gaslighting me. It was missing the mozzarella sticks, but most of the other items were familiar. Hello, what would you like to order? Yes, hello. I would like one of everything on your dessert menu. You burst out laughing. You gave him an "Are you serious?" look. Hey, you stole my order. Good idea. You kept a straight face. It didn't surprise you. I laugh. He brushed a hand against the back of his head, and his polite smile for the employee bent. Mom rubbed off on me. He was reminiscing on that visit too. After the cashier made sure Cove was being serious, it was your time to order. You got... I want... What do I want? There's so many options. I want chicken nuggets. And I want french fries. And I want... Ooh, do I want a sundae? I had a sundae yesterday. It was pretty good. What about a milkshake? I want a sundae. I just ordered everything on the menu. Yes, he will have one of everything on your dessert menu. And I will have one of everything on your regular menu. Thank you. Make the cashier hate their life. Okay, that was all. Cove gave you a little thumbs... Oop. Gave you a little thumbs up. He wasn't the only one indulging. You wrapped up the ordering process, paid, got the number 264, and then claimed a table. You sat down across from Cove in a booth where you had a good view of the front counter. It was nice to have the pick of the place. Thanks for doing this, Cove. I'm looking forward to this. 2 of the mozzarella sticks are gone. I'm not worried you're going to finish all that. Yes, hello. I will have 5 Whoppers, and then 5 more Whoppers, and then a french fry, and then 5 more Whoppers. Shut up! Oh my gosh. Fucking Steam. That bitch is playing Baldur's Gate again. Oh, what's that one meme? Have you guys heard of the meme? The people, the person singing at the Burger King drive-thru. Let's see. Drive-thru song meme. No, let me just look at it without ads. Damn it. Just give me the lyrics. I just want the lyrics. I'm in the drive-thru a Burger King. Can I please get a Whopper Jr. with onion rings? Make it a meal so I can get a drink. No, I'm not finished. That's on everything. Can I please get a double Whopper with no cheese? Can I please get a number 2 with a large drink? Yeah, that song. Y'all know that? I should just sang that at the cashier. I love that song. I love that. It's my favorite. You eat so much. You joke with a smile on your face. Yeah, well, I can't not do it now. I have a reputation. You do have a reputation to uphold, Cove. You should have ordered everything on the menu and ate it. Oh my god. YouTube challenge. I eat everything at the Burger King, off the Burger King menu. Next video, I went to the hospital for cardiac arrest. He tilted his chin, taking it as a slight challenge. Then you took out your phone to text your moms about your delay hole. You didn't want them to worry. Cove watched you before pulling out his phone as well, maybe for the same reason you did. When the updates were sent, it was back to being just you and your neighbor once more. He offered you a small smile. I've missed you, you know. Even if you weren't ever really gone, it's been less time that I'm not accustomed to. Cove tapped his fist on the table definitively. He paired that action with a childish pout. If someone saw him like that, they might have assumed he was throwing a fit over not getting the toy that comes with the kid's meal. I feel the same way. Oh, okay. Press the button. I'm really glad we're doing this. We demand more time with each other. You're really cute. You're so spoiled. He chuckled at his mini tantrum. I demand more time with my best friend. You dropped your palms onto the tabletop for added emphasis. Exactly. He beamed at you sincerely, a ray of sunshine in this late-night food trip. When the number was called, Cove hopped up from his seat before you could react.
Don't worry about it.
I've got it. Save our spot. Alright, see you. You stayed in the booth and got situated for the arrival of all the stuff. You checked over the table and moved your phone to the side to make sure there was a clear space. Cove returned with 2 trays in hand, a great bounty of food. He placed them down carefully, being extra cautious with the tray that held his milkshake. What about my sundae? Be careful with that too, man. That's precious cargo you got there. I'm back. Thank you for carrying all that, Cove. It's no problem. Sippy, sippy. Cove didn't hesitate before digging in. He took a large bite of his cookie and immediately sipped his milkshake. Then he took a spoon and sampled his sundae with an approving hum. He made an attempt to follow that up with a bite of his apple pie as well, but bailed with a distressed look on his face. You tilted your head in a silent question. Hot. He switched back to the milkshake, taking a dedicated slurp. Cove sighed at the cool relief it brought. You also started to taste yours. It really wasn't bad. In only a minute, Cove's cookie was gone. You wouldn't be surprised if the milkshake wasn't far behind. He smiled as he enjoyed himself. You flipped a straw paper Cove. You teasingly offered to feed him his remaining treats. No, this ain't that kind of route. Take the straw paper. You found the paper discarded from the straw Cove used for his milkshake. You squished it into a little ball while he was distracted, and then very deliberately launched it at Cove. Your aim was true. It hit him square in the nose. He didn't even flinch, too used to your violent straw paper ways. He casually reached down with his free hand and tossed the paper ball back at you. You sputtered when it hit you on the top of your head and bounced away. You scrambled to grab it from where it fell on your boot and threw it back at him. He chuckled and lobbed the tiny ball in a return pass. You felt so glad Cove agreed to come along with you on the initial grocery trip, and equally happy you accepted his invitation here. A little time off your feet, a little something to eat. You felt more energized than before. Your long shift at work that couldn't have been more than an hour or two in the past seemed like it was a different lifetime away now. You continued the chat, mess around, laugh, and enjoy yourselves. For the first time that night, you felt like you weren't totally grown up after all. No grown up, only baby. Okay, now we can get back to Baxter. This isn't your route, Cove. This is Baxter's route. We're doing the rest of his moments. We only got 3 left. So if there is one particularly interesting to you guys that you want to pick, feel free to say so in the chat. If not, I can bring up my number picker and let fate decide. So we've got sightseeing, drinks, and mountain. I have no idea what these moments entail at all. I know no knowledge. I know nothing. No thoughts. Head empty. Okay, let's see. Let me get the the Burger King lyrics out of here. Oh, I spelled that wrong. Oh well. Okay, 1 through 3. 892. Wow, I don't think that's right. I guess the option going for anybody to pick is going once. It's going twice. No picks. Alright, I'm generating. I'm not looking. There's not an ad going on, right? Okay, just making sure. Alright. I'm not looking. I'm just like smashing the button multiple times. Okay. It's 3, so we're gonna be playing Mountain. Climb the mountain. Ah, ooh. Where the hell are we? This ain't my bedroom. No 2 summer evenings in Sunsetbird looked quite the same. Not downtown, not at the beaches, and not on a street, where the only change that anyone had seen in years was the arrival of a new tourist. Though you hadn't seen any stars in the sky, you knew the day was almost over from the sound of chirping crickets. Shadows of swaying branches were stretching across the grass. Well, probably. You hadn't gotten the chance to experience the sunset before you got pulled into whatever this was while trying to clarify your plans for tomorrow with Baxter. He paced back and forth between a pair of half-packed or half-unpacked, depending on how someone saw it, suitcases. Piles of folded clothes were abandoned on the bed. Why are you so messy? You stood as far away from the disaster area as possible. You sat on the only untouched corner of the mattress. You laid out across the top half of the bed, closest to the headboard. You helped pick up a few things of the... You helped pick up a few of the things Baxter left lying around on the floor. You leaned against the dresser, amused. I'm sitting. I'm sat. There weren't many other places to sit in the bedroom. Mostly places there were absolutely covered in his stuff. This wasn't the first time that you've been in the condo. Baxter invited you over before, but so far it had only been the first floor. You were in the master bedroom now. Oh my god. We made it into his bedroom just like that? Damn. As a kid, the condo was the equivalent of Fort Knox. No way in, and if someone did... Oh my god. I can't read today. I'm so sorry. And if someone unwanted did sneak inside, there was probably no way out. It just wasn't worth the risk. Being in that room was closer to a fantasy than it was reality, as much as someone could dream about being in a rental bedroom anyway. And yet here you were, all thanks to Baxter, who didn't seem to realize the gravity of the situation. One of the doors to the armoire, his word for it, was ajar. Hangers rattled for the excessive force Baxter used to remove a few of his jackets. Are you taking your whole damn wardrobe to wherever we're going? Damn. Do you need that many jackets? Honestly, you weren't sure why he packed them at all. It never got cold enough anywhere in Southern California to wear outerwear during the winter, never mind the summer. Yet he still brought them, no matter how much he was convinced otherwise.
So...
It will be cooler in temperature, but just barely. While we won't be seeing any snow, I would suggest you bring a jacket and a sturdy pair of shoes. He pulled another zipper on one suitcase, peering into its contents, but not deeply investigating for long, before he moved on to the next thing, a drawer filled with nothing that he abruptly shut. There's nothing in there. Just broken dreams. He waded past the only part of his wardrobe that remained neat and in place, formal clothes. A full suit was perfectly arranged for use at any minute, in case there was a regal emergency, you had to guess. Baxter hesitated before leaving that be. His fingers grazed the top of the comforter as he passed. Dae, if you would. You moved aside as he wove through an increasingly intricate disaster area to look for something else that he hadn't made clear to you. It seemed that up until now, Baxter had been living out of his suitcases, which wouldn't ordinarily strike you as a problem, until he said he needed at least one of them to be empty. If only so that he could relocate his things from one to the other. He was certain that he'd need no more than an afternoon to pack before you arrived. But there are some things in this world that not even the likes of Baxter Ward could handle with grace and composure.
I apologize.
You baby, sorry. No, I'm just kidding. He stopped in place, the corners of his eyes softened as he turned to you. Brows knit together even as he busied his hands with a folding pair of pants, only to immediately throw it into the suitcase. I realize this can't be terribly entertaining. I'm okay. It wasn't really a bother. You'd come of your own volition and knew what he'd be doing while you were here. Besides, if there was trouble, you'd have gone home. He was a worrier. That is one of your charm points. In for a penny, in for a pound. And I'm just vibing. I'm just going with the flow, you know? If you gotta spend the day cleaning up your disaster of a room, then I'm there, you know? I'm there to watch you do it because I ain't lifting a finger because you brought this onto yourself. He chuckled, shaking his head with quiet amusement. Content with your reply, he went back to unconsciously constructing a labyrinth of his possessions. You wondered how he fit everything into 2 suitcases to begin with. This entire situation made about as much sense as anything else around him, which was to say that maybe a quarter of it followed any linear train of thought. The rest left much to be desired. Baxter had a tendency to work through things in a sort of ᵍʰᵒʰᵗः sense? I'm just gonna move on. His own logic that he used to explain things as a matter of fact. So much so that you couldn't help but just take him on his word, even if the details only made themselves clearer later. What was happening now was even more convoluted than normal. The first point, Baxter very suddenly announced he was going on a vacation away from his vacation. A 3-day and 2-night jaunt to a mountain lodge a handful of hours away by his judgment. Plans were already underway as soon as he figured out where he was staying in California. It made sense if he was trying to get more bang for his buck for his experience in the area, but that wasn't the main reason. The second point, it was a family tradition happening without his family. Are you lonely? He and his parents always went to the Rockies in the summer, except this time he was staying in California. Baxter decided to make a trip out to the mountains here, regardless. And that was also fine, except he wasn't prepared for the trip at all. You would have thought that someone else planned when and where it happened with the way he was rushing around the condo trying to pack and trying to remember what to pack. And point 3, the most peculiar, he rented a second room in the lodge despite coming here alone and to visit no one in particular. And to fill that space, he decided to invite people that only hung out with him a few times. You, Randy, and Terry. The last minute was Randy and Terry hadn't been able to go. What about Cove? Oh my god, he left Cove out? I mean, I did say me 5 minutes ago. This ain't your route, Cove. Get out of here. Me now. We're Route Cove. Why didn't you invite Cove to go? You were another story. The weekend was free and your moms were able to accept the idea of you going. Going up to the mountains to stay in the lodge was a cool opportunity. It wasn't the kind of trip you and your family took. Well, that's so not me. IRL. Now that you've taken many trips since your breaks got busier and Liz moved away. Oh, I thought that was still going. So the prospect of traveling anywhere farther than the city was exciting. Negotiating with your moms went better than expected. They hadn't vetoed it immediately because you were an adult, but they weren't excited about the idea. It was one thing if you're going on a trip with the usual cast of suspects, but Baxter, a guy you met basically the other day, hey, it's been like a week, maybe 2.
Listen, you gotta be spontaneous. You gotta take risks in life, you know? You just gotta have fun. I mean, I probably wouldn't condone going on a vacation up into the mountains away from home with a guy you barely know, but I mean, just take a weapon. Just take a machete. Just take some pepper spray to protect yourself, you know? Be safe.
He was polite and well-spoken. However, your moms didn't know his parents, a rule that you thought was obsolete once you were in high school, but not so when it came to overnight trips. They eventually gave their blessing when Liz took your side in the discussion. She was convinced by the fact that you'd be staying in an entirely separate room to him. For now. I've gotta ask, what was your plan if I said I couldn't go? So, let me guess. There was a buy one, get one deal on hotel rooms. Having a second room just because it seemed like a Baxter thing to do. I mean, listen, a deal is a deal. A good guess, but no. There was no such deal. I requested it to be the case. Baxter's hand stalled over the suitcase he was bringing on the trip. He brushed back his hair into place, turning to his side to search for another misplaced necessity. I thought there was a possibility I might make friends during my stay here. There was no guarantee, of course. I wouldn't hope to make any presumptions there. His gaze wandered, lips tightening at the corners of his mouth involuntarily. His contemplative expression faltered as he looked up from his suitcase to you. But I thought that if I did, then would the trip not be made exceptionally better with company? If not, then so be it. Acquiring a room is the difficult part. A reservation needs to be made weeks in advance, whereas canceling one only needs a notice of 48 hours or more. It was taken off the bill, no questions asked. Realistically, I would only need 2 days to know if I was going alone or with company.
See?
That was the case with you, was it not?
I mean, he got me. He really did.
You were so over the top, you know that? You chuckled. Well, I'm glad they're so accommodating about it. I'd hate for you to lose the deposit. It feels like I should have known. You're certainly an optimist. You couldn't help but shake your hand in disbelief. You applauded his stunt. Good job, Baxter. Good job for being a risk taker. I'd hate for you to lose your money. As would I, believe me. Baxter went back to packing, though his suitcases looked to be middling in quantities more now than they'd been earlier in the evening. Ah. He glanced over his shoulder at you, a black shirt folded in his hands as neatly as any sort of display he'd seen in your life. This might not be an ideal time to ask, but as we were speaking about the trip, I did want to ask as to where your personal boundaries lie, Dae. I am deeply appreciative of your mother's approval, but what I am comfortable with may not mirror what they are comfortable with. You only need to say so if you are in agreement with their preferences, but if not... My boundaries? I mean... We need a safe word? No, I'm just kidding. Baxter had a tendency to act a lot older than he actually was. It was times like this, when he smirked entirely too mischievously, that you were reminded he was barely any older than you.
Well...
I may forget by the time we get there. You chuckled to yourself. Yeah, of course he'd add that caveat. Moms were hoping Liz could come along too, so I wouldn't be alone. He didn't look surprised by the suggestion, apparently aware of how it must have, and certainly did come off to your parents to invite their youngest on an overnight trip. But she argued I wasn't going out of state, and I'm not still a kid. I just have to call Liz every day. I mean call. She won't let me get away with texting. If I don't, she said she'll call the hotel instead, and the police, and anyone with a phone number to report that Pepe Le Pew is on the loose.
She calling me a stinker? Like, hello? Yes, is this the lodge in the mountain? Yes, I am looking for a dirty skunk who has not called me today. I mean, she is our sibling. I don't want to put it past her to do that. Baxter snorted, not laughed, full on snorted. He covered his mouth, quickly avoiding your gaze as he had to resist the urge to laugh harder. You didn't know whether he'd seen the original cartoons or one of the more recent uses of the character, but he definitely got the reference. I heard it. I was prepared to give your sister my thanks for convincing your mothers, but it appears everyone has notes on my manner of dress these days. Yeah, Mom joked that those old-fashioned black and white striped jumpsuits mates wore would match your hair. You know, if Liz did call the police on you. How clever. Is a black and white tie out of vogue? Day? You aren't wearing a tie. Trying to suppress the grin was nigh impossible, especially after reliving the conversation about his vague resemblance to an aggressively forward skunk and a criminal. Oh! She's calling him the skunk. I thought she was calling me the skunk. Which, I mean, I guess it makes sense. Baxter chuckled as he put away another pair of pants, the number of which you'd long lost count of as he went back and forth. Your family is quite charming, and I do agree that is only fair. Try to keep in touch with them while you're away. I'll trust you care for my fate enough to do that much. No. I want the cops called. I want a little... That's my adventure. That's my risk. I don't want you to go to jail. For sure, I don't want them to worry. Yeah, it sucks, but I'll call them. Liz wasn't joking. Are you going to keep in touch with your parents? Oh. Ooh. You don't have an agreement. Of course you were going to call them. I'm really shocked. Let's dig deeper. Let's dig. I want to know the lore. What's your lore, Baxter? Ah. It is my intention, though I couldn't promise it would be every day. The itinerary for the trip was straightforward enough that Baxter didn't need to look at his laptop to read the details. He kept to his work on the suitcases. Check-in wasn't until 4 p.m. at the earliest, and the drive wasn't so significant that you'd be going for as long as you'd feared. So the plan was to leave at noon, find dinner somewhere in the area when you got there, and then check into the lodge in the evening. The first day would be getting there. The second would be exploring the area in earnest, then the third would be taking the morning easy before checking out at noon to head back home. Well, home for you, vacation home for Baxter. It was perfectly reasonable, according to him. Is that his room? It is his room. He got the whole master suite to himself, which, I mean, he is living alone in the condo, so that makes sense. Imagine he takes the kids' room. It's like, well, it's not my room. It looks so big. Yeah. Oh my gosh, it's not even black and white either. Like, look, there's blue and yellows and stuff like that. Come on, Baxter. I mean, I get this isn't your house, but you didn't try to match your aesthetic. And jeez. I am disappointed in you, sir. Upon further inspection of Baxter's own supplies, there were a few things left to pack and a few more things you needed to buy. I don't suppose we'll need any formal wear, really, but on the off chance that we have a dinner at a restaurant that necessitates... Let me try that again. I'm a voice actor. No, I'm not. I'm going to pretend I'm a professional voice actor. I don't suppose we'll need any formal wear. Never mind. I don't suppose we'll need any formal wear, really. But on the off chance that we have a dinner at a restaurant that was necessary for... Oh my god, why are they putting these big words in here? I can't read that. I think you'll be okay with that. But I'll see you tomorrow, Baxter. I gotta pack too. Good luck. As you started to make your way out of the master bedroom, his head snapped up.
See you.
Oh, of course. I will see you tomorrow, Dae. Have a good evening. Goodbye. Oh wow, it's morning already, damn. Morning came uneventfully, save the final warning from your family about how they'd deploy a full-fledged investigation team the minute that something seemed off. You agreed that you would call daily, but it didn't do much to dissuade the endless worrying. Liz didn't pull any punches either. Least of all after your family helped you load your things into the back of Baxter's car. Oh, hello. Oh my god. Back up. You're so close. Putting me through the ringer. Ma and Liz pulled you into a hug as Mom shut the trunk with a click of finality before she joined in the squeeze. Don't forget that I'm watching him, Dae. I'll come get you if you need me to. Just say the word. Doesn't matter when, okay? You embraced the hug as they all tugged you in close. Ma and Mom planted a kiss on each of your cheeks. They were just reminding you because they cared, not because they didn't trust you.
they probably shouldn't trust me, to be honest. But you wouldn't be going anywhere if they didn't let you go. Liz grinned, pulling you into another hug anyway. She squeezed your shoulder. She's very, very physically affectionate. That's not usually like her. Interesting. Usually she's more of a, she uses her words more than her actions, usually. And even when she uses her words, she uses it in a specific way that doesn't make it seem like she cares, but you know that she cares, you know? So for her to be, like, hugging you, she's like, oh my god, this is... Dae's gonna die up in the mountains and we're not gonna find the body. This is my last chance. I doubt it's that dramatic, but still.
What a pickle.
Right, I trust Dae to do their job. But Baxter, you'll be careful with our child, won't you? You couldn't see what their faces looked like because of the way that they held you. However, you could hear the apprehension in Baxter's tense laugh.
I can do that.
Of course, you have my word, ma'ams. Ma'ams. A perfectly gentlemanly response for him, as always. As you were freed, Baxter made his way to the passenger side. He opened the door for you with a sweep of his arm. Bye. Oh my god, this guy's so pretty. I love that. I love the art in this game. It's so good. Mums and Liz waved you off, and you slid inside the car, shutting the door behind you. As soon as the seatbelts clicked, the engine roared to life. You reversed out of the driveway and rumbled away from your neighborhood to the freeway. The familiar sight of Sunset Bird eventually gave way to Prison Vista City, then to the open space between here and there. You couldn't smell the salt in the air anymore, and for a moment it felt odd to remember that there weren't beaches everywhere that you went, even in the same state. You'd never ridden in a car this nice. Is it a Tesla? It was sleek and modern, not at all as run down as your mom's car from years of two rambunctious children, or as sand-covered as Cove's was because, well, it was Cove. The radio set to classical music gave a nice backtrack to Baxter's storytelling of other trips he'd taken with his parents up to the Rocky Mountains. Oh, he doesn't have his metal music playing? His punk music? I was looking forward to jamming out. But I guess it does make a good background music. Those memories gave an idea of what to expect when you arrived at the cabin. Even though he glazed over some of the details, he even mentioned odder experiences. One of which included getting chased across a river by what he and his family thought was a bear. Me? Me? But turned out to be a particularly chubby dog who wanted to be friends. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, what kind of dog could it be? Oh, maybe it was like a mastiff of sorts? Let me look up dogs. I'm thinking about dogs now. Big, furry dog breeds. Breads. I said breads. Oh, this dog's cute. Keyshawn? That's nice, but that wasn't the dog I had in mind. Oh, this one. The Tibetan Mastiff. Yes, that's probably what it was. Oh my god, they're so huge and so fluffy. I just want to into their fur. But yes. You contributed to the conversation that you recently went on a trip with Cope to Nevada to visit his mom. Baxter listened as attentively as you'd listened to him. He'd been to Nevada before, but the heat there was miserable for someone like him. For someone like me, too. I don't like the heat. The ride was as smooth as it could be, except for the occasional congestion of traffic. That was always inevitable this time of year. Baxter wasn't the only tourist. Eventually, the massive freeways came down to 2 lanes as the elevation grew steeper and steeper. Roads cut through canyons, giving a scenic view. You still texted your friends and family between conversations and sightseeing until you lost signal. By the time you hit your first official checkpoint, it was late in the day. You stopped at a roadside diner for a bite to eat before finishing the last leg of the trip. You offered to drive, but Baxter waved it off. It was already enough that you came at all. Being in conversation with you also made it less of a dull task, so he didn't mind. Oh my gosh, that's like, whenever I go on long trips with my mom, she's like, oh, you gotta stay up, you gotta talk to me so I don't get bored, and you gotta distract me, keep me the juices going, you know? And it's like, okay, and then I'd fall asleep for the rest of the ride. I may or may not have been a little bit of an asshole being a passenger there. Just keep talking to me, okay? Okay. I don't know what it is about car rides, but they always just put me to sleep. That's how it's always been. It's just the vibes, you know? Maybe it was better that way, since Baxter was renting it. If anything did happen, it'd complicate matters if he wasn't driving. After the short final stretch, the car rolled to a stop at the front of a massive log hotel. It towered over your head when you stepped out of the vehicle. Baxter handed the keys to the attending valet. Just play better music. Yeah, just turn the radio on. Just get that scream going on, you know, that. That should be distracting enough. The lodge was somehow both rustic and fancy at the same time. For an oversized wooden cabin, the doors had big, elaborate wrought whatever handles that you were sure must have cost a pretty penny. It appears that we have arrived. You think? Baxter rounded his side of the car with bags in hand, smiling comfortingly as you stood there empty-handed and staring at the building. How snazzy. You didn't expect Baxter to laugh at what you said. It was a pretty apt description of the place, but he shook his head demurely.
Lovely.
I wasn't aware anyone still used that word. Amazing. Oh, I use plenty of words. You both carried your things into the lobby. You hadn't brought enough with you that you need to make a second trip. Oh, thank God. 2 trips are for pussies! And after all that consternation in his bedroom, Baxter had managed to shave everything he needed down to 1 bag and suitcase. The lobby was as big as the front of the building suggested. It is very nice. I didn't even take it into consideration. You got that wood detailing, nice little sitting area, a fireplace, a picture of rocks. It looks very nice. It kind of reminds me, I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with the game Until Dawn, but it kind of reminds me a little bit of the cabin there. Goddamn, that looks like a hotel. I mean, it is a hotel, so that's pretty good. They did their job. I need to look up who their background artist was. I need to take inspiration from them. They've done such a good job. Not gonna lie, I thought it was just a log cabin. You know, that's kind of what the impression I was getting too. I thought it was kind of like one of those areas where you rented a log cabin. Like there was log cabins like all around there. You'd rented one of them. But I guess I should have known. It's Baxter. He's got that money. He's got them bougie Gucci taste, you know. It's gotta be fancy. It's gotta be avant-garde. It's gotta be monochrome, but this ain't monochrome. Unfortunately. Light piano music tinkled in the background, and you guys can't see it, but I'm messing with my mouse. There, stay there, off my screen. Light piano music tinkled in the background. An untraditional chandelier hung from the ceiling, sunlight shining through glass doors and reflecting on the carefully cut stonework. A fireplace burned in the far end of the lobby for whom you could only presume to be guests, but despite all the chairs and couches available for them, there was scarcely a soul. It wasn't cozy. Not in the way that you'd expected it to be, given Baxter only described it as a mountain lodge. It was big and impressive, and even the stairwell seemed more fitting for a medieval castle than a homey cabin in the woods. To one side, the front desk was occupied by staff who were busy with helping with a large party. We may be waiting a while. Why don't we set these down? He tugged at the strap of the crossbody bag he had over his shoulder and lifted the suitcase in his hand, gesturing for you to fall to the nearest open seating area, which was all of them. Wow! How convenient! Footsteps echoed in the cavernous room, and when your bags hit the ground, the sound of that did too. Baxter opted to set his bags on one of the chairs instead of sitting. He'd been stuck in the car for so long. He didn't make a point of stretching his legs, though. Ostensibly, because... Oh my god, I'm not gonna make it through Baxter's route. There's too many big words. Because it would have looked overly casual for a man such as him.
What do you think?
So, now that you've gotten a look, what is your opinion on our temporary abode? It's incredible. Could have imagined it'd be like this. I think it's a little overdone. Honestly, I feel a little out of place here. It sure isn't summer here, he joked. It's nice. You sure? I mean, I didn't imagine it. I'm glad to hear it suits your taste. I don't know about that, but I mean, it's pretty snazzy. As we've said. He turned his attention to the front desk, though the situation hadn't improved at all. There were no signs of it clearing up now or in the near future. Dae, would you mind if I made a phone call? I am considering making the obligatory phone call to my mother.
Honestly.
I do not often keep my parents appraised of my day-to-day life, but I do believe they will be glad to know I arrived at this secondary vacation. His gaze dropped to the floor as his hand idly sneaked into his pocket to fish out his phone. His formerly polite smile became crooked. I am not so bad a son that I cannot grant them that. Oh. I smell something here.
I smell a hint of angst. And where does that angst come from? What's your lore, Baxter? Tell us. What is your tragic childhood? Your tragic past? Sure, go ahead. Thank you. It won't be more than a few minutes. Officially withdrawing his phone, Baxter promptly brought up his contacts and made the call. A hand rested on his hip while the other held the device to his ear. His head craned back toward the high ceiling as he awaited the dial tone before a voice, too soft for you to hear but loud enough for you to register, greeted Baxter. Hello, Mother. It's nice to speak with you. We've arrived at the hotel. The drive went well. He glanced over his shoulder at you before lightly pressing his index finger to his lips as if to hush you before he could think of saying something. Help me! I've been kidnapped! Please! Please let me go! Imagine. You couldn't help but wonder if she caught onto the we, considering Baxter came to the state alone in the first place.
Yeah.
Yes, I have Dae with me. My neighbor here. Tell your mom I said hi, you whispered to Baxter. Hi, Mrs. Ward, you shouted. You waited patiently, not wanting to interrupt. Ooh. He's gonna murder us. He's got a gun. I mean, on one hand, he did tell us to be quiet, but on the other hand, I'm like, oh, I said hi. Oh, we said hi. Baxter, tell your mom I said hi. His soft brown eyes lit up with a new warmth, having not expected you to take interest. Dae says hello, Mother. He nodded as she said something in response to him, however his attention didn't move from you. As the conversation continued on her end, he lightly covered his phone with his hand. She says hello too, Dae. He smirked while his mother continued on in his silence. You weren't honestly sure if he was listening enough to have caught what she said. This was the closest approximation you'd ever gotten to the vague concept that was Baxter's parents, and it was such a small thing, watching as he spoke to one of them over the phone. It felt so radically different than it did with your other friends. You knew Akira and Mr. Holden, just like you knew Derek, Randy, and Terry's parents. All you'd learned about Baxter's parents, other than that they existed, was that they didn't mind sending Baxter off to Sunset Bird for the summer. They wouldn't see him this season, and so you wouldn't see them. You had to wonder if someday you'd get the chance to meet them or speak to them directly. I don't know. Maybe 5 years down the line? Damn. Potentially. It didn't seem like a priority for Baxter. After another few hmms and yeses, Baxter's attention shifted to the front desk, which was slowly being vacated by their previous group. Ah, Mother, this was lovely, but I do have to take my leave. Take care.
Oh, yes.
You too. And with only a brief goodbye, he hung up and pocketed his phone. He turned towards you, picking up his bag and suitcase. Shall we go check in? Yeah. You trailed after him with your own luggage. The hotel receptionist smiled from behind a wide counter, her eyes somewhat weary from their day's work. You could relate to the exhaustion of dealing with a large mass of needy people, and sent a silent wish that the rest of her day would be uneventful. Good evening. The receptionist nodded, offering her own greeting in reply before asking if you were both checking in. Exactly, and I would appreciate your assistance in doing so. The reservation should be for 2 rooms under Baxter Ward. Handing over his driver's license and credit card, the receptionist made quick work of their computer system and slid 2 pairs of plastic cards through the machine. You were going to be in room 194. Baxter was going to have the room next to you, 193. She picked up a map and drew a few arrows and lines. You were directed to take a left and head up to the elevator, or take the stairs to the 2nd floor. With keys and map handed off, you and Baxter departed from the front desk. So did you want to take the elevator or stairs? You realized Baxter didn't immediately follow. You turned back to him as he caught up, gesturing for you to wait. He took out one of his key cards and offered it to you.
No.
Elevator. Here. It may not be necessary, but I would be happy to let you have it in case. Sure, thanks, I'll take it. Thanks, Baxter, but I don't think I'll use it. You accepted the room key card. Wordlessly, you waved your hand in dismissal. Aw, we don't get to no, it's not. Oh my god, imagine. We get there, like, oh my gosh, Mr. Ward, I'm so sorry. There's been an issue with your reservation. We can only provide one of the rooms. And it's only has 1 bed. Would that still be okay? And it's like, oh, and there was only 1 bed that we have to share. Oh no. Damn it. Oh well. If only it were that easy. Sure, thanks. I'll take it. Do you want to have one of my cards too? You took out one of your own cards in exchange. You smiled appreciatively for his trust in you. Here, take my own card. Baxter gratefully took your card in hand. Pleased to have your good faith in the matter. The executive decision was made to take the elevator up to the next floor, given all the bags. Truthfully, with only a night's worth of clothes and supplies, they weren't that heavy. What was more, it was only a floor up, but they'd installed an elevator for a reason, hadn't they? Well, I mean, there's some people that aren't, you know, probably able to walk up the stairs anyway. And also, there's 3 floors here, actually. The bottom floor, the first floor, and the second floor, so I guess 2 floors, but still. Gosh. How could in-gamers be so insensitive? It'd be a shame not to put their hard work to use. The halls of the hotel were wide. It was easy enough for 2 people to pass through beside each other, though you and Baxter had to sidestep to make room for others occasionally. As you approached the end of the path where your rooms sat beside one another, Baxter withdrew his keycard and held it against the digital lock with a fluid and practiced motion. Would it be alright if we were to meet later this evening? It was a long drive, and I, at least, am in no rush to hurry off to the next activity. You waved your hand to dispel any concerns, both real and imagined. Sure, that's fine. I'll see you soon.
Excellent.
Take care, neighbor. He winked, laughing as he disappeared inside of his room and shut the door with a click. Tapping your card against the lock, he followed suit. Oh my gosh, first try? Wow, lucky. I always have to do like, oh, this is nice. We get our own balcony. It looks very cozy. It's got my vibes here. I like it. I like it. Just want to jump in that bed and go to sleep. So it kind of looks like, I'm not sure if it's like the angle. So it doesn't look like a really traditionally like square room. It looks like it's kind of like a trapezoid shape. He got that money. He do got that money. He's renting out a condo at 19. He's got the money. In California, too. Oh my gosh. In comparison to the hotel foyer, the room was cozier. Not by much, but it was much less grand in scale. One wall was laid precisely with wooden planks. At the center of the room, the headboard of the single king-size bed was situated by some nondescript painting. Oh my god, we got the whole bed to ourselves, too. I mean, there's still room if anybody wanted to share, but I don't know. I don't know if anybody would be up for it. It didn't seem cramped, in part because of the glass doors that led out onto a balcony, and because of the nearby windows, which meant more light came into the room. It was bright even without the lamps on. In the breeze of the quiet evening up in the mountains, the branches waved. Hello. Setting down your stuff, you started unpacking toiletries and clothes before searching for a plug at the nightstand for your phone charger. As you unpacked and the sun rays slipped further out of the room, it occurred to you that you also owed a call to your loved ones. A promise was a promise. You meant to call her earlier when you were checking in, but it slipped your mind in between everything. Liz was still waiting. It didn't take more than a couple of clicks through your contacts to pull Liz's number. She'd been one of the last people you were texting on your way up before the signal cut out in the first place. The phone rang for a second before your sister's voice came through the other line. There was an exaggeration to her tone, a sense of suspicion.
So?
Dae, this better be you and not some impersonator. I'm onto you, Ward, if that is in fact your real name. Liz, how am I even supposed to prove that? ᵍʰᵒⁿᵒⁿ! So this is what I get for calling? Come on, Liz, you know it's really me. Baxter wouldn't do that. Don't worry, Elizabeth. It's Dae, for sure, you said in a slave voice.
Don't worry, Lady Bricky, Dae for sure. It's me, can't you tell?
This is what I get for calling?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, absolutely. And since the actual Dae would complain about it, you're real. The bit of French there does have me skeptical, though. That sounds like Baxter to me. Omelette du fromage. Laughter bubbled up to the surface, with Liz joining in on her end. That was exactly what I wanted you to think. No more questions, Your Honor. There was no way of knowing for sure, but you were pretty confident she was rolling her eyes. Uh-huh. I'm not buying that you suddenly have the capacity for three-dimensional chess. Isn't 3D chess normal chess? Yeah, that's definitely you. What? What's that supposed to mean? What is that supposed to mean? Excuse me? Moving on. No, go back to that. Isn't 3D chess just regular chess? Okay, whatever. Moving on, I'm glad you got there safe and sound enough that you're keeping up with me. I still don't know about that Baxter guy. He's too formal and stiff for someone younger than me. But I guess he got you there in one piece. How's the lodge? It's pretty incredible. I had no idea they even had hotels like this. There was a huge chandelier in the giant lobby. Impressive doors and...
Why?
Gee, sounds ritzy. What kind of mountain lodge has a chandelier? This kind? At least you're getting put up somewhere nice. Do they give out sparkling water too? I don't know.
Your older sister listened with the intensity of someone still handling an interrogation. This will do. Just make sure to have some fun for the rest of us, alright? Take pictures. Mom already started asking why you haven't sent any. They want to see the inside of a car?
Right?
That's what I said. Just take a picture of Baxter driving every 5 minutes, and then send them all. The conversation trailed on longer, Liz weighing in on the speakerphone with what had been going on at home since you left. She mentioned that Cove stopped by at some point to drop something off from his dad, and told her to tell you that he said hi.
He can't call me himself.
God. Asshole. Eventually Liz tapered off, and at the mention of her own sleepiness, she helpfully reminded you to go and get some rest before adding that you needed to call her again tomorrow. The phone was promptly tossed aside in favor of preparing for the night. Then a gentle knock came at your door. Baxter, presumably. Baxter correctly, as he was the only person standing there in the doorway once you opened it. Hi, come in. Bowing his head as he stepped inside, he offered a thanks for being quick with the invitation instead of making him stand in the hallway. You came right on time. I just wrapped up with Liz. How lovely. I'm sure that she was relieved to have heard from you, alive and well. The curve of Baxter's smile widened while he took a quick look around your room. It couldn't be all that different from his own, but he regarded it as though it were.
So?
It appears that you settled in quite nicely. It's late, so I won't keep you, but I did want to discuss our plans for tomorrow. Feel free to enjoy yourself in the morning without worrying about accommodating me. It should be easy to explore the town if you want, but the lodge has amenities you could also try if you're interested. There is a gym around, I believe, along with a pool and a complimentary breakfast if you're up early enough for it. I never wake up early enough for the breakfast. I'll be frank with you. Whoever I'm with always has to give me the breakfast themselves because I don't know why, but it's like whenever I go to a hotel, I stay up a little bit later because you know it's a new environment. It's hard to fall asleep, but then once I fall asleep, I don't want to get out of bed.
It's like, I don't trust this hotel bed.
I love this hotel bed. So I never wake up in time for it.
Have to bring up like a pancake or a waffle. And a drink. Here's from the free breakfast. Thanks.
As for the afternoon, evening, and night, I'd be pleased if we could spend it together. Baxter's lips pressed together into a thin line as he looked away, lids falling with a sort of shame. He spoke out of the corner of his mouth after clearing his throat. My appearance requires some strict maintenance, and I take some time to get ready in the mornings. I can't force you to wait for me.
Why, you look ratchet in the morning? I mean, so do I.
I don't fix it. I just keep it as is. You can look a little messed up sometimes, Baxter. It's okay. You don't have to look prim and proper 24/7. It was understandable, so you nodded along with an agreement. It wasn't ever fun to be the person holding things up. And even though you came together, Baxter still might have needed some time to himself. You didn't always have to be in the same room. But how am I supposed to risk him if we're not in the same room 24/7? He readies his hair every morning, he do. I mean, his hair is dyed. And it's silver. I heard silver and like white's like the hardest hair of the hair dyes to like upkeep. I'm sure that's not exactly what... I'm sure he's not re-dyeing his hair in the hotel room, although... I don't know. But still, it does seem like it does require maintenance. Yeah, it is. He just wants to look good for us, you know? That's all that there is to it. He nervously ran a hand through his hair before a semblance of his Baxter Ward of patented confidence returned to his features.
I appreciate the understanding.
I thank you for your consideration. As for what we'll do with tomorrow, how would you feel about a hike? There's a lovely trail that starts directly from here. It loops up and around the forest at the back and then returns to us where we started. It's a bit of a longer path, so we could pack a lunch with us to take on the way. I can have it ordered and delivered ahead of time. That purple shampoo did wonders, though. It really did. Oh, you had silver hair before. Nice, nice. I have never dyed my hair, and I don't think I really have any intention of doing so. Just 'cause it's just not my thing. Personally, but I do like seeing other people's dyed hair. I think it always looks nice. I'm already getting grays. My hair's already... I'm dyeing my hair just slowly. I'm dyeing it gray. I think I had almost every color. Ooh. Get that achievement. Dye hair every color. You loved hiking, so you're more than on board with the plan. Hiking could be good, especially with the prospect of seeing some nice scenery. You didn't mind the suggestion. You're already out here after all. You didn't want to go, but you didn't want to be a downer on this trip. You weren't sure about going on a hike that long, but we're open to trying. Going on a hike with Baxter sounded pretty entertaining. I have been hiking once. I do want to dye it again, but my sister hates working on my hair because it's too thick.
Thin it out. And then dye it. Just be like, alright, then cut my hair then. Gosh.
Yeah, I can kind of understand that. I got thick hair too, so I'd probably be a nightmare to work with as well. She does every time.
Tell her to suck it up.
This bitch grows. That's, you know, the hair do that sometimes. It just be like that. But as for hiking, I've been hiking technically once. I guess technically multiple times. But like a true like hike, like on a hiking trail, I've been on once. And the walk up, I hated it. It was awful. It was basically just like walking upstairs on rocks and uneven ground. And I couldn't keep up with everybody. I was in the back. I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna fucking die. But then on the way back down, because it was going up a mountain, but then on the way back down, like once like the sun went down, I was like completely pitch black in the dark. I was thriving. I was like, you know, just like pretty much almost skipping down the trail, almost nearly tripping. But you know, it was fine. I was thriving. I felt pretty good afterward. So I think I like hiking in theory. I just don't like the climbing part of hiking. I like going on walks. I think that's what I'm trying to get at here. I don't like hiking. I like going on walks. But we are in the mountains, and we do have nice scenery, so that could be good. Let's do it. He smiled graciously. Baxter had his heart set on that outing. Clearly, he'd made his day by joining the adventure.
Goodbye for today.
Goodbye. I'll look forward to it then. With that, Baxter took his leave after offering a quiet goodnight.
So we're not sharing?
There are a few hours left before you had to be in bed, so you settled in for the first night of what continued to be a surreal experience. It was spent peacefully, and then you were drifting into an equally gentle dream. No TV? Can't watch shows before we go to bed? The sun peeked through the sheer curtains, the first part of the day to greet you as you woke in a sprawling bed that wasn't your own. The early bird catches the worm. It was time to get up. Maybe a few more minutes. Nothing urgent was happening, right? Your eyes hadn't even opened. Getting up early was for morning people. Yes. An hour or two or more passed before you considered leaving the safety of the sheets. Once you managed to unearth yourself from the blankets and wake up a bit, you went through your morning routine and considered the possibilities for the time that remained. Baxter wouldn't be meeting up with you until around the afternoon. Your growing stomach made the decision for you. The first thing on your agenda was getting at breakfast. What are y'all doing here? Breakfast. Fortunately, the employees at the hotel were the flexible sort when it came to when breakfast hours were. Food was still available when you arrived. Oh, hell yeah. By the time your hunger was sated, Baxter hadn't contacted you.
We didn't even get to see what to eat?
Okay, well, let's see. You headed back to your hotel room for some extra downtime. You walked out the hotel to see the entire building. You searched for the hotel's gym. You went to find where the pool was. You left the hotel and went to see what was nearby. Ooh, what should we do? So many options. So much exploring to do. I wonder if we're going to do them all. Or if it's just like one and done. Maybe a few of them. I don't want... We can't go back. We already had the downtime. We already slept in. So we could wander the hotel. We could search for the hotel's gym. Find the pool or leave the hotel to see what was nearby. Let's go find the pool. It didn't seem swimming would be a likely possibility up in the mountains, but you were glad that you brought your gear anyway. After making the trip to your room to get your things, you were able to find the pool. Oh, we are swimming. In retrospect, you didn't know how you missed it. The chlorine hit you before you even stepped into the room. Out before you stretched what looked like to be an Olympic-sized pool, its water sparkling with cleanliness. It wasn't in your best interest to go for a serious swim, having just eaten and about to go on a hike later that afternoon, so you waited around in the shallow end. By the time 11 rolled around, your phone hummed with a new text from Baxter. Well, we only got one, damn it! There's still so much to do around here.
Self-voicing enabled.
Fuck
Self-voicing disabled.
I am already self-voicing, thank you very much. It was written very politely. He was formal even over text.
Hello?
Good afternoon, Dae. I will be ready for our hike shortly. I hope the amenities were to your liking. It's been nice. See you soon. Wonderful. I've always enjoyed how responsive you are. I'll be ordering lunch in the interim. I thought sandwiches might suit our activities for the day. It should be easy to bring along and fine to eat cold. I would advise straying away from the paninis for that reason. I'll send along the menu shortly. Let me know what you'd prefer. Ooh, a menu. And some food. As promised, Baxter attached a perfectly formatted PDF with said options, which seemed increasingly more complex the lower you scrolled down the menu. There were options for next to everything. What bread, what fillings, what cheeses, what spreads. It was enough to make you forget what was available in a category as soon as you moved from one section to another. But you hastily made your decision with the seconds still ticking by and texted your order to Baxter, who replied with a blushy smiling emoji. I don't even get to pick. The game just does it for me. God. My sandwich. An excellent choice. I'll be waiting in the lobby for the delivery then. Make your way down there as soon as you're able. Take care. After sending off that last text, you hurried to rinse off and change before heading to your room. Good shoes were a must when it came to hikes, along with a full water bottle. With the weather and time of day being what it was, you hoped you might catch the last dregs of the cool morning air before the afternoon really set in. Once you were satisfied you had everything that you'd need, you returned to the front of the hotel. The lobby was as cavernously vacant as ever, so it wasn't hard to find the back of a distinct head of black and white hair near the fireplace with a bag of what were potentially sandwiches. Sandwiches! And you were certain it wasn't Baxter. It couldn't have been. Sure, his shoes were black. The pants were dark gray. He had a gray bag too, which all aired to the side of monochromatic, but the shirt. His shirt! What's his shirt? Show me. That man was wearing khaki? Baxter Ward, the monochrome rich bitch, is out here wearing khaki? It's not even black. It's not even white. It's not black or white. It's khaki. I thought that man would try everything in his power to wear some sort of bougie-ass shirt. But damn. Who are you? It was as if you'd found a cryptid in the flesh. You never thought you'd see the day where Baxter Ward was wearing a color that wasn't. Well, that he was wearing any color at all. Of course, you knew it wasn't actually a stranger with the same unique hairstyle and his body type, but it was hard not to joke about it. Baxter turned at the sound of your footsteps. Ah, Dae. He grinned, jaw tense. He's like, don't say it. Don't fucking say it. Baxter probably would have been more comfortable trotting around the lobby in nothing more than his presumably black and white underwear. He was the guy that described skinny dipping as invigorating, after all. Hi, do you need a change? Beige wasn't as shell-shocking as something that was, say, highlighter yellow, but on Baxter it might as well have been. He took a deep breath. A very deep breath. With his eyes closed and his hand unintentionally tightening its grip around the bag, his answer finally came out in the same exhale. I only brought one shirt that was suitable for a hike with me on this trip. I'd been certain I wouldn't need more than that. He looked away, hand brushing through his hair again as he worked to find the words. After you left, I found this among my things. Baxter grimaced. He looked at the aired shirt as if he'd been hit with a splash from a mud puddle. And regrettably, I did not find anything else. This is the shirt I brought for outdoor activities. The fates would have it that I only found out when there was no time to run out and get a replacement. Thus, leaving me with a few remaining options. A formal button-down, one of my designer tops, silk pajamas, or... He gestured to the khaki shirt with both finality and defeat. So you own it? You didn't steal it? Baxter shook his head empathetically. The light in his eyes betrayed his expression with some delight that at least you found his misfortune entertaining enough to prod at.
Never.
No, I suppose I must have accidentally stolen it from a roommate. I don't know who else would own a khaki button-down other than that prep. My memories of the final pack at dawn before I set out to California are hazy, to say the least. I believed at the time that I took a pale gray sturdy cotton shirt for occasions like this. The little lighting in my waning focus in the moment betrayed me. Sighing, he straightened the thieved attire. If he was going to be unpresentable, it should at least be decently so. The sandwich bag fell against his hip as his eyes met yours. I must ask if you keep this a secret, Dae. Take a pic. Take a picture. Send it to everybody. Look at him. Look at him. He's wearing khaki. Put it in the history books. Consider it capped. I'll take it to the grave, Baxter. Sure, but just, I'll be saving this info as blackmail. He shrugged non-committally in reply. Come on, it's not that bad. You look good. Man, beige really isn't your color, huh? Admitting to theft with your own mouth? You could get arrested for that, you said jokingly. Jail. Jail for Baxter. Not for the theft, but for wearing khaki.
I know. I don't know if I should be nice or if I should be cheeky. I do love me a blackmail. Now let's see. He snorted, though the tension in his forehead relaxed at the suggestion. At least you're considerate enough to call it blackmail. As unhappy with his predicament as he was, there was something undeniably sweet about the fact he hurried to make it at the risk of keeping you waiting. The collar of his shirt was crumpled and parts of it were wrinkled, likely from the hasty packing after he finally discovered the horrible mistake. The latter couldn't be fixed without an iron, but at least the collar could be smoothed over. You reached out instinctively to fix it. Oh! Incidentally brushing gently against the side of his neck as you straightened out the crease. Oh my god. Up close and personal. Pale skin flushed with sudden warmth, pinking as your fingertips fell against the hollow of his throat. His Adam's apple bobbed, his breath hitching in his throat. His embarrassment managed to ease into laughter. Baxter covered his mouth to stifle the chuckles that echoed through the empty foyer. You tried your best to keep from cackling any more than you already did at his poor beige influenced expense. Wow. Regardless of what color I may be wearing, beige. He raised an eyebrow before directing a pair of rolled eyes your way. Right. We should still be able to continue with our plans. It isn't as though anyone will see me in public like this. Who will the trees tell? Nobody, but remember, I'll always know what happened.
No.
Contrary to belief, my ego will endure. Besides what? He turned to face you, then, as the first genuine smile you'd seen out of him all day curved on his lips. His free hand fell solemnly on your shoulder by comparison and gave it a gentle squeeze. No one will ever believe you. Gall, this man. Shaking your head, you adjusted the straps of your bag on your shoulders. Okay, if you're done. Baxter gave you a world weird glance, as if to say he was already greatly limiting how much he could have gone on about it. We can head on out. Let's. He packed away the sandwiches into the bigger, properly gray bag, truly ending his lament about the state of his attire. Once he was certain the food was not liable to be flattened, Baxter suggested for you to follow him out of the hotel and onto the nearby trailhead behind the building. Oh my god, this is gorgeous. Oh my god, I'm in my element here. It's like I'm back home. I need to take note of this when I'm looking up references later for things. The path initially was paved and clearly marked. As you continued at a leisurely pace, it eventually narrowed into a larger swath of evergreen trees and beaten ground. The mountain air was sharper than the sea breeze you were so used to. Instead of salt, you could smell pine in between the wafts of liberally applied sunscreen. With a pleasant breeze and a coolness drawn from a stream, the weather was more than ideal for a hike. Tree boughs provided cover too, hiding you both from the high afternoon sun. Foliage rustled at your feet as your shoes kicked up the fallen turf. The path wasn't big enough for you to walk side by side, so Baxter took the front. After some prolonged silence, he spoke up.
Perfect.
I am glad that this trail matches what I saw online. It seemed like an easy hike as it lacks steep inclines. The path ahead is clear. Yeah, it's been nice so far. Well, that's too bad. A more invigorating trail would have been great. What a relief. I was worried you were going to pick something harder. But that's not really a hike. It's more of a scenic stroll. You know, I'm happy for an easy trail. You sighed, disappointed that it wasn't a more challenging trek. I'm very happy. I don't want any inclines, thank you. It's been nice so far. And the company makes us all the more charming. You're looking pretty comfortable on the trail. Do you hike a lot? He turned his gaze up to the tree canopy, considering the question for a moment as leaves crunched underfoot and the path sloped uphill. I don't go often, but I am quite used to it if that is the question. I am not sure if I'd consider it among my personal hobbies, but I'm not averse to it. I welcome the opportunity, in fact, when it is available. There's a lot of sense you've got a hiking shirt and everything. That's shocking. Are you sure you're really Baxter? You said teasingly. Me too. It's cool we have that in common. Huh, I honestly wouldn't have figured that. You gave him a supportive thumbs up in reply. You've got a hiking shirt and everything, even if you accidentally left it behind. Baxter hummed along, content that you understood where he was coming from. Though I would not call myself a mountaineer proper. He chuckled, stopping in place at a partial ascent. Baxter glanced over his shoulder at you and watched for any signs of difficulty with your footing. I may be fit to impress on a day hike similar to this, but I knew some people who truly could call themselves wilderness aficionados. The types that you could see in a reality survival show, I'd wager, in the Alaskan wilds, fighting a bear for salmon. I'm throwing hands. Who is that? Jack, don't you recognize him?
It's Baxter. He's wearing khaki. Listen, I know the khaki. I know we can only look at the khaki, but it's still Baxter. I swear. He's still got the black and white hair. Nope, I don't know. I don't know who that is. I'll be honest with you, I've never seen this man. This man could be walking down the street. I want to know who he is. It's him, I swear. At least I think, unless the double game. So much I can't speak anymore. The ruler was too stunned to speak at this stranger in front of them. With his khaki shirt. You paint such beautiful pictures with your words. Thank you. I'm speaking of the Murrays, the parents and their 2 teens who would regularly go on backpacking trips that would last days, and they'd sleep outside in the middle of the woods.
Certainly.
What's more, they enjoyed rappelling down cliff sides. Certainly, they had safety gear, but I can't fathom willingly going to such degrees. Or rather, it might be more apt to say that I can't imagine surviving them. Baxter continued on about some of the Murrays' exploits and a little of his own reservations about anything else under the sun, including scuba diving. They had plenty to say about that between Mr. Horn's entire business and living so close to the ocean. But it wasn't long before you decided to stop for lunch. It'd already been a few hours since you had breakfast, and Baxter hadn't eaten anything yet for the day. What the heck? You didn't eat anything, and you went on a hike? Fuck's wrong with you? I thought you were an expert here, damn. You definitely aren't Baxter. Or maybe you are Baxter, since you didn't know that. There weren't picnic tables along the path, so the task fell to you to find somewhere to take a break. It happened to be the case that you saw a nice and sunny spot with some nice flat rocks first. How about we take lunch break over there? Following your raised arm, Baxter eventually nodded in agreement. The 2 of you headed over to the stones and shrugged off your packs. After digging through the bag's contents, he produced the 2 sandwiches and handed over yours. The sound of crinkling beeswax paper unwrapping around announced the start of lunch. My family went to the Redwoods when I was a kid. Have you been? Baxter shook his head, taking another bite of his meal as he bid you to continue. We went in an RV with the Holdens and had sandwiches then too, but a bird stole Mr. Holden's and he chased after that bird like it was his last meal.
Really?
Really now? Mom tried to tell him that we had literally 1,000 ingredients to make more, but he was so sure he could get it, so he kept chasing after it and... The story trailed on longer than you'd intended, but Baxter was interested every step of the way. While stuffing your face, keeping up a conversation fell off the list of priorities. Baxter followed your lead and dedicated himself to his own sandwich. Real silence was avoided thanks to the delightful world around you. The ambiance of the rustle of leaves, the bubbling of water. Even a small songbird flitted by overhead before landing on a nearby branch. It seemed to stare directly at you and chirped, "What's my sandwich?" Hi, Equal. Hi. How are you today? Hope you're doing well. We're just here on a little mountain adventure with Baxter, who is wearing khaki. If you are not aware, this man only wears black and white things. He's not supposed to wear khaki. I'm doing okay. That's good. Okay is always good. But this bird's about to steal my sandwich. I feel it in my bones. It was so picturesque that it belonged on a postcard. For the mundane activity of eating lunch, it was almost too much. Could one be overly serene? I can't believe we're really here. Why are you and I eating sandwiches on the middle of a mountain? How did we get here? Thanks for letting me come with you. I'm really glad we're here. This is kind of weird, right? You silently reflected on what had happened. Why are we? Baxter snorted and finished chewing the final bite. What's life without some variety? Then he wiped his fingers on a paper napkin. He had been certain to pack those.
I get it.
Doesn't wipe it on his pants like Cove does. But yes, this is going a bit far, even for me, yet I believe that's what makes it enjoyable. Perhaps I am being fanciful, but this feels almost dreamlike. Huh. You understood where he was coming from. Up on this mountain, your everyday life felt so far away. It was far away. You traveled for miles to be here. This time you both were far from home and in the middle of the unfamiliar. It was nature's domain, untamed in a different way than your experiences with the ocean. I know what you mean. Baxter reached out and grabbed a leaf from the ground, twirling it around with his fingers. Exactly. As you worked on finishing your own lunch, a heavy weight dropped on your shoulder. After a beat, you realized it was just Baxter leaning on you, apparently having finished lunch and making himself comfortable. Oh my god, when he leans on you. His eyes were closed, dark lashes especially apparent against his cheekbones, and lips parting softly with quiet breaths. For a second, you wondered if he fell asleep again until he spoke up, as if already aware of the fact that you wanted to ask. This is nice. It wasn't much of an answer, though he did crack an eye open to look up at you from his perch. Yeah, it is. I say it with like a mouthful of sandwich, like, yeah, it is. Nom 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 nom. He closed his eye again, this time bearing his cheek a little closer into the hollow between your shoulder and your... Oh my god. He's getting... He's getting bold. He's getting up close and personal. Are you tired? Baxter considered the suggestion for a second, then nodded slowly against your shoulder. If it'll let me stay a while, yes. Alright. You're welcome. The forests in Oregon have different foliage. At least 60% of the plants growing here only exist in this climate. Oh, really? Is that true? Are you lying? That doesn't sound real. No way. How interesting. You listened without saying anything. Oh, really? How did Baxter happen to have that fact memorized? Maybe he'd studied before this trip? Although, with him, it was not outside the realm of possibility that he knew beforehand just cuz. Baxter's expression twitched. If that wasn't suspicious, then at least 60% of your observational power was wrong. Under your scrutiny, he shrugged and finally answered your question. No. He grinned like the Cheshire Cat, self-satisfied and smug. His eyes glittered with amusement. I entirely made that up off the top of my head. You liar! And for what? Although since I truly know nothing about California wildlife, it may reflect reality after all. Probably not. But I can't rule it out completely. Baxter. You left it as nonsense. He was so blunt about it. At your mirth, his grin grew wider and he regaled you with other fake nature facts. You spoke about the California mountain hare, the only North American rodent that ate a large diet of bees. It was entirely made up by a man who normally dressed in monochrome. I wonder who this man is. But the meal was over by that point, and you did not have a trek ahead before you could return to the hotel. Baxter separated himself from your shoulder, perky as ever. Trash and scraps were thrown into the delivery bag. Baxter stuffed it into his normal bag. Good. Leave no trace. Yep. Looks like we got everything. They do say to leave it better than you found it. The area, I mean. With everything stowed away, the two of you slid off the rock and rejoined the path. Imagine we see, like, a cryptid in the background, like Bigfoot. I don't see any. Unfortunately. Oh, I didn't realize that the lighting was moving. It's not a still image. Wow. A little bit of animation. Hell yeah. Both you and Baxter were fully recharged from the lunch break. You continued the hike steadily, keeping a good pace. Without warning, Baxter rooted himself in the middle of the path. Oh, look at that. He jerked his head and you followed his gaze. Further out on his side of the trail was the stream, flowing swiftly. But you immediately knew what part of the scene caught his attention. Laying across the banks, a tree had fallen to create a natural bridge. You stepped around him to get a better vantage point. The trunk had to be 3 feet thick and covered in vibrant green moss. Leaves had long fallen from the few remaining branches. Baxter's bright eyes stayed on it, and he grinned all the while. Exciting. Wait a minute, please. I need to walk across that. It's too perfect to simply pass on by. He took a large step and promptly left the path. A twig snapped. Wait, what? Oh my god, he left at his plan. You shouldn't leave the trail. Yes, I want to do that too. You followed after him. You stood in display. I'm going to. I ain't a coward. Walking off the path made you infinitely glad that you weren't wearing flip-flops today. There was brush blocking the way everywhere. You chose to mimic most of Baxter's movements. Despite his excitement, he still paid attention to where he put his feet. You dodged what could have been poison ivy and then had to limbo under a low-hanging branch between a couple of saplings. Baxter snagged his shirt on a thorn. Oh no, not your khaki shirt! Oh, thank you, Shaggy, for the sippy sippy. I don't have a sippy sippy with me, so I'm gonna have to go run and get one. So I will be right back. So just give me like a 1 minute, please. Thank you. Alright, so I'll be right back. Y'all behave. Because as you know, PB is still watching. One more before I go.
back. Guys, thank you, Shaggy. Thank you so much for plugging in the Discord and the Twitter. I thank you very much. And also, here's the sippy sippy. I am hydrated now. And since we're in an ad break, I'm gonna eat a roll. I got me some Hawaiian rolls. I'm not particularly hungry, but I don't know. These rolls are just so addicting to eat.
I have 40 seconds. I can't eat that fast.
I got like 2 more bites. I do have a second roll, but I'll save it.
I just love bread. I love bread so much. It's so delicious.
I just noticed that Twitch has started doing this thing where it lets you know that there's an ad break in progress in your chat. Like, it's only visible to me, but I can see that now. It's just kind of, I like that. It's helpful. So if I had this open on OBS, I would know that there's an ad break, so I don't have to, like, look over. That's pretty nice. I like that. Alright. Hold on. You carefully unhooked the fabric and saved it from tearing. Baxter craned his neck to inspect the shirt, visibly relieved that it was undamaged. Oh, no.
Yeah, not your khaki, Baxter. Gosh.
Glad to hear it.
Oh, I'm glad you decided to come with me on this fortuitous adventure. Finally, he skipped over some stones and then squeezed himself between a group of thick bushes. His efforts were surprisingly graceful. You clambered on the rocks behind him and took a moment to assess the brushes yourself. Going all the way around would be a hassle. Oh my god. There was a small gap under one of the bushes, but unless you were prepared to crawl, you didn't think you'd fit. You followed Baxter's path, lightly bending a few branches out of your way. You got through it without any scratches. Now through the gauntlet, catching up with Baxter was easy. This close to the stream bank, it was mostly more stone and short grasses. Oh, he's so determined. Yay, free from jail. What happened? I took a sip of tea and I ate some bread. Endgame. We left the hiking trail, which you're definitely not supposed to do when you go hiking. That's a good way to get lost. Or worse. No, I mean second bread. I should say roll. Bread kind of gives a different image. And it'll be delicious. Okay. Baxter solidly placed a foot on one of the trunk suspended over it. He tested his weight, then rocked his heel to shake the bridge. The tree gave no sign of giving under pressure. No matter what he did, it wasn't budging.
Excellent.
Excellent. Second excellent of the stream. The safety check complete. OSHA approved. He gingerly lifted his other foot and stood fully on the collapsed trunk. Even if it was stuck, the wood had to be slick. Wet and round weren't an ideal combination. Your forehead crinkled. Baxter showed no concern over that, and walked further along an inch at a time until he was above the water. Wrong move, and he'd be in that river. This could only go so well. Let me up. Even with you jumping on it, it was unmoved by soft human bodies. He went across the stream with his arms out in light steps, heel toe, heel toe. It was almost like he was floating on air. His movement smooth and assured. You weren't having any trouble either. You were unsteady on your feet, but managing to remain upright. You were wobbling wildly. Ooh. I'm wobbling. Right, save. Alright. I'm a little jerky. Listen, I got these big hands here. They're kind of toppling me over sometimes if I move too fast.
Your stomach jerked as your unsteady stance threatened to hold you fully accountable to gravity. You snapped out your arms wide and flailing as you finished another step. It was not as easy as Baxter made it appear. Creeping along, you couldn't tell whether to look down or forward. Was looking ahead better for keeping your balance? But the log beneath you was uneven. When you stepped on a particularly large patch of moss, it squished under your feet. Sidestepping like a crab held, but you still weren't safe. You switched it back to coughing Baxter and gritting your teeth through your tilting. You made it to the center of the tree, right over the heart of the stream. Unfortunately, this was where the wood was at its slickest. Ooh, we're gonna fall. We're about to die. Ah! You shrieked as you barreled over. There was nothing to grab, and your shoes were losing traction on the moist tree. Baxter twisted on his heels at your panic. He saw you tipping to the side. You caught the alarm in his face before your attention shot to the water below you. His hands were on your shoulders in an instant. Baxter gritted his teeth and his hands shook even as his stance was stable. You were both at risk of going over this. No, just leave me. It's okay. Just let me go, Baxter. Just let me go. I'll survive. You hurry to steady yourself. It's okay. Let me go. Yeah, exactly. You snatched onto his arm and the security he provided. Oh my god. The drama. The thrill of adventure is here. It's okay. Let me go. You nodded at him and he slowly released his hold on you. You let out a shaky sigh when you gained your balance. Baxter remained uneasy from your near fall and properly offered a hand for you to take. Give me it! Squeeze it tight. I am quite grateful for my impeccable balance in cases like this. How often can you really get into situations like this? Oh, you'd be surprised. Oh my god, Baxter. How often do you do this? Do you do this with other bears? Suddenly there was a splash in the stream below. A ripple spread across the water, but the cause of it remained a mystery. There was nothing to be seen. Baxter resorted his attention to the log. He tapped on the trunk, kicking off a loose remnant of bark. Do you think it was the phone? Do you think we lost our phone in the river? That'd be funny and quirky. We don't actually need to go all the way across. Nothing particularly enthralling is over there. I've enjoyed our little tries very much, but I believe this is the curtain call. Alright. You were grateful you wouldn't have to go any further. You led the charge off at the tree, as best as you could anyway. Baxter's hand warming yours. You both kept each other grounded until you actually reached the ground. As a joke, you pretended to kiss the ground. Thank goodness we didn't fall. That wasn't so bad. That was magical. Next time I get to pick the off-trail adventure. It's my turn. The wind blew through the leaves, a promise of further hidden spots to be found. Well, I eagerly await you following your lead. You nodded, secretly wondering what else could be on this mountain that could compete with that view. A big rock? A never-before-seen animal? Bigfoot? You'd keep your senses sharp. Back to the trail. You nodded and started squeezing your way past the vegetation in your way. Baxter followed you for a change. Finally, the path was under your feet. It sure was faster than trekking directly through the overgrowth. On we go! As your hike resumed, Baxter's jaunty attitude stood out. This entire trip, he had seemed different, more lighthearted. Usually when he was in a playful mood, it was more teasing. He was still very controlled. But out here, now, it wasn't the same. Maybe because he was in the middle of nowhere, he felt extra free. Or maybe it was because he'd already broken character with his unintentionally stolen shirt. Wow, kid, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you, thank you. Sup, raid, sup, raid. How's it going, everybody? Welcome. Hope you're doing well. How was stream? I saw you were playing some, I believe, some Fortnite with a bunch of people. I saw Puppet, I saw Fox, I saw Baron, saw Kira. I saw some people I was not familiar with. Oh, look, you guys are having a good time. But yeah, for those of you that don't know me, my name is Dae Ursa. I am a bear PNG tuber. I stream typically Monday through Friday in the evenings, EST. And I play a variety of video games. And today we're playing a visual novel called Our Life, Beginnings and Always. And we're on a little nature walk with our bud Baxter Ward here, who we're trying to rizz up. We're trying to worm our way into his heart. Because it is like a romance game. Well, it can be. It could be like platonic or romance, but we're going for the romance here. So yeah, if you need a raid and dash, if you need a go get something to eat, go get some sleep, go get a drink of water, feel free to do so. I hope y'all have a good rest of your day. For those of you that are not sticking around, and for those of you that you are, I hope y'all enjoy the rest of your time here. Welcome, welcome. Take a little sip before we go, but yeah. Oh, almost forgot.
No.
You got this.
No,
You
you
got this.
can't. Nope.
Take her jacket.
Wait, did I actually lose you?
Honey.
Oh, nice one. Alright, where are the rest of you?
Can't believe Ash.
What the hell are you?
Ash is working.
I see that! I see that! What the fuck?
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Jesus
my
Christ. There's a
Nothing
giant
to see
jellyfish.
here.
I can't hit you. Oh wait, no, there we go.
Just a
What
giant.
the fuck? It's so hard to hit
What
your
even
hitbox.
is
You
that
have a
from?
really weird hitbox. I don't know. I think it's the
issue.
window. No, the skill box, the hitbox is fucking jank.
Yeah,
It is.
skill
Damn
issue.
it,
Oh
Pat.
my god. No.
Got her. Oh shit.
Well, yeah, for those of you that are not following Kit, I'd advise you to check them out. They are pretty cool, pretty funny. We started updating some emotes to the new model and then played Fortnite for a while. Nice, nice. I like the new emotes. I like the gun. I like how she says this. Yes. Space K41, yes. You will say yes. Yeah, they look good. Nice, nice. Well, I'm glad y'all seem to have had a fun time. And I hope y'all will continue to have a fun time here. Yeah, thank you once again for the raid. Gosh, I almost forgot. I've noticed I've been doing that a lot. If I get multiple raids, I only remember to shout out one person, and then I won't. And then later I'm like, damn it, I'd forgotten. I'm such an asshole. But I remembered. I did it this time. I pat myself on the back. But yeah. Without further ado, let's go ahead and continue through our hike. Let's see if we get mauled by a bear. Me? Maybe. Or, and this was the strangest possibility to consider, maybe it was entirely normal for him to act like this and you didn't know. Every chance you got, you kept your eyes peeled for another off-trail adventure to show Baxter. They made you observant, and you pointed out several different birds and the disappearing tail of a snake. Ooh, what kind of snake? Grab it. How about that? What? Follow me. Baxter obeyed as you blazed the way to a small clearing. The grass was relatively short and the space was open. Look at that view. You directed him to the sunset, brilliant and blazing. From here, the sky seemed so close. The bright orange faded into a burnt red. Purple clouds, the color of wisteria, swirled around the edges. Breathtaking. I thought so. Together you enjoyed the scene before slipping back onto the path, now with a renewed sense of wonder. It was well into the evening when you caught sight of the hotel. Ah, we've arrived.
To be honest.
Honestly, I am having many regrets. His tone was light and jokey, but there was something boldly truthful to his words. What's your regrets? Tell me. I should have reserved the rooms for much longer. Everything is ending much too soon for my taste. He rubbed a hand through his hair, exhaustedly swooping it back into place. However, at this point, there is no helping it. Yeah, I mean, couldn't you, like, extend your stay? Just ask. Just be like, I want to extend my stay. For 2 weeks. Just keep walking up the hiking trail. You return to the warm lights of the lobby. The plush red carpet, squished in a strangely decadent way compared to how gross you felt from tromping around the woods all day. Baxter halted you mid-stride with a question. What are your plans now? You hadn't thought that far, but Baxter didn't pause long enough for you to answer. If you are willing, we could eat dinner together. For example, I have heard the room service here is divine. We could also go somewhere else, but I'd require a few minutes to change. Why, so you don't want to wear your khaki anymore? Your khaki shirt? Room service is fine. I've always wanted to get some room service. I don't mind hiding away from the public with you. You gave him a thumbs up. He shrugged. Yes, let's hide away together. You discovered my evil plan. He sighed dramatically as he chuckled at his fake shame. I should have expected you'd figure me out. My true desire is returning to the room and relaxing rather than cleaning up at this hour of the night. No worries, I'm not judging.
That's wonderful.
I appreciate it. Now once we order food, then tonight will be perfect. Perhaps I'll have a salad. I swear it's not because we have been surrounded by leaves all day. Your stomach gurgled at the mention of food. The new plan was just in time, and he headed straight up to Baxter's room. He led the way to his suite like the hotel was the back of his hand, though it was a simple layout. But under his confident guidance, you reached the destination and he dropped your bags on the floor, the carpet muffled with the thump. Baxter spread his now free arms widely to welcome you in. Please take a seat wherever you'd like. Baxter moved towards the nightstand and scrounged up a pamphlet on hotel services. He sat down at the side table. Baxter flipped through the booklet until he spied the menu. Found it. He joined you around the table and placed the menu down so both of you could read it. At a glance, most of the options were classic comfort foods. They matched the cabin in the woods aesthetic that the hotel was going for. However, it also had a sprinkling of more high-end options to cater to a certain set of its clientele. It couldn't be stated how weird the concept of getting lobster in a hotel was. I was trying to think, what even is like a more high-end food? And the first thing I thought it was caviar. That was it. It's like, such as some fish eggs, but yeah, I forget that seafood is pretty expensive. I don't have seafood often, so I don't remember. But yeah, I guess lobster would be like the first thing you think of when you think of expensive foods.
Gold-plated chicken nuggets.
That's my kind of expensive food.
Chicken nuggets. With the chicken strips.
Wait, no, that's not the meme.
Chicken strips with the mac and cheese. Ah!
All entrees came with a seasonal veggies and a homemade roll. In addition, you could also pick a side of mashed potatoes, fries, French onion soup, or a salad.
Mashed potatoes. I love mashed potatoes. They got gravy too.
Baxter was hemming and hawing as he did when spoiled for choice. You could only hope it wouldn't be as much of a struggle for him as choosing which ice cream to get. You considered the options for yourself and decided on ooh, a full-size salad, a shepherd's pie. That could be good. I like shepherd's pie. Pot roast, lobster, an oyster and scallop platter. A grilled cheese sandwich and tomatoes too. Wow, after all of these.
A grilled cheese sandwich, please.
Turkey with gravy. A gnocchi bowl. I love gnocchi. That's high on the list here for me to pick from. Lasagna, lasagna, the steelhead trout, prime rib, steak, risotto, bolognese. Bolognese, that's like a pasta with meat in it, right? Let me look it up. Bolognese. That's a dog breed. What? Not the dog breed. It's not dog spaghetti, is it? No. Please. Say it ain't so. Okay, it is. Yeah, that's pretty much what I thought it was, but what? Can I see a picture of a gnocchi bowl? I've had gnocchi soup before, but not a gnocchi bowl. What does that look like? Let me see. Ah, okay. That's not what I imagined it to be. So it's kind of like it has the gnocchi, and then it has like tomatoes, mushrooms, and like it's like a salad with gnocchi in it. I mean, this is healthy bowl. Is there an unhealthy bowl? This one has like gnocchi with like in a bread bowl with cheese. Now that's more up my alley. I'll tell you what. See, I don't want healthy stuff. I want stuff that's gonna clog my arteries. That's the true way to eat. Now I'm just gonna go for it. As for the side, you picked your favorite of the list. Mashed potatoes. There's nothing standing out on the menu for me, but that makes it easy. I'll get the risotto and a side salad. So you're getting your bowl of leaves after all. I am indeed. Baxter confirmed your order again, as well as repeating his own before swanning over to the room phone. He dialed room service and placed the order promptly. I've never gotten room service before in a hotel. It never really seemed like an option, I guess, when I would be on vacation. It was either, if you wanted to eat, you had to go out, pretty much. But though, I guess, maybe room service is like a bit more expensive than just going out to a regular restaurant, but I don't know. It's just, but like, the vibes, the atmosphere of room service. I want to experience it just once. As long as they got chicken nuggets, I'll be fine. We love chicken nuggets. Okay. Or a gnocchi bowl. I mean, I'll take the gnocchi bowl, too. Okay, yes, I read that. Yes, thank you. Goodbye. He hung up the call and sat down on the corner of the bed. He tapped his fingers on his leg. All that was left was to wait. You decided to spend the time cooling down from the hike and cleaned up a bit. Baxter cranked up the AC and washed his face with a damp towel. You collected a bucket of ice from the hallway ice machine and treated yourself to some crisp water. Refreshing. About 30 minutes after the order was put in, a knock rattled at the door. Baxter volunteered to go get it. Hello. He opened the door and let in a waiting staff member. The employee rolled in a cart carrying literal silver platters. They set out the food on the table before you.
Please enjoy your dinner. Let us know if you need anything else.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Privately, you were impressed by the fanciness of the presentation. The staff member made their farewells, leaving you to your meal. You reconvened around the table once more. Wow. This food comes from the restaurant in the hotel. It's not a small operation preparing it. Oh? Chatting and chewing happened in turns. The topic inevitably came to your preferences for food. Ooh, are we in the same room finally? Yes, we're having dinner together. We got room service, Jack.
I've never gotten room service. They did not have chicken nuggets, unfortunately. I got a gnocchi bowl, though. So I guess that shall do.
Ayo, ayo. Oh man. Oh no, food coma. I guess I'll just sleep here. Everyone always talks about fries and ice cream going together well, but honestly they're missing out on the obvious. Fries and whipped cream are even better. It's still the sweet and salty combination, but you don't have to deal with cold fries. That wasn't even the first strange food he brought to the conversation. He started off with something innocuous and then slipped in an oddity to watch your reaction. How many were real and how much fell into the realm of the 60% unique plants, i.e. complete and utter nonsense? Gross. I'll have to try it. Have you ever thought of trying fries with pies, you teased? You did not comment. Ooh, a fry pie? You don't think I'm being serious? No, you didn't think he was serious. It takes a lot more to find good flavor combinations than rhyming. If it worked like that, then nothing would ever go well with oranges.
Sure, Baxter. Whatever you say.
After many food admissions that made Baxter either the king of weird taste buds or a rating jester, dinner came to an end. Oh, there was... I don't think this is a weird food combination, but then again, I think everybody that says, oh, this isn't a weird food combination and proceeds to say the combination, it is a weird combination. But, apparently not a lot of people eat fries with mayonnaise, and I love having fries with mayonnaise. But I guess it's not that common, because the other day I was eating out with my brother and my mom, and he had mayonnaise for his sandwich, but he wasn't using all of it, and he was teasing me because I had, like, wings and fries. He was like, you want mayonnaise for your dinner? And I was like, oh yeah, if you're not using it. And he was like, oh, I didn't think you'd actually answer seriously. He's like, yeah. My friend from Brazil loves mayo. Yeah, mayo is good. I love mayo. Sometimes I prefer that over ranch when dipping my fries into it. It's like, I always forget. He will eat that with literally everything. I don't know if I'd be the same way, but I do like it with fries. That is good. Sometimes I'll eat both, like, on my chicken as well. Did like a little dip it, like a little dipping sauce. It's pretty good. It makes me happy. I think I learned about the combination from, like, some woman on YouTube who, like, mentioned it randomly in a blog, and I was like, huh, interesting. It just, like, sparked something in my head, and I tried it, and I haven't gone back since. I love mayonnaise.
Fucking mouse. Get down here. I don't want to see it.
Okay, after many food omissions that made Baxter either the king of weird taste buds or a reigning jester, dinner came to an end. When he glanced at the clock, he found that it was later than you ever would have guessed. It's been a long day. Sitting back in your chair, you stretch your arms up. Your legs were feeling the effects of... Oh my god, what... Every time I think I've escaped the big words, they put in another one at me. Traipsing uphill for miles. I all bubbled up when your phone rang. Who'd be calling you at this time? She's called the police. Our sister has called the police. We forgot to call her. You pulled out your phone to check if it was anything that mattered or a spam call. Liz's name showed on the screen. Right. Of course your sister wouldn't wait any longer for the mandatory check-in. You were late. At least she hadn't jumped straight to the police.
In that case...
You're welcome to answer that if you'd like. I can give you privacy. No, it's my sister. You don't have to go anywhere. You tap the screen to answer the call and put it on speaker. That way both of you could say hello. Hey, Liz.
Hey.
Surprise check-in day. Are you still alive? Did that Victorian era emo man give you any trouble? Oh my god, Liz. He is right here. Liz is on speaker. He coughed violently at that opener. He left hysterically. He's not a Victorian era emo man. Victorian emo men don't exist. Yes, I live. Hey, Liz! Your jaw dropped open. You turned to Baxter in frantic panic. How would he take Liz's colorful description? Oh. She paused. The so-called Victorian era emo man filled the growing awkward silence. Baxter was already leaning on the table with his elbows propped up on the counter. Now he lazily rested his chin on one of his fists. That's certainly a unique description. I can't say I ever heard of the likes of it before.
So what?
I stand by it. Hello to you, Baxter. I'm making sure that everything is well with my little sibling. You understand? I do, completely. Fine. So again, what are you doing? We just had room service for dinner. Sheesh, lucky. I had to make my own dinner, like a peasant. Sorry, you'll survive.
Rude.
What is this? Your let them eat cake moment? Despite Liz's retort, you could hear her muffle a cackle. Maybe I don't want to survive. I want to thrive. Not my problem. The two of you went back and forth a while longer while Baxter watched with increasing entertainment. Anyways, clearly you're still breathing, so I'll let you go.
Bye.
See you tomorrow, kiddo. Bye, Liz. See you then. Take care. I will. Make sure you take care of them. On that slightly threatening note, Liz hung up. Baxter's lips twitched upwards. Your family is charmingly protective, not positive. I realize that more and more every day. They're the best. I'm sorry about Liz's comment. Protective, more like annoying. I'm glad you're willing to put up with it. They're usually not like this. It's just unusual circumstances. That's right, and you shouldn't forget it. I'm glad you're willing to be putting up with it so far and being a good sport. That's not a problem. I am nearly a stranger, and I cannot deny that I'm imposing a great deal on your free hours. It's good to be cautious. You're not imposing. Oh, the sad music's playing too. No. You're a friend.
Honestly.
And truly, I do like your family. At least as much as I can from the little we've interacted. Speaking of, he lifted his head and his hand fell under his chin instead. He furrowed his brow. In general, I would never dare to be this presumptuous, but I cannot deny that I am deeply curious about you as a person. So I'll venture to ask if you'd be willing to share more about your family history. Like, what, my medical records? Like, oh. It made sense. Your family wasn't a mother and father who had children born to them. You knew that much. There are more ways than one that you all could have come together. You didn't remember ever explaining anything to him. I don't really want to talk about that. That's fine. I don't mind talking about it. You shook your head. Let's talk about it. Let's have a conversation. There's nothing to hide. Oop! He wants to know. Tell me everything. From your first ancestor back in 1100 BC to now, tell me. You could at least give him the highlights. Baxter humored many of your questions about him. Getting to know each other better was a two-way street. I'm adopted, and Liz is too. We're from different places, and we're adopted at different times. We weren't even born in the same country. It's amazing that we met each other at all. But we both were really young. We spent almost our entire lives together.
I see.
Yes. Well, it's fantastic how you've made your own beautiful family. Thanks, Baxter. His words made you feel warm inside. You respected how easily he took it. It made you wonder about his family situation. He had been rather close-mouthed about it so far, and again, the two-way street analogy came to mind. Are you and your parents blood related? Oh yes, we certainly are. Did Twitch not like what is... Oh. I guess not. I don't even have... I don't even see it here in auto mod. What did you try to say? What dastardly thing did you say that Twitch wouldn't even let me see it? Here's my SSN and date of birth, the name of my first pet, etc., etc. Maybe it was the social security part. Maybe it was like, oh no, don't do it. Don't say your social security. Gosh, Twitch, getting a little too protective, how do you want to say? Apparently not having spaces was too much for them. Twitch just needs more space. You can't overwhelm them like that, Jack. Gosh. Be respectful. Like, he just wants to know every single little thing. His voice took on a certain amused bent. His lips stretched thin. My parents might have well been through with me many times over if I wasn't their own flesh and blood. Oh? Were you a problem child? Before you could ask what he meant by that, he chuckled. Sorry, no, that is me being dramatic. They're family, and I'm their son. That is what matters at the end of the day. Blood related or not. Okay, it's nice your parents care about you. You wouldn't voice the flicker of worry. I'm thankful for that as well. Now, if I wasn't the boy they raised together in any capacity, then there would be problems. He laughed some more and brought his fingers to his lips. That topic was over. Well, he pulled out the collar of his roommate's shirt. His gaze searched out the room's ticking clock. It's been a delightful day, but I should not linger forever. There is much to do tomorrow. Good night, Dae.
You don't want to share the bed?
You're gonna kick me out? He stood, and with a slight wave, he grabbed his bag to go. Isn't this your room? This is your room. Baxter, this is your room. You wonder how long it would take for him to remember whose room this was? Should I tell him? Stay! I want him to stay. Do I tell him? Do I tell him it's his room, or do I just let him leave and try to get into my room? I just sit there with my head in my paws, just staring at him as he goes, and wait for him to come back. Wait. Baxter left without another word. The door swung shut behind him. He sunk lower in your chair, getting comfortable as you waited for his inevitable return. Any moment now, he'd come tiptoeing back. Almost as if on cue, the door slammed open. Baxter came through it, walking stiltedly with the most forced smile possible. This one's my room. The other is yours. Your laughter burst like a dam, flooding his room. Ah, you were aware. Baxter's voice was polite, but laced with embarrassment. He'd been gone long enough that you wondered if he actually tried to use his key on your room and failed. Rather than pushing him any further, you got to your feet. With you moving to leave, Baxter found his shoes very interesting. I hope you get some sleep. Oh? Baxter hesitated to reply. He paused, something that he would answer. He just needed a little more time to choose the right words. Say it. Say it. Say it now. Say stay in the room. Well, I do intend to sleep, but in truth I don't expect it will be soon. I will be packing after you take your leave, and after that, who knows? What do you mean? What else could you do? Baxter chuckled and tapped his foot. I said who knows, didn't I? You frowned, defeated. He snorted at you, and it was difficult keeping a straight face. Hey, yo! Okay, that's not exactly correct. I'll admit, I know myself fairly well. I also am aware of a drink station in the lobby that is open at every hour. There's also a fire that stays lit all throughout the night as well. I'm expecting that instead of it being in bed like a proper young man, I will end up in the lobby with a cup of tea. Would you buy some company? Now that's an idea. Please get some sleep. Baxter, that's a... Baxter. I keep saying I'm saying bastard. Baxter, that's a bad idea. You looked at him with a wide-eyed intrigue. You sighed and shook your head. Would you like some company from little old me? Hot drinks by the fire sound lovely. You hoped that he was fine if you wandered down yourself.
Oh?
Oh, he says oh as if he's not trying to set that up. He's like, oh, you want to join me? I guess you could. I mean, if you really wanted to. He narrowed his eyes and his smile curved up more. Am I the bad influence here, or are we enablers to one another? Enablers. No. No one can make me worse. I'm already at the bottom of the barrel. I'm a worse influence on you. Oh! No, don't overwrite that. That's important. Ah. Enablers. Yes, I thought so. But we haven't gone off the rails yet, so I believe we should be fine. His amusement was tangible, and you were already looking forward to the next outing. I'll text you when I've made it to the lobby. His eyes twinkled with a familiar mischief. He'd keep your phone close. Good night, Dae. For now. With that, you twisted the handle and left. You made it to your own identical room and conveniently right next door. The door's deadbolt clicked shut behind you, and you flicked on the lights. Despite the new illumination, the suite was not as bright as Baxter's room. Cause he's not here. How was Baxter's room so lively while yours was this? You sat on your cold bed and sighed. It's cause there's not the warmth of another man here. A familiar carpet was spread beneath your feet. The walls were a match. The same pictures were attached to the wall. Physically, there wasn't a difference. The change was the fact that now you were by yourself. After spending all day with Baxter's grin, you were lonely in its absence. my god, we're falling. We're falling hard. But at least that wouldn't last long. You'd see Baxter again soon, one way or another. The last and only full day of your mini vacation was drawing to a close, and the warm night pressed a black and silent against the window panes. We see Mothman out there. Trippin'! You tucked yourself into bed for a break, but had left all the room lights on. You didn't want to fall asleep yet, naturally. You idled the minutes away by counting the planks in the ceiling. Eventually there came the jingle of a text arriving. Unlocking your phone, you saw that Baxter sent you a message. It was short and to the point. I'm downstairs. He'd finally finished his packing. There was no need to respond. He knew you were coming. You wiggled out from under the covers and hopped off the bed, eager for the secret meeting. I wonder if he changed his shirt. You crept into the hall, which was brightly lit. Although all the other patrons were holed up in their rooms for the night, no staff were manning the front desk. It was dead quiet and no one's here. Interesting. I bet he did. If he didn't, I'd be surprised. As you padded your way downstairs, the omnipresent silence seemed like it was something you could touch. A thin blanket swaddling you. Your footsteps and breathing felt muffled. In spite of that, the air was fairly cold. The grand foyer had high ceilings, and the mezzanine floors and wide open space invited a permanent draft. The central fireplace might come across totally pointless in the middle of summer in California, but that wasn't giving it its due. Now blazing bravely against the chill, it was a welcome beacon of comfort. Surrounding the hearth was a raised stone platform. There you could see a lone, seated figure silhouetted against the flames. It was Baxter, warming himself by the fire. A paper cup was clutched in his hands, a pale film of steam rising from it. He hadn't changed into his pajamas, still sporting that khaki. Really? You kept the khaki on? No! No, Baxter, no! You had every chance to change! He must have counted on nobody else being around to see the horror that late. No! The dull thud of feet on the carpeted floor heralded your approach. His portrait smoothly transitioned from a profile to a three-quarter view. His eyes met yours, and he grinned. Dae, glad you could make it. Rolling the thin cup slowly between his palms, Baxter jerked his head over to one side, drawing your attention to a long table up against the far wall. The drink station is over there, if you'd care to partake. A beverage of some kind might just be the thing to top off our late-night rendezvous. Sure thing, I'll be just a sec. You nodded, you need a drink. I'll pass. You shook your head, you weren't thirsty. Do you think we could convince him to take it off? I mean, maybe. That's a thought. Ayo. Maybe, but too bad he's drinking tea. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. People get a little funky as the night goes on with the lack of sleep. Maybe we can be like, you know what, you should just take your shirt off if you hate it that much. And he'd be like, okay, bet. After crossing the lobby, you stood in front of the refreshment bar. It was covered in a thick tablecloth of the color of fresh snow and a neat arrangement of clean crockery that had been laid out on top. I don't even mean in a spicy way, it just looks so wrong. It's like, listen, I don't mean by anything about it, just take off the khaki shirt. It's not right. Uh-oh. Am I still live? Can you guys still hear me? Or is my stream manager on my phone fucking up? It says I'm still live. Are we okay? Is my bit rate's fine. I'm green. Yes, we hear you. Okay. Oh, alright, there it goes again. Never mind. The duration and the viewer count went away, so I was like, what happened? Something's wrong! But no, everything is right. Okay, thank you. Oh, didn't mean to do that. It's just Twitch trying to make sure I'm still keeping me on my toes, you know? There were a couple jugs of hot water and a wide selection of different drink packets and individual tea bags. Next to those, 2 more urns of pre-made coffee have been labeled regular and decaf. Carafe off to one side seemed to house spiced apple. Ooh, apple cider! The menagerie of liquid containers was completed with 3 smaller silvery ones, each contained a different kind of milk. They weren't stingy on the options, that was for sure. You decided to go for... peppermint tea, chamomile tea, fruit tea, green tea, breakfast tea, regular coffee, decaffeinated coffee, hot chocolate. Sorry. That is #1 pick, always. You picked up a cup, tore open one of the satchels of hot chocolate, and let hot water run over the powder. You mixed it with one of the coffee stirrers nearby, relishing the sugary chocolate smell. Hot cocoa! You snapped on a lid and ambled over to the fireplace again, Baxter raising his drink to tap it gently against yours. Welcome back. What's your poison? I went for a bracing cup of peppermint tea myself. My poison is rat poison. I got hot chocolate. Delightful. Baxter scooted over on his perch, patting the stonework with his free hand to indicate that you should take a seat beside him. You plopped yourself in front of the fire, relishing the cozy glow on your skin and the heated slabs beneath you. Baxter was staring absently into the grate. Baxter slowly sipped his tea and then set his cup down next to him. It's funny, more than once on this little excursion, I found myself forgetting that I'm supposed to be on a summer vacation. Especially right now, curled up in front of a fire, cradling a cup of something hot. It puts me in mind of long autumn nights when the days are beginning to waste away to nothing. And this decor too. The wood, the stone, the grandeur. I'm gonna believe myself to be back in my childhood home in Oregon. Really? He lifted a leg up onto the edge and tucked his knee under his chin, still focused on the burning light. His expression was distant, wistful. Yes, it's one of the reasons I chose this hotel, as a matter of fact. Though I never lived in a building on this scale, the effect is similar. Are you homesick? You want a little taste of home? You could say I was raised in a big old cool house. A big cool house, not a big old cool house. Cool in the sense of impressive rather than underheated. That was what my friends used to call it. I loved it when they would come and visit. There was scarcely anything better. They never got over their sense of awe, and I ate it up. I liked to think myself special in those days. To be young and innocent. His features melted into a form that was more familiar. A curt little smile. How strange. Usually I find myself indulging in nostalgia to be an unpleasant endeavor. But here now, it's easy. And it's nice. I suppose it's because for once I can share my thoughts with another person rather than ruminating on the past by myself. His eyes peeked askance to yours before returning once more to the flames. You scooted closer just enough for your arms to touch. You watched him in silence for... Yeah, who am I kidding? He didn't say anything or turn to face you, but you felt him lean appreciatively into the contact. This kind of intimacy was welcome. It hasn't been easy to find anyone to reminisce with. Not for a while. Sorry. But then again, I only developed a sentimentality once I'd gone off to college. I was too young and proud for that sort of matter before then. There wasn't anything in my life to harbor so much sentimentality for. I suppose leaving was the catalyst. Isn't it always? But once that part of my mind had developed, there wasn't anyone around to share the emotions with. My classmates and I, we don't have that kind of relationship. What kind of demon was that? I was coughing. I was clearing my throat. Yeah. Don't make fun of me.
Well.
Now, this may be a complete shock to you, but I've been told that I can come across a bit too forward. I know, it can be hard to believe. Grace cracked into a grin. Understatement of the year, anybody? My intent is to be open with people so we can connect. It almost never works out that way, though. I've had to come to terms with the fact that I don't possess a knack for making friends. It was obnoxiously easy when I was a child, especially due to that aforementioned big cool house, but now I keep finding myself at a loss for how to do it. With a hit or miss endeavor, the vast majority of the time I come up with a miss. Only lately it's been different. Incredibly different. I almost worry my luck won't last. His voice had dropped to a low murmur, barely audible over the crackling wood in the grate. It will all be over soon. It doesn't have to be over. We can still be friends. Long-distance friendships are a thing, you know? It was an echo of what he'd said after your hike this afternoon, but this time it went one small step further.
I wish I could stay.
But you can. If you try. His eyes were closed now, and a shallow crease had appeared in his forehead. You understood that he was talking about more than your short stint in this hotel. I don't want it to end either. It was wonderful while it lasted. You can visit again someday. Even once it's over, there are things to look forward to. He slowly nodded in acknowledgement. This is just pretty much, well, bye. Sad story, but get out. I don't want it to end either. That means a lot, Dae. Thank you. He lapsed into silence once more, becoming engrossed in his own thoughts. You found that you were doing the same. Disparate emotions drifting in and out of clarity. You recalled another late night spent in Baxter's company not long before. Hey Baxter, this reminds me of when we were up half the night baking cakes for Miranda's party. Specifically that break we took in the middle. This finally had Baxter coming around to look at you. his face dimpled with a playful grin. Oh, you're right. It's a similar kind of event to be certain, although the beverages are much tamer this time around. He raised his eyebrows and poked the side of his paper cup with a fingernail. You giggled at the nod to your shared secret. Baxter would have had no trouble making his own fun in Sunset Bird, but it made you happy to think that you'd shown him a good time or two. He seemed grateful of it too. You both stayed and reminisced a while longer, but your cups had been emptied and the fire was getting low. Baxter sighed. Unfortunately, we'd best call it quits here. We can't save off the morning by avoiding sleep altogether. Yeah, I guess you're right. You got up from the fireplace in unison. At some point, you'd started holding hands, though you couldn't remember when. Oh my god. You climbed the stairs and walked down the hall in companionable quiet. Pausing in front of the doors to your side-by-side rooms, Baxter cleared his throat, letting his hand fall from yours.
Thank you.
Yo! Thank you once again for your company, Dae. It's been an enjoyable evening. Until tomorrow, then. Say it. Give me the option. His back was to you as he reached into his rear pocket, fetching his keyboard. Say it. No! You coward, say it! Good night, Baxter. No! No! You unlocked the door to your room and stepped inside, heading straight for bed. You collapsed into it, your mind starting to lose its grip on consciousness the second you hit the mattress. So no shared bed arc? Damn it. No! No! I'm so sad. This was the perfect time to do the trope. And they didn't. Damn. So sad. A new day greeted you suddenly without warning. Sunshine streaming in through the windows. The curtains simply stood there and let it happen. You'd forgotten to draw them shut. The end to your miniature holiday had come. You promptly got out of bed and began to pack, following your usual routine as best as you could. You didn't end up seeing Baxter until after 11 o'clock. As promised, he'd taken a lie-in after burning the midnight oil and had to make a last mad dash in order to check out at noon. Luckily, you managed the departure without too much of an issue. The two of you loaded up the car and set off for home. Home for one of you, at least. While you were returning to your normal life, Baxter was instead exchanging one kind of vacation for another. Or maybe you thought, watching the California landscape drift past a window, Baxter was leaving his own version of normal behind right now. The mountainside lodge had been home away from home for him. My god. Simulacrum of his life in Oregon. Much more familiar than a sleek condo by the sea. You continued to reflect on this as the road rolled out before you. Occasionally you would swap comments with Baxter on random subjects, at other times retreating into the privacy of your own head. Rapidly, your time up on the mountain was fading into memory. You were lucky you decided to have seen a small piece of Baxter. He had entrusted you to a shard of himself, a tiny spark of light shining from somewhere deep inside. You understood him better, even if only a fraction. That was probably the only glimpse into the real life of Baxter Ward that you'd get. No! We have 2 more moments. We have to keep looking. So no shared bed. I want my money back. I didn't pay for the trip. I want my money back. Angrily slurps at my drink. But okay. We have 2 more moments left. You know what? We can still have some moments around here. So we have 2 moments. We have sightseeing and we have drinks. Is there one in particular you guys would like to see first? If not, I can. I should get the coin up now instead of just like the number generator, since there's only 2 options left. So sightseeing. Sightseeing. We will make head, and we will make drinks tails. Okay, sightseeing heads, drinks tails. Okay, coin flip. Sightseeing heads, drinks tails. Flipping. It's tails. Okay, well, we'll do drinks. Do the coin. I did the coin. We're doing drinks. Did I already save? Yes, okay. How did I save twice? Oh well. Drinks. Oh, hello. I'll have to catch both in the VOD. No. It's okay, Jack. The VOD will be there. I wish you good luck in your stream. I will be popping over to watch the hi-fi rush. Right. It was late enough in the day that you were surprised to hear a knock on the door. Seeing who was waiting on the other side only doubled the surprise. Good evening, Dae. My travels are officially over until the end of summer. Oh, wow. What about sightseeing? Baxter's smile warmed like it was still the middle of the afternoon. Your confusion must have been written all across your face. He laughed as if he could read your thoughts. It was almost a week ago that you'd found Baxter in that same exact spot. He spun a tale about how he put in place some plans to visit old acquaintances in Northern California after his parents had told him they were sending him to Sunset Bird. Baxter assumed, being in the same statement, that he was reasonably close for a visit, but he learned the hard way how daunting it would be to drive himself to the opposite end of California's pretty big, Baxter. Like, it's gonna be a ways away. Before he left, Baxter ended the conversation with a promise. On his return, he would tell you of the arrival in person, and there he was, true to his word.
Nice to see you.
It is lovely to see you again. I feel I've been away for an age. That arrangement had seemed like a stroke of brilliance, adding more adventure to my stay in the state than assured myself I'd see friendly faces at least once this season. Yet, truthfully, I wouldn't have promised such a lengthy trip away from town if I had known who my neighbor was going to be. Oh my god, stop. As pleasant as they were, my parents' friends are not as good as my own. I missed you. I hope you still had fun. Wow, I'm so flattered, you tease. You know, I don't mind if you have other things you'd rather do sometimes. You blushed and looked away. You smiled. No, tell him. I missed you. Stunned, Baxter stopped talking. You'd beat him to the punch, but his surprise quickly morphed into pure delight.
Missed you.
I missed you as well. Before anything else, you let Baxter actually come in. He cordially joined you in the family living room. With the greetings and pleasantries all done and an invitation to talk extended, he got right to the point. As you would have expected from— It's so weird seeing him inside the house. I don't know why.
I hope I'm not being too forward.
But I would like to spend more time with you. And obviously this tentative visit would be based on your own schedule. It'd be ghastly if I expected you to drop everything simply because I've only now made myself available. Whenever works best for you, I will accommodate accordingly. It is late today, so I don't expect that, but I am entirely free tomorrow. Sighing, your shoulders slumped and then your head hung forward. Baxter lightly scratched the side of his neck. Sorry, but I'm spending tomorrow afternoon at a family thing. I probably won't be back home until pretty late. But we could do something in the morning, as long as you don't mind it being kind of short. Baxter's eyes widened for an inexplicable reason. He thought your suggestion was a good compromise. The look on his face changed. It was strange. There was a problem, certainly. But if he was free and so were you, what could be that much of a roadblock? We can hang out some other day if that's not what you had in mind. He's like, I want to hang out all day with you. His expression shifted again, and not for the better. Whatever caught him off guard in the first place was nothing in comparison. Baxter was getting even more perturbed. And just as quickly, Baxter— Oh my god, just like a switch flipped. Baxter snapped out of it. He released a steady breath and regained much of his usual relaxed composure with his next inhale.
I apologize.
Forgive me for being distracted. Your idea is perfectly manageable. More than that, in fact. I'd prefer it if we didn't put things off to another day. How about we go to a cafe and get coffee or tea or whichever drink you prefer? I've seen some very nice ones when I've been out exploring the area, but I haven't patronized any of them yet. That sounds good. Let's do it. Excellent. Tomorrow morning it is then. It was always going to be a busy day, but at least now tomorrow had an added dash of excitement. The anticipation was mutual and Baxter's tone sweetened. You got all the details squared away. Baxter volunteered to play driver for the short trip, and you planned to drop by his house in the morning once you'd gotten ready. When that was settled, there was nothing left to do other than say your goodbyes for the night. Baxter politely dipped his head. Bye. Have a good night.
Bye for today.
You as well. I'll see you soon, Dae. As he turned to go, you both found little ways to stretch the seconds, lingering for as long as you could. Oh my god. Give a kiss. Then he was gone. Damn it! The rest of the night passed pleasantly. Your thoughts wandered along all the fun paths tomorrow could unfold in. The next morning, you were up and out the door like a whirlwind. Your eyes were set on your goal as you went up the hill and across the street to Baxter's condo. Knocking on the door, you tried to guess the cafe Baxter had in mind. He'd mentioned before there were a few that caught his eye, but you weren't sure what that meant exactly. Your growing curiosity wouldn't have to wait much longer. Or maybe it would. As you stood in front of Baxter's shut condo, you gradually realized it was taking quite a while for him to answer the door. Much more than was normal. Blinking, your head swiveled as you double-checked for your own sanity that you had the right house. You did, but Baxter was still nowhere to be seen. Is he not a morning person? Is he still sleeping? Is he sleeping in late, maybe? Baxter, wake up! Wake up, it's time for our date! Wake up!
You rang the doorbell next. Another couple minutes passed and you finally began to hear a faint clattering inside the house. He still got his jammies on. The door pulled open a crack. It was barely enough to see Baxter on the other side wearing a half-lit Dae's and not his usual outfit. That was for sure. Baxter, everything alright? He yawned loudly and then sluggishly followed your line of sight to look down at himself. He frowned the second it clicked that he wasn't dressed for the event. He guessed those were his pajamas. I deeply apologize, Dae. I will need an additional moment before we can leave. I'm running late, it seems. And he shut the door. You were left there on his doorstep, entirely at a loss. That's why he was like, grimacing so much. He was like, damn it, I'm gonna have to wake up early. Shit. That's me every time I go to bed and I have to wake up for work in the morning, knowing I have to wake up at 4 a.m. His bizarre behavior was unexplainable, at least for the second it took for your brain to completely process what had happened. It dawned on you that this was the first time you'd actually seen Baxter before noon, and how that might not be a random coincidence. He wasn't a morning person. Suddenly the door flung all the way open, nearly knocking you backwards. Baxter was back, and this time you got a full view. Baxter was indeed wearing only his pajamas, black and white PJs, of course. Excuse me, that was rather impolite. You couldn't tell by his tone of voice which incident he was even referring to. Shutting the door in your face, or the way this situation was dragging on forever? It was hard to know. But Baxter moved aside enough so that you could pass by. Why don't you come in? Oh, okay, I thought we were just gonna wait out here while he changed. Baxter's exhaustion was worrisome, but you shuffled inside anyway. It probably upset him more to leave. You walked through the entryway and into the living room. He closed the door and followed behind. Baxter pinched the bridge of his nose between his thumb and forefinger as his feet dragged. Please do take a seat. I'm so sorry for not being prepared. I set an alarm for an hour ago, and I know I heard it go off. Somehow in a matter of moments that our Howard disappeared. And now you're here, and I have little doubt about your punctuality. Oh my gosh, that's so me though. Like, I'll hear my alarm, and I'll be like,
I'm just gonna lay down for another, like, minute. For another 5 minutes, just 5 minutes, and I'll be okay. And then I'll look, and an hour and a half has passed.
Like, that is how it be. Oh my god, the fuck? Jack's stream was there. Give me first. Shit, where's my first? Yes, I'm first. Okay, I'm good. Alright, so. But yeah, I don't know, that's just how I sleep. It's a tragedy and a habit that I have not broken yet. Maybe one day. He moved the hand up to rub his forehead with his palm as if to catch the memories lost inside. You didn't rush him, instead settling yourself in a chair. I don't know how this could have happened. Baxter's words became too mumbled and faint to understand. That brought your gaze back to him directly. And you got an eyeful of his exposed stomach. Ooh! Baxter was in the process of taking his shirt off over his head, but in his groggy state, the material had gotten caught on his ears. Baxter, maybe don't do that here. You yelped. You snickered quietly. Unbothered, you waited for him to finish. He silently flushed. I mean, I'm not bothered. Go ahead, take it off. This was easily the last thing you ever expected from someone normally so formal, but you couldn't be that surprised either. Baxter was moving on sleepy autopilot. A flawed one, too. He struggled to free his face from his shirt, and before you could ask him if he wanted any help, Baxter let the fabric go. He readjusted it comfortably back on his body, working through the tiredness to conceptualize a plan B. Then he squinted at you, confused. He followed your line of sight to his wrinkled clothes. Oh, no, that's not correct. I'm sorry. I'm used to living with dorm mates. They don't care about that sort of behavior. I've lost my manners. I'll go change properly in my room. There's no harm done. I don't really mind. No. He waved his hand, dismissing your notion completely. He sighed deeply, still seeming absent-minded. You're my guest, and I'm being terribly rude. Please stay here. I'll be back in 2 shakes. Okay. He falls back asleep again. And with that, the situation was out of your hands. You watched him fumble his way through the room. Baxter made it up the stairs, and the slam of the door sent the house rattling. The following dead silence only lasted a split second. Sorry. His voice rang out from what you assumed was his bedroom. His next words were even clearer. He must have opened the door again to speak. I didn't mean to do that at all. That's okay. He's a mess. I think I pulled the door too hard. No problem if that happens. Just go change. I swear the noise was completely unintentional. I know! Just go! He didn't add anything else after that. You remained where he left you in a rapidly growing state of disbelief. To put it nicely, Baxter was a total mess, and somehow the universe deemed you worthy of having a front row seat. It was kind of fun to know he was not always so poised. The whole thing was hilarious. You felt bad that bothering him at a clearly bad time. That was extremely cute. You were annoyed he couldn't get his act together. It's nice to know that he's not always so prim and proper.
Cracking a smile, you wondered what other sides Baxter was keeping buried under the surface. A part of you had a good feeling that the disastrous morning zombie version of Baxter was going to stay in the forefront. After a few minutes, the clumsy bumping around upstairs faded. A part of you considered the chances of whether or not he had fallen asleep somewhere. That's what I was saying. But the sound of careful footsteps soon banished that thought. Oh, you did it! You managed to get dressed. It's not in khaki this time, too. Baxter returned downstairs and properly dressed as well. He drifted his fingers along the buttons of his shirt, double-checking that everything was in order.
Hello.
Here I am. Good morning. You were pleasantly surprised to see him already. Hopefully he was actually doing as well as he was trying to. Hey, good morning. I can't emphasize this enough. Thank you so much for your patience. I apologize for that unnecessary bump in our plans. Baxter graciously moved beyond his earlier antics. If you hadn't witnessed it firsthand, you probably wouldn't have believed it even happened. Though, as you observed him more, you noted the signs. He hadn't erased all evidence of a few minutes ago yet, if you knew to look for it. His usually pristine and deliberately put together outfit was pulled and tucked in the wrong places. There were even wrinkles. Baxter turned his head in an attempt to suppress a yawn, and there was a dull edge to his entire demeanor. He hadn't quite reached his usual razor sharp wit yet. Razor sharp wit yet. It was alright. You still quite enjoyed the soft, easygoing state of Baxter. You're welcome. Are you really alright? You don't have to do this. So you're not a morning person. It really wasn't any trouble. You smiled really shrinkily. Are you okay? Yes, I'm absolutely fine. You weren't buying that yet, but were willing to accept that he believed he was. But then his smile slipped, and you could see Baxter's guilt surfacing. I should admit directly that mornings are, as you might have surmised, a challenge. It wasn't always this way. I swear, the older I get, the more the early hours become a chore. I got up at dawn for school for years, but college allowed me to actively avoid morning classes altogether. I mean, that's what I did when I went to college. I avoided morning classes if I could help it. Now, the only time in the past year I had an occasion to be out before 11 was Miranda's birthday party prep, and I didn't have to wake up for that. I was awake all night. Baxter rubbed the back of his neck. His frustration with himself was palpable. Seriously, you don't need to feel bad. Some people are built that way. You're just built different. Nevertheless, it's jarring to be entirely lost for a specific chunk of the day. I expected I would have a rough start, but I never thought I'd handle the occasion this poorly. I certainly would have made better choices if I knew this was the sight I'd be showing you. The intensity of his voice gradually lessened until the final part was delivered quietly. He couldn't even look at you as he muttered. But if you're still interested, I would be thrilled to go have our charming cafe breakfast. It would be a shame to miss out on the chance. Okay, of course I'm interested. You nodded. I'd like that, but I'm driving. Would it be alright if I drove your car? I'm not as tired. Maybe I should drive. No, you know, I'll risk it. Of course I'm interested. A wave of relief smoothed out the worry from his brow. It was sweet and a quiet chuckle from you. Baxter's feet scuffed over the ground as he followed you out of the condo. He simply shut the front door before walking into the street. Hey Baxter, you might want to lock that. Did you forget to lock the door? You shrugged it off. There was nothing else to do after all. Cove didn't lock his door either. They had that in common. Well, he usually... No, but like before he would always lock it, so... You might want to lock that. You couldn't believe he was about to leave the neighborhood like that. Well, with normal Baxter, you couldn't believe it. It made perfect sense with morning Baxter. Baxter paused and his face scrunched up in confusion. You pointed at the condo. He followed the motion, peering over his shoulder. Good catch. Thank you. You waited by the car while he hurried back. From what you could observe, Baxter didn't need any more help locking the front door this time. Though he hesitantly glanced in your direction before he moved, and you gave him a thumbs up, Baxter rejoined you on the road. And while he might have been living in a daze, when Baxter was standing at the driver's side of his car, you could see his focus sharpen. This was a test that neither of you wished him to fail. You just die. Game over. He unlocked the vehicle and slid inside. You climbed into the other side. Baxter seemed to be in better control of himself by the second. His seatbelt clicked into place with perfect poise. When you were both ready, Baxter promptly brought up the directions to the cafe. Here we are. Sighing contentedly, you leaned in your seat and soaked in the morning sun coming in through the window. You're optimistic that the outing was going to be great. The drive wasn't long at all, and no issues came along. It was smooth sailing. You hopped out, and the sense of wafting from the cafe were enough to pull you towards the propped open front door. Once you were inside, the intermingled smells became easier to decipher. Chocolate, cinnamon, bacon and eggs, and most especially, coffee. There was something about that particular brew of coffee that immediately reminded you of your parents. The two of them loved to have long, easy mornings in the kitchen with mugs of coffee between them on the counter. They might be doing that at home at that very minute. Before you could tug at on the thread of thought further, a waiter passed by you carrying a sliced quiche. You breathed it deeply, picking out the various ingredients before your eyes could confirm it. It looked impressively made. Baxter led you towards the showcases. There were even added baskets of bread and other treats there. Every inch of space was fully stocked with options. Yeah, I mean, look at it. I get so focused on like reading down here, I don't like look up to appreciate the art here. Like from the lights, the texture on the floor, the seatings. Like, oh my god, mwah, chef's kiss. Look how shiny these plants are. Wow. I wish I could read the menu though. Wait, actually, if I get closer, I think it's like Lauren Ipsum text up there. I can't tell. $68. What the fuck? This is an expensive coffee. Clearly coming early had its advantages. Whether you ate anything or not, the sight was delightful. There was a charm to how they presented the fresh pastries. That was the word he'd used when pitching the place. Charming. Baxter was right on the money there. It was a pleasant little cafe with a comfortably quiet atmosphere. That was a bit more formal than a typical coffee joint. You couldn't sit anywhere or order at the front. A member of the waitstaff needed to seat you and serve you. You found that detail to be a Baxter thing. It was definitely him to choose a sit-down restaurant even for a casual breakfast. A server came over and gestured you to follow her through the room. She brought you to a shiny two-seater table and passed out the menus. Welcome. I'll bring some water, but if there's anything else you'd like to drink, I can put it in the order now. Or you can take some time to think about it. You'd be a lifesaver if you brought me a black coffee, please. Water. Gotcha. I'll get that right out. Just relax and browse the menu, and you're welcome to take a peek at the front and see what baked goods we have prepared today. She clicked her pen closed and then left you two alone. Baxter sunk in his seat, sliding one arm over the back. His eyelids fell heavily closed, but his smile remained serenely in place. Please order to your heart's content, whatever you fancy. But don't be alarmed that I don't have much of an appetite in comparison. Coffee is all I need this morning. I get that. Of course you'd only want a black coffee. Are you sure you don't want even a little bite to eat? Well, so much for us getting breakfast together, you tease. I wasn't planning on eating anything either. I'm always eating, excuse me. You take me to a restaurant, I'm eating. I never get just a drink. I'll tease him. Baxter perked up at your joke. He leaned forward slightly, and the corner of his mouth pulled open. Up. You are an absolute delight. Thank you, I know. You weren't entirely sure if you were going to order anything yet. It was a deliberation you had with yourself while Baxter took a break. Luckily for you, the cafe's layout was open enough that you could observe the glass cases in front of them from the comfort of your seat. You passed the time comparing what was printed on the menu to the real-life displays. Soon enough, the waitress was on her way to your table. She passed out the 2 waters and then placed a white cup filled with a richly colored coffee in front of Baxter.
Perfect.
No problem. And have you thought about a drink?
Yes, I would like a hot coffee, an iced coffee, a latte, a cappuccino, an espresso, a frappe, a cup of hot tea, an iced tea. Ooh, what? Chocolate. A glass of milk, a glass of juice. Actually, never mind. Ooh, oh no. Do I want a hot chocolate or do I want tea? I mean, I'll have an iced tea.
Alright, coming up. Are either of you ready to order?
I'm taken care of, thank you. I like some food. I like a pastry. Yeah, I'm gonna go with some food and one of those pastries. I'm good too, actually. Oh, both, actually. Everything you've seen so far smells delicious. After reading through the menu, how could you resist getting some goodies to sink your teeth into? You did say to order to our heart's content? The waitress smiled attentively and readied her pen. I'm all ears. I'd like egg plate, egg sandwich, slice of quiche, lunch meat sandwich, hummus and veggie sandwich, a panini. He told us not to get a panini last time, but now we can. A breakfast burrito, a bowl of oatmeal, a smoothie bowl, soup. Give me some soup, good soup. And I'd like a croissant, a bear claw. I have to get the bear claw. Well, let me read through the others first. A piece of coffee cake, muffin, banana bread, Danish, cheese Danish, fruit Danish, cinnamon roll, bear claw, cup of bread pudding, piece of pie, piece of cake, cookie, a scone, and a bear claw.
Great choice. That sounds really yummy. I'll get these menus out of your way then, and I'll be back soon with your order.
She scooped up the menus and walked away, dropping them off at the front stand before disappearing into the kitchen. Baxter shifted in his attention to you. That sounds like a lovely breakfast. I'm pleased there were a variety of things that piqued your interest. Another long wide yawn forcefully derailed Baxter's train of thought. He politely tried to shield you from the image by covering his mouth. Once he'd wrangled himself back into control, Baxter flashed you a grin, though it quickly lost its playful oomph as his eyes remained extra lidded. He had something in mind, but he also seemed fairly content to simply gaze at you languidly. Baxter lifted his coffee and pressed the edge of the cup to his lip. He took a slow sip before putting it down. Baxter propped an arm against the table so he could hold his chin up. Normally that would have been a casual gesture, but anyone watching could tell that he desperately needed the extra help keeping his head upright.
Is that fine?
Before food arrives and steals all your attention away, would it be fine to ask a question? Oh sure, ask away. What exactly is the event you have on the horizon? It's nothing crazy. I'm going to see my aunt and uncle. Oh, Lee's parents, maybe. Actually, do you remember my cousin Lee? She invited us on the boat trip. Yes, that's what I thought.
Certainly.
I certainly recall. She had a bright personality. Yeah, it's her parents. Too bad Lee won't be there this time. She's busy. His response was cut off by another yawn, and one that morphed into a wince. I should try to smooth things with a sweet smile.
I'm sorry.
I promise that was not me being bored. I know, you're tired. You're a sleepy boy. It's okay. He blinked, and it was hilariously obvious that his eyelids didn't easily unstick. You bit down the inside of your cheek and tried not to laugh. It's alright, you're tired. Exactly. Please continue. Yeah. Out of my aunt and uncle, it's my uncle who I'm directly related to. He's my mom's younger brother. We all get along. That's the part of my extended family we're closest with. Well, in terms of location. Laughing, you scratched the back of your head while you explained. Baxter nodded along, focusing on the sound of your voice. The smile softened as you grew more animated speaking about your family. It's not that I don't also have a good relationship with everyone on my mom's side, but they mainly live in Hawaii, so it's a lot harder to go see them in person. My grandparents used to be in California when me and Liz were little, so they could help out, but that was temporary. And yeah, it's nice having family that we can see more often. We should go to Hawaii and go see our grandparents and our investor family. Your voice trailed off with fond thoughts about your family, and then your eyes snapped wide open. All Baxter did was ask about your plans for the day, and somehow you'd end up rambling about so much more. Oh no, I kind of, went on a whole thing there. Nonsense, I enjoyed listening to everything you shared.
Thank you.
Thank you for telling me about your family. It was lovely to hear about them. Okay, you're welcome. The waitress returned with your order. She placed it carefully on the table. Enjoy! Thank you. You didn't waste a single second and gave it a taste. It was good. Good soup. I hope it's potato soup. And not the ideal breakfast, but you know. Since you had basically covered everything about what you were doing later, you didn't need to juggle thinking, talking, and eating, just as Baxter intended. It was nice to preoccupy yourself with his treat. Baxter, meanwhile, only had his coffee, and he was acutely aware of that difference. Baxter pinched the inside of his lip between his teeth while he tried to search through his foggy thoughts for something to say. He wanted to be good company, but he wasn't sure how to accomplish that. Ah, I know. How about I tell you what happened while I was on my trip? That'd be cool. Let's hear it.
In that case...
Baxter sat up straighter in his chair and considered how he wanted to begin the story. His focused mindset momentarily overcame the tiredness that clung to him. As you know, I traveled to Northern California, and it was a monumental drive. Several hours of me, myself, and the road. My car was wonderful. It got me there and here again without a single issue. When I had every reason to rebel against all the potholes I accidentally hit. Baxter paused on that note and took a drink of his coffee. He placed the cup down on the table and winced. It's somewhat silly now that I'm vocalizing it, but I feel a tinge of guilt for all the miles I've managed to put on that vehicle over the course of this vacation. Sighing deeply, Baxter wore a wistful look. You understood the magnitude of his trip. Hopefully the rental company didn't have extra charges for that. On a brighter note, the drive was even more scenic than I imagined. It was a shame I couldn't snap a single picture. Still, I'm grateful that I was able to leisurely travel across the state while I was here. I bet. And all that fuss to see some old family friends. Believe it or not, they're actually people my parents have known since well before I was even alive. Wow. Wow, indeed. I can't even imagine knowing someone for that many years. Though between you and me, I don't have much of a relationship with them myself. Really, but you went clearly out of your way to see them. I know, they've always been fond of me, almost as if I was their own nephew. They're more than happy to open their door to give me given the chance. This might surprise you, or perhaps not, but I managed to get along famously with an older set.
So...
Well, yeah, he does have that nice, polite way of speaking. I bet that they really eat that up. So it was only polite to make a social call while in the relative area, and there was plenty to catch up on and discuss while I was there. We even happened to catch some fantastic shows. It's nice you enjoyed the trip within your trip. Baxter's nose scrunched as he chuckled. He took another quick sip of his drink. I can't agree more. The two of you continued to chat about upcoming plans while finishing your drinks, and also in between several more extended and defiant yawns from Baxter. Eventually he glanced towards the windows and his brow pinched. He didn't say anything on his own, so you asked, "What's wrong?"
Well...
I'm worried that I might be keeping you too long from your other plans. It's not too late yet.
I don't want there to be a yet. Your family's important. Do you want to get going then? Yes, that would be for the best. He just wants to go home and go back to bed. He turned in his seat until he caught where the waitress had gone. Baxter waved and she returned a minute later. Could we please get the check? Oh, I see. Alright, go ahead. It'll be 1 ticket. You've got it. I'll get that for you right away. Typically when I go out with people, if they like already say at the beginning, oh, I'll take the check, I'll just ask them, are you sure? And if they're like, okay, I won't argue with that pretty much. See, I be polite. It's like, if they you truly want to cover the whole thing, I can do my share. Or I can cover it, but they're like, no, I got it. And it's like, okay, I won't argue with that. Free food is free food, I'll take it. As soon as the waitress was out of sight, Baxter let out another yawn, but it warped into a frustrated groan. I'm getting fairly sick of that. His tone didn't sugarcoat a single feeling. Pouting, Baxter crossed his arms and tightly shut his eyes. It's a sucky experience when you're that exhausted. Baxter only murmured and roughly rubbed at the sides of his face. His frustration manifested visibly as a grimace. I can distinctly feel my own eyeballs in my skull due to the strain. Oh my god. He's so dramatic. His hand dropped onto the table and the glasses rattled softly. That only made his mood worsen. I hate that. I shouldn't have to be so aware of my own presence in this body. Oh no, you snorted. Sorry, Baxter. You pat him on the shoulder. That's the worst. You shook your head and sighed. I give him a little pat. You wanted to help him, but there wasn't anything else that you could really do. Baxter cracked an eye open at your gesture. You've been more than gracious for sitting through my complaints. I don't mind. It would be better if I could do more. No, you've done more than enough. I shall live through it. He smiled, and Baxter continually tried to match it despite how he was feeling. The waitress approached once more with a small black folder and placed it on the center of the tabletop. Can I clear any of this away for you? No rush if you're not ready. Please take it all. We're about to leave. What's I actually do with my soup and my bear claw, though? Hold on now, mister. I'm still eating. The waitress got right to the work gathering the cups. Baxter, meanwhile, picked up the folder and opened it. After a few moments, the server was off again, and Baxter peeked at you over the top of the folder. Thank you, Dae. I do appreciate you making time for me at the very last minute, and especially on a day when you were already so busy. Thanks for inviting me. It's always a treat to see you. Baxter's half-lidded gaze lingered contentedly while he reached in his pocket. And then those tired eyes snapped open. He'd reached the alertness he'd been striving for in an instant. My wallet! You forgot your wallet, sir! He stared at you helplessly. Baxter was sober and extremely aware of the reality he'd found himself in. I didn't bring my wallet. When I got dressed, I did not recall to take my wallet off the nightstand. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Like, I'll pay for it. I shouldn't be surprised that happened, to be honest. He already almost forgot to lock his door. It's fine. I'm not surprised considering how hectic things work. Damn, I hate it when that happens. Aha, that means this will be my treat. Ha ha ha. You grinned boldly, but your cheer fizzled out when Baxter didn't respond. He continued to stare at the check in horror. Understandably, Baxter was mortified. He threaded his fingers through his hair. I'll quickly run back and get it and return, but then I'd have to abandon you here, and that's not any better. Perhaps they might take an electronic payment I could send through my phone? No, I'll pay for it. It's fine. All you got was a black coffee. I can cover for you. The corner of his mouth twitched, and you read that as a sign that he'd at least heard you. Though you suppose it was only because he had reached a dead end in his own abilities to solve this problem. I'm just gonna snatch like the check out of his hands. Like, give me that. I'm paying for it, and you're gonna like it. It's okay. It's okay. I know it feels shitty when like you're like, oh, it's my treat, and then you go, oh no, my wallet. But listen, it's truly okay. We got to spend time together. That's what matters. I mean, like, how much is this really going to be? Is it going to be like $68 that I read off of earlier? It's fine. Baxter pressed his palms against his eyes and his fingers curled tightly. He released a slow, shaky breath. He reached out only to freeze halfway across the table. From his tense body language, he was trying with great difficulty to keep himself from getting truly upset. You shouldn't push him. You weren't sure how to help or what to do. You could only watch. He exhaled deeply once more, and this time he lowered his hands, folding them neatly on the table.
Yes.
I would appreciate that greatly. He couldn't quite look at you while he spoke, though the forced politeness in his tone reached you completely. Yeah, don't worry about it. You collected the check he dropped in his panic and slid your card into it. When the waitress swung by, you handed it over. There was no trouble to be found at this table. Thanks a bunch. Just 1 minute. She walked off and you shifted your attention to Baxter. In a brief period, his shoulders had lost their defeated slump, and he sat stiffly upright instead. He studied your reaction with a delicate smile. Please don't misunderstand. I am entirely fine. The issue is with my behavior towards you. You don't need to force yourself to make me feel better. It was all my mistake. But it's okay, though. It's not the end of the world, man. His lips pressed into a fine line. It was crystal clear that he was preemptively stopping you from further okaying the situation. I mean, there's like also some situations like that where like you're so upset, but you don't want people to like be sitting there saying, "Oh, it's okay, you don't have to worry about it." You know, sometimes they just want to be upset or like process it through it on their own, and sometimes like saying it's okay just like brings them back to how they were feeling earlier. So I get that. So we won't push it. We'll let him process these emotions, and we'll come back to it later. Your gaze dropped to the tabletop, and the awkwardness was too stifling to do anything else. The way Baxter was beating himself over a perfectly normal missteps was horrible. He didn't like it at all. There was a reason why people called these kinds of situations accidents, because there was no manipulative or malicious intent. His only crime today was being human and sleepy. It would have been great to remind him of all of that, but Baxter was far too irked to hear any of it. He wanted to move on, so you bookmarked things there. The outing wrapped up in a haze. The waitress returned your card and wished you both a wonderful day, and you left. Baxter managed to muster up a few things to discuss in the car ride home, but the conversation was distant and disjointed from how you both normally clicked. You made it home safely, though not before Silence had time to form. The slamming of his door to exit the vehicle was the first you'd heard from Baxter in a while. The two of you stood on the street face to face, but the awkwardness from the cafe had also come along for the ride, and it lingered forebodingly. This wasn't something you wanted to continue between you and him. Neither of you made a move to leave, a promising sign that he was struggling with the same thought. Baxter began sliding his fingers through his hair, but then he paused mid-motion and dug his nails into his scalp. His controlled expression strained.
I'm sorry.
Dae, this is all my fault. I not only forgot my wallet, but I made things increasingly worse by acting immature about it, undoubtedly making you uncomfortable. I hope my ability to deal with prior difficulties... They keep throwing these words at me. Oh my gosh! How many times have I struggled over a word this stream? Ameliorate some of the concerns I may have raised. Today stung a little more than usual. I'm big enough to admit that. It certainly did not help that all of this was coming on the heels of the already disastrous first impression. I've been hopeful that I could still fix the overall impression by the end. Needless to say, I didn't succeed, and I completely understand if you were doubting the merit of a friendship with me at this point. No, whoa, back it up. This isn't friendship ending worthy accident. It's okay. I presented myself terribly to you. However, if you're willing to, I'd like to ask for a second chance. I can take you out again for drinks tomorrow night, or rather any night you have free. I promise the next one will be better. A dusting of blush rose in his cheeks while he barreled through everything he needed to say before he could get a single word in. Finally, Baxter had a pause to breathe. You blinked, trying to absorb the magnitude of everything he'd said. Now that he laid out all his cards on the table, there was nothing left to do but anxiously wait. Above all else, he'd wedged open a space for you two to talk, and that was a relief. There was nothing terrible about what you did. Don't feel bad about it. You don't have to try so hard to impress me. I had a great time today. I'd love to do something with you again. Let me save. I mean, he doesn't have to impress me, but I also want to see him again. You don't have to impress me. Believe it or not, but I enjoy hanging out with you, even if you're not ideally graceful at every step. I know it wasn't your plan for anything bad or embarrassing to happen, but that's why they're accidents. That wouldn't make me stop talking to you. You're far too kind. But I will need some clarification if that's a yes or no just for the second round. Yes, Baxter, I will get drinks with you. His gaze was gentle, if only for a single look. Baxter swiftly resumed his usual grin and confidence.
Very well.
I'll be in touch later with a specific time then, and potentially a suggestion for what you might want to wear. What I want to wear? He just texting nothing. Have a lovely rest of your day with your family. Tell your mothers and sister I said hello. I will. Excellent. See you again soon. He waved goodbye and earnestly seemed to be in a much better mood than only a few minutes ago. You waved too, even though his turned back couldn't see. Bye. He steadily walked home, and once he was safely inside, you couldn't hold your frown in any longer. All morning Baxter acted as if he had to be the one who needed to earn approval. To him, you weren't individuals getting to know each other. He was an outsider who had to jump through hoops to be excluded. That was the impression you'd gotten. It was more than upsetting. Maybe he took it that hard because he was so tired. That felt like wishful thinking, but you thought so anyway. It was possible Baxter would be more comfortable after he rested. And if he wasn't, then you hoped that he would allow you to show him that your company didn't have to be like that. The rest of the day was focused on your family, and overall was a great one. It was nice spending the afternoon with your aunt and uncle, moms, and Liz. And you remembered to tell them Baxter said hi. You were half asleep when you finally made it home and collapsed onto your bed, so your morning had to come again. The afternoon that followed moved strangely fast and slow because you knew there was another outing to get drinks with Baxter at the end of it. Exactly as promised, you received a text with a set hour to meet him at his condo. Baxter informed you that it was going to be late when you'd be leaving, so he recommended that you have dinner as usual. Apparently this place did not serve meals, only drinks and appetizers. Interesting.
Do they have mozzarella sticks? I would like a mozzarella stick.
Along with that, Baxter made the brow-raising suggestion that you should wear formal attire. Even more interesting. He included an assurance that he'd be prepared when you were ready to leave. During dinner, you mentioned that you were going out for drinks with Baxter later. Your moms were still commenting on your plans when you left to get ready. They're like, drinks? Alcohol? Oh, look at the outside. A city. I kind of got the impression that we just see like maybe like trees, or maybe like even a mountain up in the distance. I didn't think we'd see the city about here. Damn. Well, I guess it makes sense though, since we're like right by Prism Vista City. Even a few teasing remarks over the dress code floated upstairs with you. When you'd opened your drawer, your mind was made up. You'd wear something. Well, he said formal. It was odd putting on some of your nicer things when you had no clue what you were even dressing up for, but there was also something exciting about having that mystery too. Looking at yourself in the mirror, you'd admired the sophisticated person staring back. It wasn't often that you did this. Slowly but surely, you were figuring out this growing up thing. There were a few minutes left before you had to leave, so you made sure that you had everything you might need while you were out. You ran through the essentials: phone, house keys, money, ID. As bad as you felt for Baxter, you didn't want to run into a similar problem or forgetting something important. It was a good reminder for you, both of you, to be careful. Once you knew it was all there, you went downstairs and waved to your moms on the way out of the house. Their goodbyes and well wishes reached you as you locked up. You walked down the street and arrived at Baxter's condo. Yeah, it's house, but condo, same thing. Quite literally seconds after ringing the doorbell, you heard the rattle of the doorknob turning. Oh, snazzy. His black suit, black tie, white shirt. Nice, nice. The door casually opened, not too fast, not too slow, and there on the threshold was Baxter. Though this time he wasn't in his pajamas, but instead of full suit. That was naturally also black and white. It was the same one you saw waiting on a hanger when you visited his room. Hello, thank you for coming. You took a deep breath. So much for looking the part. Honestly, you intended to dress properly, but Baxter was still in another stratosphere in comparison. That suit was probably tailor-made.
Incredible.
You're fantastic, Dae. I can't tell you enough how delighted I am that you're accompanying me tonight. You're sure? Absolutely. You'll be one of the best dressed attendees there. Are you sure? Sitting next to you? I don't know about that. Thank you. That suit looks very good on you, and this suits you. I kind of hoped you'd be in pajamas again. And this suits you. Channeling every bit of your mom's pun power, you teasingly finished your joke by waving your hands in front of him. Baxter snorted and instantly tried hiding his face by turning away from you. Thank you very much. I had a feeling I might need this while I was vacationing here. Now that you'd gotten a good eye for, you could discern that Baxter was truly himself. The exhaustion and embarrassment from yesterday's morning adventure was entirely removed from his features. How have you been? You're definitely a night owl. It's nice to see you've gotten some rest. You were glad, but silently worried about what happened before. He finally smiled himself. How are you? Quite well. I promise you, there won't be a single yawn out of me tonight. For Baxter's sake, you wanted to believe in his ability to follow through on that promise. Though who knew how late you two were going to be out? It might be harder than he thought. Nah, he probably took a nap and he's good. We're probably going to be the ones that start yawning. You shook your head, trying to suppress the chuckle that image stirred up. Baxter flicked his wrist. Shall we go? This isn't something we'd want to be late for. Lead the way, my good sir. And so you both climbed into his car and were off. Baxter drove you out of the neighborhood. Your attention... Ooh, look at that. It looks nice. Your attention lingered on the starry sky for a moment, able to see a good view of the moon until he took a lazy turn. When you turned back to Baxter, his expression said a little. He still offered no obvious hints about your destination. The only thing you could count on was that the place would serve some form of liquid. Probably. Probably. What are we doing? Well... He diligently stared at the road, not yet out of the residential streets of Sunset Bird. You caught a glimpse of his excitement as he continued talking. If you recall, I mentioned how we saw some shows while on my trip within that trip. You could call that my inspiration. Once you graciously accepted my invitation, I began the endeavor to search for a particular performance we could see together.
To be honest,
Oh, like a play? I had high hopes for what I could manage, even with such short notice, and happily I doubt you shall be disappointed. He let his words settle, drumming up the anticipation. Coincidentally, the car rolled to a stop at a light. He turned to you with a proud grin. Tonight we'll be seeing a live show featuring a comedy of error-style romance. Oh, so it is a play. Is it a musical? His foot pressed on the gas and he turned on the main road. A show? It wasn't anything you were expecting, but then again, it was Baxter. You were getting the impression he liked to surprise you. But wait, didn't you invite me for drinks? Does drinking a soda or something in the theater count as getting drinks? You understood that Baxter was driving for a mystery here, but still. I am very pleased you asked. Baxter's smile grew. He had expected your reaction. They do serve drinks, an excellent selection for what I found, and it will only be drinks. There's no food on the menu. Our mozzarella sticks. You said it'd be appetizers. Now I'm just left here to starve. He shrugged his shoulders, not particularly finding that to be a loss. You were glad you weren't hungry. However, as promised, the drinks are crucial to the experience. You see, this isn't at some grand arena. You'll find tonight's entertainment is at the spectacularly immersive setting of a jazz bar. Jazz? All patrons will witness the story unfold in that very room. His voice lowered, theatrically so, fitting for the topic of conversation.
does that sound alright?
Also, if you'd like, it's possible for the actors to interact with you directly. Ooh, that sounds social. How very Baxter Ward of you. Oh, cool. Seriously, that's amazing. Thank you, Baxter. It must not have been easy to get tickets. That kind of event sounded like when you went on waitlist for. What kind of magic had he pulled? Ah, well, it was one of those opportunities where all the stars aligned. Well, Curious, you were too excited about the show to keep dwelling on logistics. The show promised to shape up into a memorable evening, and you couldn't wait to see what happened next. Baxter drove into the heart of the city, passing by the twinkling lights of the urban night until he pulled into a public parking lot. He switched his phone's map app to walking mode. It's an 8-minute stroll from here. You shrugged, not needing to point out that walking tended to be your main form of transportation anyways. Both of you exited the car. Baxter made a note of where exactly he was leaving it. Luckily, the lot was well lit and located in a busy area. It'd be hard to miss. He led you across the road and then followed up the sidewalk until his phone proclaimed that you had reached the correct building. Baxter got the door for you. Thanks. Of course. Inside, he switched his phone off of the map, but continued tapping away at it. Now, where is it? He huffed as he scrolled the screen. You could immediately tell when he found what he was looking for from his reaction. He'd finally relaxed into his normal state of friendly nonchalance. Curious, you poked your head closer to read what it was. It made sense when you saw it was a digital confirmation of his purchase ticket. You just now bought the tickets? In front of you was a small line where a man would check tickets before— oh wait, he's bringing them up, okay. Moving people onward. Baxter slipped into the back and you waited until it'd be needed. I'm glad we arrived on time. Missing the show was likely the only chance of this event going awry. We'd make it work even if we were late. The other guests in line were dressed to the nines. Some were even in vintage clothes. Baxter's previous advice was correct. The wait wasn't too long. After chatting with Baxter for a moment, it was his turn to show his digital tickets. The usher was young, probably only a few years older than you. The bags around his eyes spoke to the fact that this was nowhere near the start of his day. These are for you and your friend, right? You nodded and took a step next to Baxter, making it clear that you were here together. Cool, cool. Thanks for coming in. We are thankful for you having us. Baxter shoved his phone in his pocket for good. Once he got approval, he inspected the two of you and tilted his head to the side. Here's some ground rules before you enter the show. Everyone gets them. Oh, that was the— wait, sorry. Here's some ground rules before you enter the show. Everyone gets them. I have to do my tired worker voice. He began explaining the guidelines. Another word. List that he'd obviously said hundreds of times before. For the most part, the rules wanted you to act as a polite human being. You could do that. Last, if you want to actually participate in the show, you can take one of these necklaces. He pulled out a box full of glowing jewel necklaces. Each was gaudy enough that anyone wearing one would be noticeable in the crowd. Wearing one of these beauties means that you're a part of the same world as the actors are. No necklace, no participation. The actors will treat you like an invisible audience member. You can still speak out if you're suddenly inspired, but nobody's going to put focus directly on you. So any takers?
My pleasure.
It would be my pleasure. Baxter volunteered immediately, and the usher fished a necklace from the box. Yeah, give me one. I am a star after all. No, I'm just kidding. I'm curious to see how this. I don't think I've ever heard like a show like that. Like the closest thing I would think of is like when you're at like stand-up comedy shows where the comedian kind of like banters with the audience, or like at a magic show where some dude, the magician is like, oh, who wants to come up here and be my assistant, and like he does a trick for you. That's kind of the only thing I was thinking of. So how does this go? I handed them out with an encouraging expression. Enjoy the show. You were waved off and allowed to enter into the showroom, past heavy double doors. The showroom was a sight to behold. From floor to ceiling, it was lit up, yet none of that was bright enough to be blinding. The bar was full of expensive bottles and gilded engravings. Oh, it's very fancy, very nice indeed. Oh my god, they really popped up with all these backgrounds. Damn, look at this wall. The reflection, the disco ball. Oh my god, we're gonna fucking party in here. The showroom was a sight to behold. From floor to ceiling, it was lit up, yet none of that was bright enough to be blinding. The bar was full of expensive bottles and gilded engravings. Okay, I remember that, sorry. The back had a pit for musicians, large enough for a full band to play. The instruments were already set up. You were taken to the bar and seated at the 2 empty stools at the end. The booths along the walls were already filled with groups of other guests, laughing and clinking glasses. They had a full house. This was a popular event, maybe a bigger deal than what Baxter had presented it as. The ages varied. Some of the crowd was made up of fresh-faced 20-somethings, while others were silver-haired elders. You may have been the youngest in the room. Oh my god, we're babies! Babies amongst a group of adults! Oh no! And almost everyone was dressed up. Sequin dresses, fitted suits, and expensive jewelry as far as the eye could see. No broad generalization to be made about the kind of people who would watch a show at a jazz club, other than most of them knew how to dress. The few exceptions in casual clothes stuck out between all the elaborate, well-coiffed looks. That second usher bowed and left you alone, just for a bartender to appear out of nowhere and pick it right up where they left off. He passed each of you a drink menu, smooth and practiced. Nice to see you tonight. Just let me know when you're ready to order. Of course. The bartender inclined his head cordially and then busied himself with polishing a glass with a white cloth. The jazz bar took the immersion seriously. Even the guys serving drinks had the proper aesthetic for the world the show took place in. He wore subtle eyeliner, and there was something about how he carried himself that made him seem like he'd wandered off a movie set, especially with highly coordinated shabby clothes for a uniform. You shared a look with Baxter before examining the menu. From first glance, it was impressive. In total, it held 5 pages of drinks, each with detailed descriptions, and some even had photos. You turned to the last section, entirely for non-alcoholic drinks. You read the blurbs, enjoying both the descriptiveness and the sense of humor. A few minutes later, though, a waiter in a full suit turned up. His tie was a muted maroon, and the only thing separating him from his clients was his pad for taking orders. You wonder why he approached you rather than leaving you to the bartender. Maybe because it was so busy? Welcome to our show. Can I get you anything, or do you need some more time? Baxter leaned forward in his chair, no hesitation. I would like a baby Bellini, please. Baxter passed the menu back. The waiter took it with a polite nod, then turned to you. You glanced over your options with one final read-through, and then said, you would like... Ew, okay. So I'm assuming they're all non-alcoholic. They're like, no, you are not drinking alcohol in this video game. Okay, sparkling cider, elderflower cordial, fruit-only martini, tropical fish, Shirley Temple cherry cola, whiskey sour mocktail, virgin pina colada. I don't want pina colada. That is coconut and not coconut. Steel proof margarita. That could be good. Baby Bellini, citrus sunshine mocktail, Virgin Mary, Arnold Palmer. Let's go with the citrus sunshine mocktail. You handed your menu over, and the waiter put it with Baxter's. He inclined his head politely one more time. Thank you, esteemed guests. I'll return shortly. The waiter sauntered off and vanished through a side door away from the bar. Baxter's fingertips tapped the counter rhythmically. The soft sounds faded into a din around you. He met your inquisitive glance with confidence. I knew what I wanted as soon as I saw that name. I firmly appreciate sparkling drinks, as well as peaches. With a wicked smirk, his voice lowered to a husky rumble. I prefer it without the baby, however. Same here, Baxter, you shouldn't say that. You don't need to tell me that. You snickered. You rolled your eyes. You don't need to tell me that. I know, you do have some experience with my tastes. In the distance, the musicians filtered onto the stage from backstage. The sounds of tuning strings took over the soundscape as they prepared for the big event.
Self-voicing disabled.
Exciting.
Why is the V key so close to the spacebar? The action approaches. There were still a few minutes before you thought the production was scheduled to start. The air was full of anticipation, but still relaxed. The two of you chatted over your respective jazz music experience until the waiter arrived with the drinks. The waiter carried a silver platter with stiff formality. He passed out the glasses, not even leaving fingertips prints due to his white gloves. Curiously, neither drink had been filled at the bar you were sitting at. Are we? Is that part of the show, actually? You place your Citrus Sunshine mocktail on the counter in front of you before setting down Baxter's baby Bellini. Thanks. Thank you so much. Gently, Baxter lifted his drink to his lip and sipped at the fruity beverage. He appeared as the very picture of sophistication with a stem glass in hand and a distant, unreachable gaze. Sitting there with him, everything suddenly hit you. His formal clothes, his fancy drink, the glamorous setting, and his dazzling smile all came together. He had pulled out all the stops for this adventure. It felt like whiplash compared to what happened with the far simpler, much more normal cafe trip. It had to be intentional. You were certain that the sparkling glitz was his goal. He practically said it out loud with his original invitation. You were never going to underestimate him whenever he got an opportunity to prepare. You picked up your own drink and sampled the refreshment. It was delicious and had a pleasant consistency. Hell yeah. After a flicker of the lights and an electric moment of silence, you heard the sounds of a keyboard. The crowd hushed, waiting on bated breath, and the rest of the band kicked in. A saxophone cut into the song before being backed up by a chorus of trumpets. A bass player strummed along with the drummer, kept this time. Everyone around you straightened, on the lookout for something. Nobody was sure what, but they'd know when they saw it. The double doors at the front opened, and all eyes were on a pair as they entered. The leader strode in with her heels clinging against the glowing walkway. Oh, you go, girl. Her form-fitting evening gown sparkled in the dazzling lights. She strutted to the center of the room, a grimace on her red-painted lips. Behind her, another actor casually followed. They easily could have been passed over, especially with many of the guests around them dressed more formally. This character was plain in appearance, especially compared to the glitter of the other. They took quicker steps and reached out. Talk to the hand. Oh my god, look at all her rings. I like the heart. Both of the characters came to an abrupt stop at the center of the room. The glamorous one spoke loudly, letting her words carry over the band. My darling friend, you know I don't have time for this. I had to prepare for the show, and must rest my voice. How else will I manage to sing? The singer sidestepped away from her friend, straightening the space between them. I do not want to discuss this. Your friend shrunk away, but refused to back down. There was a fight in the way they stood. The singer sighed. She crossed her arms, her frustration towards the topic making her next words bitter. It is more than enough that my parents and his parents keep bothering me. You don't need to add to that number, my dear. I can't leave it alone, not when you're making such a mistake. The singer put her hand up, dismissing her friend. Her movements were as sharp as her stilettos. I repeat, I don't have time for this. I am going to my dressing room. She swept across the room and then glanced in your direction before quickly looking away. She exited through a door near the band. You were struck by her last expression. Was that sorrow? Longing? Either way, you had gathered the situation. The two were acquainted, and the diva was a performer at the venue. Her friend wasn't. They had come to offer unwanted but likely needed assistance. The music slowed down, suddenly somber after the frantic energy of the singer's outburst. Ooh. Oh, what is going on here? I'm invested. What are we things happening? What? So, her parents and his parents. Maybe she's marrying a man that she doesn't love? Maybe her friend loves her and wants her to stop? Her friend hadn't moved. They hugged their arms around themselves and slumped in defeat. You're so focused on them that when a voice came right from behind you, almost fell out of your stool. It's like talking to a brick wall, isn't it? You craned your head over to the bartender. He was the same man who had passed you at the drink menu. He was still at work polishing a glass. He was part of the bit all along. That probably wasn't even a real bar. Yet again, their commitment to realism surprised you. I knew it. Listen, I'd be a dumbass. I'd turn around and be like, huh? You talking to me? And just ruin the whole thing. Your friend took a deep breath before rushing over to the counter. Now that they were closer, you could tell their clenched hands were shaking. They directed a scowl at the bartender in full force. You need to talk to her. Unlike when they had spoken to the singer, these words were bitten out. They weren't as close to the bartender and not willing to allow him the same niceties offered to their friend. The bartender scoffed in their face. He wasn't any fonder of them, but he was trying to retain an ounce of professional decorum. Oh, ooh. You holding up a fist. Why would I? I've got no attachment to that lady. None of the crowd was buying it. You heard unconvinced snorts throughout the room. Ooh. And he's getting on it too? Wow. And she acted like I wasn't even here, besides. She wants the stage, and that's it. All I'm good for is watching her, same as everyone else in the world. He gripped the glass tightly. You could faintly hear the polishing cloth squeak against it. She's not interested in my words, just as she told you. There's no time for that. The friend objected harshly, pointing a finger to the bartender's face. They weren't letting him get away with such a falsehood. She can't admit it because you won't admit it. You're making me laugh, kid. The only folks who want us together are you and our parents. Ooh, he's trying to set them up. He shooed the friend away by flinging his hand through the air. He had the audience captivated, half of them flinching from the gesture. I'm working. Don't block the bar. The friend tossed their hair at him before they sulked away. They waved at a booth of necklace-wearing guests and then slid onto the edge of the cushion. They rolled their eyes and their entire head along with it, intentionally exaggerated, and their new table-mates snickered. I don't know how to put up with either of them. You were starting to get the feel for the show. All the actors' behaviors were turned up to 11 for the sake of comedy. And the heart of the story was clear. The venue's singer and its bartender were in love, but wouldn't admit it due to outside pressure and fear that the other didn't feel the same. A clattering sound brought your attention back to the bartender. He put the glass he had been polishing away. With his hands free, he idly glanced around for his next task. He settled on you and Baxter. His gaze dropped to your necklaces, and he gave a professional smile. You were both in the story world. Can I get either of you anything? Refills? A new drink? On the house. Consider an apology for all the ruckus. He leaned over the counter and nodded pointedly at the friend. They blocked their face with their hand and sunk into the booth, trying to escape the stare. One of the guests at their table happened to have a paper fan and held it out to them. They gratefully took it and hid behind it instead. The bartender shook his head, fed up. Baxter, meanwhile, grinned.
Gladly.
That would be delightful. I could use another baby Bellini. Of course, sir. Even while the picture of poise and play manners, Baxter gave the air of being quite smug over the formal address. The bartender shifted closer to you. You could now smell his spiced cologne. And you? Let me think. No one to hold up the show for long. You asked the bartender for another citrus sunshine mocktail. Or maybe I should just get water. No, I'm just gonna make it easy. Got it. The bartender looked around at the shelves of the fake bar, but scratched his head. Oh darn, I'm missing something. I always tell the owner he needs to keep this place better stocked. He grumbled a little more, earned his complaints. Not one to give up, he thought about his options. The crowd tittered with amusement as a friend peeked out with a flush on their cheeks from the other side of the room. If I'm right, there's some in the back. I'll return with your drink soon. Of course. There's no need to hurry. I appreciate it. Baxter lifted his existing baby Bellini with the drama of a supervillain. You wonder if he was being unaware or trying to put on a good show. The bartender threw his cleaning cloth over his shoulder and briskly abandoned his station. He disappeared through a curtained door beside the bar. You guessed that the real drink station was through there. You noticed the actual waiter bounced from table to table filling orders, even during the performance. It made sense to keep the supply somewhere off stage so that the bar could keep putting out drinks no matter what was happening with the story. Without the bartender, you and Baxter had to reorient yourselves as to where the action went. Most of the crowd's eyes were away from the tables. The friend character had scrambled out of the booth and paced along the length of the room. They were still troubled and stopped just short of the biting their nails. Just as they clasped their hands together, the singer made her reappearance. Music swelled as she sashayed out of her dressing room, once more the center of attention. Her presence spellbound the crowd, instantly taking focus. Ah! The friend cautiously crept over to her, stepping around the tables between them. Feeling refreshed? Of course, darling. I'm a professional. Speaking of professionalism, why didn't you say hi to the bartender earlier? He is here, you know. The singer scoffed, echoing the exact same cadence the bartender had before. They were a perfect match of stubbornness. He doesn't like me. He made it very clear. He told his parents as much. He told my parents. She struck a defiant pose, sounding utterly disgusted. Who does that? What a cad. Her friends scratched the back of their head. Their face twisted comedically as they chose their words with care. Didn't you tell his parents that you didn't like him when they suggested it? I also recall when your parents accused you of being attached to him, you denied it, vehemently, with him in the room. The singer huffed, but didn't deny the events. She and the bartender's relationship was messy. And isn't it true that you do like our illustrious bartender? If your foolish parents hadn't meddled, you would be all over each other by now. Ha! The singer let out a deliberate, prideful laugh. It was dark and barely concealing very real hurt. Do not even pretend. He doesn't care for me, and I don't care for him. She cast her gaze over the pockets of attendees gathered around her and spread her arms wide. I bet everyone in this room heard him bad-mouthing me as soon as I left, didn't you? He said you were like a brick wall. He said he didn't like you. He said he doesn't think you like him. You nodded along with her assessment. You shook your head, trying to show her she was wrong. You quietly watched. Ooh. I'm gonna shake my head. I'm too scared to... I should just be like, he loves you. Just go for him, darling. You're preventing yourself from getting happiness. But now I'm gonna... Stop, no. Several other guests responded to the call. Some were casual, but others with necklaces with up airy into it. He's jealous you're a star. See? But haven't you seen his heart eyes for you? Sounds like you gotta get your eyes checked. That's a death glare. Actually, no. You know what? Since other people do, I want to do it too. I'm not a coward. He said he doesn't think you like him. She snapped her fingers and pointed at you. The weight of the room started landing on your face. Ooh. Good, because that's exactly right. The crowd laughed at that, and she played them into a boisterous chatter. When the room finally settled, the singer had passed along a few more barbs about the bartender. The friend slung an arm around her. Can't you please hear me out? The singer groaned and shrugged off her friend's embrace. She backed up with a frown. I need a drink. She spun to face the bar before thinking better of it. Apparently she didn't need a drink that badly. Not here, of course. I have standards. The sole of her shoe tapped on the floor. She needed action to deal with all that restless energy. I believe that this counts as an emergency. Please hold. I need to fetch my crisis bottle from my purse. She stuck her nose high in the air and swayed off to her dressing room once more. Her friend stood alone in the center of the room. The crescendo of the music made the room quiet. In the distance, the door slammed. The diva reached her room. Her abandoned friend visibly winced at the anger of the noise. They closed their eyes and mentally counted to 10. Slowly their stance unwound as they forced themselves to relax. They glanced furtively to the left and then to the right. Okay. The last actor left spoke to the entire room, projecting their voice loudly. While they're gone, does anyone have any ideas to get those two to admit their actual feelings? It has been weeks of me putting up with their arguments. I'm sorry to say it, but I'm plumb out of ideas. People began to shout things out or whisper amongst groups. The friend listened attentively as if one suggestion might hold the key of their very survival. Not all of the ideas are positive or even workable plans. Just give up. I'm too stubborn for that. They aren't getting out of this that easily. Lock them in the back room together until they confess. I tried that last week. My friend knows how to pick the lock. Try making the bartender jealous. Set her up with someone else. I'll do it. I'll do it. Wait, The friend spied a vase full of flowers on the table near the back. They scrambled to collect them into a bouquet. These should work. The flowers can be given to our singer in celebration to her performance. She thinks they're from the bartender. Maybe. This new electric smile on their face contrasted their previous expression. For a moment, though, they faltered. But I can't give these to her. She'll know immediately that they weren't from the bartender. Would anyone else be willing to help out? I know those two aren't giving the best impression, but when they aren't trying to prove each other wrong, they're very cute together. They searched through the crowd, brow furrowed. Please? I'll do it! Me. I want to be a star. Your voice rang out through the room, and someone started clapping. It was Baxter. Thank you. Baxter's like, you go, bestie. They bounded towards you and placed the bouquet in your hands. Their sincere gratitude caught you by surprise. You are a hero, I swear. Anyway, here's the plan. Although their tone was hushed, as you'd be when sharing a secret, their pitch carried throughout the space. They were a talented actor, especially without any microphone to aid them. Especially since they're doing like crowd work too, they have to like work on improv as well and adapt to the situation based on the audience. I think that's very impressive. I don't think I'd be able to do that. I'd be sitting, somebody would like say something out in the crowd, and I'd stand there for like a good 10 minutes trying to process just what they said. Be like, what? Say that again? I'll go get her. You need to call her over and pretend the bartender got those flowers for her, but was too shy to hand them over directly. Count on me. Friend gave a thumbs up and scampered off to where the singer had left. Baxter inspected the flowers held in your hands. He approved of the bouquet. It would make for a nice gift, circumstances aside. A familiar smirk appeared on his lips. He delicately stroked a petal with the back of a knuckle. His voice was low and in your ear. This is unlikely to work, but I do admire the friend's effort. Which was your agreement? You laughed. You forced yourself not to laugh. Oh, shush you snickered. Shush, seriously, you insisted. You frowned him. Yeah, wait, no. Oh, shush. You efficiently tried to hush Baxter. His grin only grew. I think much of the crowd is skeptical. That's part of the fun. The door to the singer's dressing room swung open, and the friend pulled the singer back into the main room. Their arms were locked together, but the singer was dragging her very tall high heels all the way. In one manicured hand was a tiny bottle, no doubt the aforementioned emergency alcohol. It was already half gone. It's not good to stay hauled up by yourself all the time. You don't need to hide from everyone.
I'm not hiding. I am simply very busy getting drunk.
Uh-huh. Since they were a fool like the parents, the friend didn't buy that at all. Once the friend reached the center of the room, they released the singer. She rolled her shoulder back, still affronted by the rough treatment. Showtime. Hey, excuse me. I need to give you something. The singer snapped her head towards the bar and narrowed her focus down on you. Her dress twitched as she approached. You held up the bouquet. Her suspicious acknowledgement gave you pause.
Where did these come from?
Me! They're from me to you! I'm in love with you. The bartender left. I want to save. I want to come back to this later and see what that said. From the bartender, Mrs. Starlight gasped and pressed both hands to her chest. She squinted hard at the flowers as if it was a nest of snakes. She unscrewed the cap of her small bottle and tipped it between her pursed lips. She tugged the remaining liquid down. They got a huge laugh from the audience. She slammed her empty bottle down the bar's counter and gasped for air with a frightened glare. But gently and slowly, ever so slowly, she reached out. Her fingertips touched a single flower stem. She paused and finished the movement and wrapped her digits around it. You stay immobilized, as if she were a butterfly and any movement would send her fluttering off. Without warning, there came a shout from the far end of the bar. Got your drinks right here! Uh-oh. Oh no, this is awkward. Every head turned to see the bartender making his reappearance. A tray of drinks balanced on his right arm. Sorry for the wait, just had to... He froze mid-sentence, staring at the scene he returned to witness. The singer, standing next to you, being offered a bouquet, a single flower clutched in her hand. What if he gets what if he thinks I'm hitting on her? It was deathly quiet. You could have heard a pin drop. Even the band had stopped playing until... Suddenly the singer let out a mortified shriek. She flung the proffered flower and bolted, being a frantic, desperate escape. She careened around the corner and then... slam. Deafening sound of a door being rammed shut. Another awful silence formed. Having remained frozen when the singer fled, the bartender's attention returned to where you and Baxter were at the bar. His eyes were drilling holes into you, his glare darting between your face and the remains of the bouquet, still in your grip. He caught you red-handed, literally on account of the roses. It was unspeakably awkward, even though your brain was screaming, "It's not real!" You couldn't help but be swept up in the overwhelming sense of the unease filling the room. Slowly the bartender marched over to the counter, his footsteps weighty and full of intent. He firmly set down the tray of drinks. Glasses rattled angrily, but not a drop was spilled. Then he cocked his hip and folded his muscular arms, striking a pose which he felt almost threatening, and bristled with suspicion. Well now, I see how it is. He flicked a finger up and down, sizing you up with it. So this... coal-headed chomp is who I'm losing to. Really? Does he think we're the other man? Coal-headed chomp, excuse you. The rather silly epithet got a fair number of titters from the audience, but the bartender wasn't laughing. He made a bitter sound at the back of his throat and shook his head. He muttered angrily under his breath. I should have known. Wait! A cry came from the other side of the room. The mutual friend, face distraught, was bustling their way over, limbs flapping with panic. I can explain. It's all a misunderstanding. What I'm trying to say is, stumbling over their words, the friend attempted to lay out the situation. The flowers were all part of a plan to get the singer to admit to her own feelings. No, you stupid bastard. You should have waited. You should have let him beat me up. So when she came out, I was like, what are you doing? He'd be like, oh, so this is the guy that you love more than me? And she'd be like, what? No, I love you. This is just some bitch. And then confessions. Love would happen. Hopefully without the beating up part, actually, but still. Damn it. As the friend nervously rambled, you found yourself practically throwing the bouquet down on the counter in front of you like it was a hot potato, pulling your arms up in a non-threatening gesture. At first you were convinced it would work. The bartender's expression was thunderous as a summer rain cloud. His brows were set in a 90-degree angle, stern as steel. But as some of the other patrons began to chime with words of confirmation, his dark countenance began to clear. A number of emotions melted in each other on his face. Anger became confusion, confusion became understanding, and understanding became acceptance. He let a long, tired sigh and unfolded his arms. Okay, I hear you. You were only trying to help. I'm sorry. He directed this apology at you. I shouldn't have gotten angry. There's nothing wrong with your hair. Don't worry. I was telling you holding those flowers and lost my cool. He chuckled bleakly. That's on me. I'm the problem here. I figured out the voice again. At this, he hung his head and slouched where he stood. I can't believe she'd run away like that, screaming as if she'd seen a ghost. Like I was the worst thing in the world. Is it really that awful, being around me? Am I really that bad? His voice was thick with emotion, pain behind every word. There was barely a dry eye in the whole building. A chorus of sympathy rose up from the people around you. Sounds of comfort and encouragement in equal measure. The tender walked behind his bar and came to rest his palms flat on the counter, his thick arms spread wide. I wish I knew what to do, you know? If only there was something, anything.
Just say you like her, idiot.
It was a frank admission laden heavy with resignation. He bowed his head again and was silent. There was a pointed pause. Into it, you heard Baxter gently clear his throat.
Honestly.
If you'll permit me to say, it can be hard to know what to do in these kinds of situations. But the important thing is that it's making you unhappy. Once you realize that, it should at least be obvious what not to continue doing. Dancing around your feelings like this will only lead further and further from what you want. So why stick to the same old tune? The bartender gradually lifted his face to peer at Baxter with an inscrutable expression. If you like the charming singer, then what could you ever have to gain by insisting otherwise? You don't need to propose or anything equally drastic, but why push her away when all you want is to get closer? His voice gained a faint, lilting cadence, almost like he was a singer too, before it tapered away into nothing. On the countertop you saw the bartender clench a fist. Ah, you got me pegged. You and everyone else in the joint. So I like her already. What good is that? She thinks I'm a joke. She wouldn't be seen dead with someone like me. We all know that you saw what just happened. Am I supposed to make myself look like an idiot? Waltz all on over and tell her we should be pals? I'd be straight up begging to be laughed at. I couldn't take it. Not from her. My friend's right, you know. You're only making it worse. But what you're doing, you're already embarrassing yourself. You're already an embarrassment, dude. It's always hard to push yourself out there, but isn't it better than the alternative? You stayed silent but smiled at compassionating him. You watched with bated breath, eager to see what would happen next. Let's see, let me save. Bum 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 bum. You're already embarrassing yourself. One hand came up to scratch the nape of his neck in a universal gesture of awkwardness. I guess you got a point there. I understand the concern. You didn't go any further than you're able. The key is that you step forward in the first place, or at least resist the urge to continue moving backwards. When the time comes, don't pull away. You'll only regret it later. The bartender rested one arm across the counter, easing into a stance that was more casual. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. His body language was loosening up. You gathered that he was mulling over what he had been said, taking it all in. After a short while, he cracked a cautious grin. You know, it's usually other people who want me to listen to their problems. And by listening, I mean I just help them pick up poison, you know, blunt the edges when nothing else can. Never thought I'd be on the receiving end, though. Maybe I should serve him my drink. Here, you're gonna need this. Pushes the drinks towards him. He grabbed a knuckle on the countertop and straightened up suddenly. Ah, shoot, I forgot the ice with your drinks. I'm being real sloppy tonight, letting personal stuff get in the way of business. Sorry about that. He began to walk towards the heavy curtain, his black shoes echoing loudly on the floor. Let me go take care of that, and maybe cool myself off for a sec while I'm at it. The click of his heels and a swish of the curtain, he was gone. Now what? Became the unspoken consensus of the audience. An answer came shortly. Psst! It was in the form of a loud hiss from the other side of the room, from behind the corner where the singer had vanished. Did she hear it all? Did she hear everything? Your focus swung back to see the lady in question poking her head out, shy as a dormouse. She cupped her fingers around her mouth, keeping to a stage whisper. Is he gone? Various assenting voices chimed in. Baxter flashed her a quick thumbs up. Seeing that the coast was clear, the singer's head vanished for a brief instant before reappearing, the rest of her following along with it. She swanned her way into the main area, oozing feigned confidence. All the terror of her departure had gone. Hastily paced it over as though nothing had happened. She brought up a hand to shade her eyes, casting a look around the room. Her immaculately lipsticked lips parted. Has my dear, delightful, and meddlesome friend decided to finally beat it too? Not yet! The friend's voice called out from somewhere behind you. While everyone's attention had been elsewhere, they managed to collect the discarded bouquet. In their other hand was the lone flower the singer herself had pitched. They held it out to her. I'm sorry about the flowers. I lied. They weren't from him. They never were to begin with. The singer clapped over her mouth in shock. What? You tricked me? Her cry projected clear as a bell, ringing with hurt and betrayal. Her pristine face was crumpled in a furious scowl, directed first at the friend and then everyone else in the room. And you were all in on it! The friend darted to her side in an effort to placate, babbling apologies over and over with a mollifying tone. I know, I'm a terrible friend, and I shouldn't have done it. Huh. Finally, something we can agree on. Fine, I deserve that, but just hear me out, okay? Even though they weren't from him, there's nothing stopping you from flipping this on its head. I'm not sure I like where this is going. I'm a singer, not an acrobat. It's easy. When he comes back, why don't you give the flowers to him? The singer stared blankly for a few seconds, then tossed her head back and bellowed with laughter. Her once lyrical voice was now cold and callous in timbre. Oh my gosh. Let's see, Lymph FX Gel, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Much appreciated. I hope you enjoy your time here. Feel free to yell at me if I pronounced your name wrong. I like to, you know, say it correctly, you know? But welcome. Just here in the midst of this tea brewing right in front of us. Oh, my darling friend, you should really consider joining the circus. I've never heard something so ludicrous. This is serious. I just know it'll work, believe me. I'll be rooting for you. And not only me, you all think so too, right, gang? At their prompting, the room filled with shouts of agreement. Yeah! We'll be right behind you. It's okay, don't be afraid. What have you got to lose? The comments came bright and fast. More people pitched in with remarks about what had happened while the singer was gone. Others simply nodded along. Though she'd readily dismissed her friend's suggestion, the audience's reaction seemed to be more convincing. She stood in the middle of the flurry of sound, head cocked, listening intently. At that very moment, there was a shuffling from behind the curtained entrance. The fabric parted to reveal the bartender, carrying a palm-sized metal bowl piled high with ice. For the second time this evening, everyone froze in place. The singer slowly rotated on her heels to face him. His eyes were wide with her surprise. Suddenly she stumbled forward. The mutual friend had given her a nudge, knocking her off balance and toward the bartender. She wheeled around to glare at them before snatching the single flower her friend still held, and about facing once more. She laughed a thin, nervous laugh and took one small step closer. She's gonna give it to him. A wide expanse separated them. Their footfalls echoed. 1 step, 2 steps. Then she halted, too afraid to continue. She wavered on the brink of turning back. All at once, the crowd made good on their promise. Hollers of encouragement came from booths behind her. Whoops and cheers. Whistles of, "Don't give up now!" "Ooh, you can do it! Come on, girl, I believe in you." You plod along with the crowd. You stay quiet on the edge. "You can do it!" Once again, the singer crept across the room as though expecting to be attacked at any moment. The bartender was a statue, watching motionless. Inch by inch, the distance closed. When only a few feet remained to separate them, the singer paused. She cast an anxious look from her target to where you and Baxter were sitting. Oh gosh, I was at your side. Baxter smiled and inclined his head in a nod. He followed suit, giving her a cool thumbs up. Nearly there. With the poise and slowness of a puppet yanked on strings, she extended her arm. The flower gleamed in the dim light of the bar, a flush of red hanging in the air between them. The bloom was fragile, frail, vulnerable, like a naked, helpless heart offered up in prayer. Everyone in the room held their breath. The two held each other's gaze, neither speaking a word. He knew and she knew. This time, it was real. The bartender silently placed the bowl of ice down on the bar, a moment of choice, a crossroads. Then he walked over and stretched out his fingers. He caressed the petals of the single rose, light as a feather, and then he placed his fingers over hers and gently lifted the flower free. He had accepted. The response was immediate. The space exploded with applause, cries of delight coming from all and all sundry. The friend jumped up and down on the spot, suppressing a squeal. High fives were exchanged. There were wolf whistles and roars of approval. Baxter and you shared a look of silent satisfaction. Amid jubilation, the bartender returned to the counter to retrieve the bowl of ice. Maybe it was a metaphor. The winter cold swapped for the first spring blooms of spring. He hastened over to you and dropped a handful of cold, possibly metaphors in yours and Baxter's glasses. He parted again with a wink. After that first climactic moment, the merriment of the story barreled ahead. No sooner had the lovers begun to open up to one another than further complications reared their heads. First came the parents, who had always claimed the two were fated. They were keen to seal the match and win the satisfaction of lording it over everyone. Nobody could bear the thought of granting them the satisfaction, and so began the elaborate schemes to keep the two families out of the loop. Tragedy devolved into farce. At every step, the audience had a part to play. One scene saw a group of patrons acting as a diversion, keeping one of the parents occupied while the lovers made their escape. Another, you and Baxter recruited to slide secret notes along the bar while nobody was looking. Even the band got to help, swapping one song in the program for another without warning. The singer's defiant aria transmuted into one of the passionate, heartfelt longing. It was a flurry, the characters coming and going with a chaotic energy you normally could only see at a distance on stage. And all through the carefully coordinated mayhem, the actual waiter diligently continued to cater to the patrons, serving more drinks, clearing tables, and lighting candles. He ducked and weaved between chairs and bar stools and the other characters, sometimes even participating in the action, but normally fading into the background. At one point, the singer and he almost collided and would have sent a particularly hefty tray flying. It was all part of the performance, and they both expertly caught the glass before they fell. Too loud approbation from the audience. The journey was precarious, full of twists and turns, but with everyone's help, the protagonists were finally able to face their feelings for each other. Hardly anyone could have resisted getting caught up in it. When the confession came at last, a deafening cheer went up, the two shared a kiss, and the room was plunged into darkness. The band struck up a lively tune, and when the lights came back on, all the actors took their bows to well-earned applause that seemed to last for hours. Bravo! Bravo! Finally, the floor cleared. The lamps dimmed to their usual twilight. It was finished. Love had triumphed, at least for one night. Love always wins. Love wins. I'll give that a 10 out of 10. That was pretty good. Like, it's a pretty... I guess that when you look at it, it's a pretty typical, separated lovers story, like Romeo and Juliet. But it was good. It was good. I liked... I guess it was like the setup was like different because, like they said, the audience was involved. I really liked that. That was a very good show. I'd like to go to a show like that one day. I don't think I'd actually be a part of the show, like wear those necklaces, but I would like to witness it in real life. That would be very cool. Very fun and quirky. But after the show was over, things would round down for the evening. There were no more performances booked, although it was still a good while until closing. People could enjoy the room as a normal bar. The band continued to play, and patrons milled about with their drinks. Some people were animatedly discussing the performance you'd just seen. The atmosphere was convivial. Oh my god, so many words. Baxter let out a contented sign, fiddled absentmindedly with his second baby Bellini. He barely touched it since it arrived. Seeing that you were aimlessly looking around, he caught your eye with a tilt of the head and a quirk of his brow.
What do you think?
Now then, was the show to your liking? I'm all ears. And you can be honest. It can be a lot to take in. At least I had the experience. Are you kidding? It was so fun. It was pretty interesting. It was really wonderful. I guess I've seen worse shows before. No, that was the best show I have ever seen. And I wouldn't even see it. This was the best visual novel show I have ever seen. Are you kidding? It was so fun. I'm glad to hear that. They put a lot of effort into their craft. The dedication to entertainment is commendable. You might be interested to know that shows aren't always like this. They have quite a wide selection of different genres. The murder mysteries are always popular, but I wasn't sure how you'd feel about an interactive performance with the capacity for violence. Those can get rather intense, to say the least. Oh, listen, I am no stranger to violence. Even the play we just saw is rarely performed the same way twice. As far as, oh, of course, because it's a different audience each time. As far as I've heard, they often chop and change the premise, shuffling the characters and events around as needed. You recall the ever-suffering friend, desperate to help the fated couple find love? Well, some nights, it is they who charms the heart of the singer, or the bartender. Oh my god. Sometimes it may be all three that love each other. In that situation, the third party is instead refusing their help out of kindness, not wanting to get in the way of their own possible romance. Sometimes the characters' families detest one another, Romeo and Juliet style. On those nights, the singer and the bartender dislike each other too, but pretend to fall in love in order to spite their own parents. And then, of course, it happens for real. And on rare occasions, they simply play hard to get, faking a quarrel for no reason other than to frustrate their would-be matchmakers and laugh at them with the guests in private. So you see, there's an enormous potential for telling a whole host of different stories, but usually the core idea is the same. The two characters, for whatever reason, are always talking past each other, always failing to communicate, and it's up to the audience to lend a hand. I think it's a fascinating concept, personally, a very novel form of entertainment. You listened attentively to Baxter's explanation. Regardless of what you thought of the performance, it was nice to hear him passionate about something. He spun from side to side in his bar stool, a dry smirk on his face. I suppose I find the fundamental concept rather amusing too. It's so obvious from the outside, the way the characters let their pride become an obstacle to their own happiness. Sounds familiar. As I said before, if they want each other so desperately, what point is there to saying the opposite? It's plainly not right to yourself and the one you care for, and so palatable that it compels us in the supporting cast to action, just right for the interactive theater, I suppose. Yeah, being honest with yourself is a choice, and so is being dishonest. People's feelings aren't always as easy as that, though. Everyone has their own struggles. Are you saying you've never pretended to be something you're not? Of course, Baxter couldn't understand the concept of being shy. You declined to comment, preferring to let the topic rest. Baxter Ward, the most forward man we've met so far, doesn't know what shy is like. Baxter smirked into his drink, not taking the jib too seriously. He answered with an honeyed air, joking and kind. Of course not. There's no shame to be had with me. Glad to see you're beginning to catch on. Eventually, a little voice in the back of your head prompted you to speak again. Thanks for tonight, for bringing me along. I was surprised that Baxter had been able to get seats at such short notice. It seemed like the place was pretty popular. The performance you'd watched had been at a full house. Unable to hide your curiosity, you put the question to the man himself. Where exactly did you get the tickets for this? Instantly, Baxter's face tensed, his easygoing smile losing some of its effortlessness, and tugging down at the corners. That. Of course. He crossed his arms in a way that struck you as mildly defensive. Maybe you remember the friends of my parents? The ones I visited recently? Well, it just so happens that they're in the performance business. Theater, ballet, musicals, all kinds of productions. They specialize in large-scale events of that nature. This venue isn't one of theirs, but they were able to pull some strings on my behalf. It's a question of knowing the right people who know the right people. We could have even had full backstage access with the main cast if I had asked. As it was, we were singled out for some special attention during the show on account of being seated at the bar. I had to remember to thank them for that. I'm sure they'd be pleased to know that my friend had a good time. You couldn't help it. Your eyes widened a little. You hadn't figured that Baxter would have that kind of pull. Seeing your response, Baxter's features chilled further. His brows thinned together. He shrugged his shoulders in a sigh. I do not try to lean on that kind of thing too much, if you can believe me. I appreciate it might not look like it now. Did I say that right? Appreciate?
Truthfully.
Yeah, I did say it. I don't know why. I just thought that word was weird in that sentence. Okay. You could say it means for me to preserve my sense of independence. It's easy to be popular if you can foot the bill, and I don't want that to be what draws others to me. But after all that, here I am, living on the same old crutch. Nothing has changed since I was 6. How quaint, how wonderful, how truly excellent. As he rambled on, Baxter was speaking more and more inwardly, his tone increasingly acrid. Is this really any better than yesterday? What have I achieved? Oh my god, get over it. He'd only sit and listen as the brief tirade continued. Had Baxter been sitting on this ever since the coffee shop? It was true, he hadn't come across as satisfied by reassurances, only by a second chance. But if you had known it'd only make him feel worse, you wouldn't have let it get this far. Baxter managed to snap out of his train of thought, his attention returning to you. He looked rather sheepish. I'm sorry, Dae. Perhaps it would be best to call it a night. I wouldn't want to sour the evening after such a charming show. He swiftly rose from his bar stool, mind made up. You didn't stop him. Attempting the conversation in a public place wasn't a wise plan. Instead, you hurried to follow. We're not bookmarking this again, though. Once we get in that car, or once we get home, we're having a nice long discussion about how he shouldn't be so hard on himself. Crossing the floor towards the exit, you passed the bartender and a few other cast members. You quickly expressed your appreciation to them and got cheery waves and thanks in return. Sounds and colors became a blur, and before long you had stepped out into the street. Baxter was already a few paces down the block, heading for his car, but he stopped for you to catch up. You exchanged a few pleasantries on the journey home, but nothing too involved. Baxter was making an effort to keep the conversation light, just as he'd promised. He really didn't want to leave a bad impression, that much was clear. You used the time and the space between sentences to mull things over. There was something that needed to be done, but you couldn't figure out what you could say. In your imagined scenarios, it would all end the same way, with him appreciating the sentiment while not believing. It was hard to think clearly. Your head was full of the smell of fake cocktails and snatches of remembered music, like the show and your life blended together in the shake of a mixer. You sank down into the soft leather of the car seat and let the images wash over you in waves. The stars were winking playfully overhead as you arrived back in your own neighborhood. The moon was a yellow lantern, floating up high. You stepped out of Baxter's car and a sea breeze danced across your cheeks. After the summer heat of the daytime, it was cool and refreshing, like the first sharp sip of an iced drink. Baxter escorted you to the front door. He was, as ever, determined to be a gentleman. The deliberateness of it gave you pause, in a way that it hadn't until now. He lifted the corners of his mouth, and his eyes wrinkled, a perfectly arranged smile. Good night, Dae. I had a wonderful time. The manner he said it made it sound less like he was expressing feelings and more like he was stating a want, as if he was determined that it should be true. Ever since his dip in mood at the end of the event, your mind had been filled with thoughts that you couldn't grasp hold of. Those questions pressed against you, and incessantly. How is he still beating himself over what happened yesterday? Why did he seem so unlike himself before he left the bar? What was going on in the head of his right now? Talk to him! Don't let him go! Grab him by the arm, just be like, listen! Talk to him! Don't let him go! The communication! We just had the metaphor of the communication at the bar! Poor communication with each other on their feelings. You gotta be honest with your feelings! Do it now! Having bid you farewell, Baxter moved to leave. There was a priority in making himself scarce. In his eyes, there was something like tiredness, something like fear. The prospect of some other sudden indignity rearing its head was too much for him to bear. He'd lost the chance to save face entirely in front of you by now. Best to cut things off at the roots. You see him like that tugged at your chest. You couldn't accept him going back to that empty house to while in frustration, but what could you do? Something? Your mouth opened without anything to fill it, but the words somehow came anyway. Would you want to come inside? Oh. Things couldn't end here. That much was certain. What you needed was more time. Baxter paused, having turned to go. The far side of him was in shadow. As he slowly swiveled back to you and the light caught his face once more, his expression was conflicted. It held surprise, confusion, and no small amount of intrigue. His lips parted as if to speak, but his brow furrowed as he closed his mouth again without a sound. He evidently had no idea where the present moment was leading. Neither did you. Baxter settled for a simple tilt of the head, his eyes posing a question. Well, no worries if not. I know it's getting late, but how about you come in and have a drink? It's been such a good night, I don't want it to be over so soon. Despite playing it off as nothing serious, he was silently willing Baxter not to go, just a little longer. Hearing your elaboration, Baxter couldn't help but to be amused. He recovered from his initial trepidation enough to laugh at your desperate plan. A drink, you say? A fascinating suggestion. How decidedly original of you. When eyebrow was raised, his voice dripping with irony, he quietly chuckled in kind, happy that he played along with the absurdity of the suggestion. Baxter's features relaxed into a look of fond regard, as his eyes searched your face for a moment. One hand was tucked casually into his back pocket. Though some of the tension appeared to be gone, his stance was still one of indecision, contemplation. For some reason, your imagination conjured up a vision of him at a woodland crossroads, standing just as how he was now, carefully weighing his which way to go. At this point, you felt as though you could guess the thought process he was going through, even if he wasn't saying it out loud. For Baxter, it was all a question of the eventual outcome. When everything was over, and when he looked back on this moment, how would he best like to remember it? Should he end things here and avoid any further mishaps, or should the night continue with the accompanying risk of additional regrets? Baxter didn't only aim to make the most of his time by doing what he liked, but by meticulously crafting the experiences and emotions he'd have. You sighed inwardly, recalling simpler times. If only there were another case of which frozen dessert to pick from an ice cream truck. At length his mind was made up. Baxter cleared his throat and straightened his stance, facing you square on.
That's sweet.
Thank you for the offer, Dae. It's very kind of you to be so generous with your time. I should like to take up the suggestion if it's not too inconvenience. A drink would be lovely. We got him! A rush of relief hit. Thank goodness. You still had a chance to turn things around. He likely had a similar thought, though your ideas on what would achieve that were certainly different. Flashing a cheerful smile, you unlocked your front door and led the way inside. Baxter dutifully followed, pausing only to wipe his shoes on the doormat, just as Ma would want. All the lights were on in the living room, and there was a brief flash of panic at the prospect that you lured Baxter into a run-in with your family at the worst possible time. As luck would have it, when you poked your head in the doorway, the room was empty. You couldn't hear movement, and you were alone for now. So you gestured for Baxter to sit down and make himself comfortable. He graciously accepted the invitation. Rather than crash on the couch, he sauntered over to the table and pulled up a chair, prim and proper to the last. Having got this far, you willed the hostly components of your brain into motion. After seeing a professional like a bartender at work, you had some standards to live up to. First things first, the technical reason for why you'd invite him. What do you want to drink? We have juice, milk, other things? Just water, please. I don't have the appetite for much else right now. His reply came without hesitation, but it lacked the usual degree of confidence you'd come to expect from him. The sound of it spoke volumes. While nobody could go so far as to call him fragile, there was no denying that Baxter was a long way from his usual bold self. Okay, water it is. You reached for a pair of glasses, deciding to stick with water yourself to keep things simple. After pouring some chilled water from the fridge, you brought the drinks over to the table and sat down across from Baxter.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Baxter sipped his water quietly, then placed it back down in front of him. It struck you fully how bizarre the situation would appear to anyone who happened to be watching. Two people sitting at the dining room table, dressed to the nines, gingerly sampling glasses of plain water. You mentally whispered an apology to the tender of the jazz bar. You were a little ashamed at your feeble imitation of his skills. It was a good thing your moms weren't around to see this either. They'd never let you live it down, not in a million years. But that was all beside the point. You knew, and Baxter knew, that the pretext of coming over for a drink was simply that, a thinly veiled excuse. Only a very particular kind of emergency would necessitate visiting a neighbor's house for nothing more than a glass of water. Yet in a way, it had been an emergency. A friendship emergency. Maybe a partnership emergency, I don't know. You sincerely hoped that this brief borrowed moment would give you both a chance to clear the air and reach some kind of mutual understanding. Baxter reached down to fiddle with a tumbler of water before him. Though without lifting it to his lips again, he stared down into it, searchingly. After a while, he spoke.
I deeply apologize.
I feel like I must sound like a broken record at this point, but it's exceedingly considerate of you to extend your hospitality this far. I'm grateful. His gaze didn't lift, but one corner of his mouth did. It looked as though it took some effort. He maintained it just long enough to be sure you'd seen, and then it dropped like a heavy weight. He quietly sighed once, as though to catch his breath. He continued.
To be honest.
I must confess, however, if it were up to me, none of this would be happening. I find myself regretting my actions up to this point. Things would have been for the better if I had not said anything after the show, or if you hadn't treated them as if they mattered. It was a brief moment of frustration. It's caused so much trouble, an evening ruined by nothing and for nothing. This was already my second go at inviting you out for the occasion. You don't need to retread what happened the first time. He tossed his head to one side and made a bitter sound with his tongue. I should be better than this. It hurts me so much to make the same mistakes over and over. His voice trembled with frustration, his eyes dark and downcast. He dropped to a forceful whisper, repeating the words as if to convince himself on them, as if to nail them to his chest. I was better than this, wasn't I? Why do you feel you have to be? I think you're wonderful. You aren't better or worse, you're just yourself. You're acting like the characters in the show, you know? I don't need you to do that. I just want you to talk to me. Baxter, you haven't done anything wrong. Oh my gosh, there's so many good questions here that could lead to so many different answers. How do I even go about picking? Okay, why do you feel you have to be? Why are you putting so much effort into this? Baxter finally lifted his eyes to meet yours. They were narrowed, their intention unreadable. The cruel curve of his mouth spoke for itself, however. With a jolt, you realized it was a look of poorly disguised mockery, and still you could tell it wasn't meant for you. When the cutting smile opened and the words came, pointed and pained and sharp, it was all aimed inward at himself. This whole situation, it's asinine. I haven't known you long enough to be causing this kind of trouble. I'm quite literally a stranger. And I won't even be here long enough for that to change. As welcoming as you all are here, I can't be forgotten. I was only ever supposed to be part of the fun. A worthwhile piece of summer scenery. Someone who added to the experience, not held it back. You shouldn't have to baby me. Sit there and spend your time making me feel better when I don't keep it together. His hands were clenched on the table, the knuckles of shock of white. The mess I am in the mornings, the drama I cause in the evenings, the person I am when the show is over. Those aspects shouldn't be any of your concern. I don't provide that support to you, do I? And how could I when I don't know you? No, it's not fair to make you worried, or worse, guilty over what happens to me. What matters is that when we're together, it's for the pleasant parts of existence. The less ideal shades of life can be managed separately. He slumped back a little in his chair, the power of having gone out of his voice. That's all I wanted. But would somebody really go through that amount of effort? Like, for truly strangers, why are you going through so much effort to try to make things right? If you truly don't care that deeply, why is your action saying otherwise? The blood was still pounding in your ears. Witnessing Baxter like this, as you'd never seen him before, was equal parts exhilarating and shocking. His inner conflict now an exposed wire. How many times had you sat across from him these past few days? And how was it that only now did it feel like you were truly seeing the person in the chair opposite? You took a moment to process your thoughts, standing your breathing. Here at last was the crux of the matter. It was clear that when Baxter came to Sunsetbird, he had set himself a series of rules. Rules about how much to involve himself and how much of an impact to make. Like the tourist concept of leave only footprints behind, but taken to the extreme. There wasn't space for him to be complicated, to have a negative emotions, to show different sides of himself to anyone. To do so would be a dereliction of duty. You weren't going to criticize him wanting his privacy. It was important to him, and you respected that. But this kind of framing, the one where he had an obligation to minimize himself for others' benefit, was only causing pain. In spite of what he felt was right, you cared too much about him by now to let him carry on like this. Cautiously, you opened your mouth. Morning Baxter, evening Baxter, all the Baxters. I like you. It's too late, Baxter. You're not a stranger. You're my friend. No one cares if sometimes you have a bad day. I still want you around. Getting to know you better is what makes it all worthwhile. You deserve more than that. You've been there for me. I can do that for you too. I like you. You spoke earnestly, and with as much composure as you could manage. Right now, more than anything else, Baxter needed to know how wrong he was. He wasn't a burden, his feelings didn't hurt you. You tried your best to communicate this to him. But then another thought made itself known to you, one that ached under your ribs. You couldn't help but give it voice. We finally met again, after all these years. You haven't been nobody to me for a long time.
You said your piece and went silent. The house lay still. The windows were empty portals, black with night. The only sound was that of both of you breathing. Baxter's eyes had been locked with yours during the speech. The last heat of his frustration smoldering within him. Now in the quiet, you finally felt the embers fade completely. His gaze slowly slid to one side and then down. He swallowed. The sound drifted to you across the table. A small and hushed. A sigh. Thank you. It was said simply, with no pretense or caveats. Baxter had given up the fight with himself for now, and accepted what you had told him. You let your body unclench as you watched the creases in Baxter's brow begin to disappear. A hand emerged from beneath the table to lift his glass, and he sipped his water, eyes closed. He took this as a cue that the discussion had run its course. There was no guarantee that things would change going forward. You weren't so arrogant as to think that Baxter's behavior would be altered all at once. Nothing drastic, anyway. He listened to your feelings, but who could really say how it would impact what happened in the future? The past couple of days had held a mirror up to Baxter, showing him a reflection that wounded him, cutting too close to the bone. There were hurts there that ran deeper than he'd let you reach. It didn't mean he mistrusted you. It may not have been a matter of trust to begin with. But you hoped that with time, Baxter might come to count on the fact that there was at least one person out there who would accept him. You wanted to give him that. A souvenir to remember you by. The minutes passed, and sip by sip, the two of you drank your way toward the bottoms of your water glasses. The silence couldn't be called at least comfortable, but it wasn't awkward. Companionable, perhaps. Baxter sucked in the last drops from his cup and then moved to stand, unhurried. Thank you again. That was refreshing, both the water and the conversation. Still, I should be going. He was matter of fact, with an air of calm finality. You weren't able to disagree. You nodded and rose in parallel, moving to take the glasses back over to the kitchen. You'd managed what you had set out to achieve. It was alright to let things end here for the time being. The night had spun around your way, and hopefully Baxter could see it as a positive when he reflected on it. You walked with him across the living room to the front door. With his back to you, you heard him begin to say something.
I appreciate the understanding.
I appreciate you taking the time to discuss this with me. For listening in spite of... well... He gestured to himself, the meaning clear. Before you could tell him not to mention it, he reached to the front door and came to face you. There was a mischievous grin on his face. You welcomed it like an old friend. But now, since the final act is over, how would we rate this event? I sincerely hope that it was acceptable on the whole. The question had a laugh to it, and underneath there was the faintest hint of that self-mockery from before, but now it was toothless, empty of malice, and entirely in good humor. You couldn't help but snicker under your breath, full of affection. Oh, Baxter, how quickly he recovered from his footing. A solid performance as always. I'm glad we did this. All of it. Thank you for a great evening out, and for coming over afterwards. Don't mention it. The pleasure was all mine. Good night, Dae. See you soon. Until next time, good sir. Have a nice night, Baxter. Bye! You touch his arm lightly. You cheerily wave goodbye. Touch. He leaned in and lightly squeezed your shoulder in return. There was a fondness to it which comforted you. Baxter liked you, and if he didn't want you to know him, you were sure of that much. But does he love me, though? And then he made good on his promise to depart. Baxter stepped out into the dark night. The door shut behind him, and the long day came to a close along with it. When he was gone, you remained in the entryway a while, lost in thought. You'd see him again, perhaps tomorrow, perhaps not. He might have plans, but there would be a next time. You saw your face reflected in the dark glass window by the door, and found yourself wondering which Baxter you'd meet when the day came. Wherever he was, whenever it was, you'd be there. Oh man, that was a very deep and emotional event there. Baxter seems to have a lot of... He doesn't seem to really value himself in this situation as much as he should. Like, yes, he's just here for the summer, but we have technology. We can still talk to each other afterward. Like, I know, like, going from, like, a physical, like, relationship, friendship, or, like, romantic, whichever kind of, any kind of relationship from, like, in person to, like, long distance can be hard transition to do and hard to get used to, but it's still manageable. I mean, we still kept up with Derek for, like, the 5 years. It wasn't even 5 years, was it? It was, like, oh my god, 10 years, pretty much. It was essentially pretty much, like, a long-distance friendship that we had with him, and we still kept it. Like, he doesn't have to go. He doesn't have to be gone after he leaves. Like, Baxter can still be a part of our lives. Like, he's not that meaningless, you know? He's not that unimportant. God, poor guy. Alright, we got one more left. It's getting a little late.
But you know, I really hate, because you know, I have this title here on the stream, and it's like, it's just such a good title if we finished it today. And then the next time we streamed, it's the 5 years later. So it's like, I can't end here. So I want to know what happens next. I want to know how it all ends. I know I said I was going to speedrun Late Shift, and then I didn't. I definitely am going to speedrun the ending, though, and just focus on the Baxter parts, because, oh my god. This is getting a lot. But I already saved, right? Yep, okay. Let's do this last one. You were perched on the couch in your living room doing nothing in particular. It was a quintessential summer afternoon. The weather was warm and the mood was lazy. So far it had shaped up to be a pleasant day, if somewhat uneventful. No plans and no obligations beyond a few usual chores. Liz had already flitted off, enjoying herself. She left in the morning carrying a mysteriously heavy bag. Oh my god, it's a body bag. She killed someone. You hadn't bothered asking her what she was doing or why it needed a sack that clattered when it moved. She probably wouldn't be home till late. Your moms both had the day off and, like you, have been using their freedom to do nothing of import. The group of you finished cleaning up from your shared lunch, and Mom struck up a conversation.
So,
Well, what's next? Your mom was blank. You let the question hang, assuming Mom would be the one to reply, and glanced down at your phone out of habit. And right when the screen lit up, presenting you with a potential idea, a text notification came in. Baxter's name displayed itself. He sent more messages after the first. You unlocked your phone to see it all. Hello and good afternoon. I'm intending to go sightseeing and would love it if you could join me. You are quite welcome to invite anyone else along as well. Your phone buzzed one more time with an additional note. Sincerely, your friend, Baxter. I know who you are. This is not a formal letter. You snorted at the screen. His texting style read more like a formal letter written with a quill and pen than text. I just said that.
oh.
Did your friends text you? Ma smiled at you with a raised eyebrow. Gluing your face to a phone for so long must have been a big tip-off. Baxter is inviting me to go sightseeing. Wow, perfect timing. Yes, that's nice. Baxter Ward seems like a lovely young man.
Not bad.
He's a step up or two from the Donnells, that's for sure. Neither Ma nor Ma had spent a lot of time around Baxter as far as you were aware. They'd met early in the summer, something unavoidable in this street, and had a few encounters since. I wonder where he's from. Oregon. Ma didn't look at you for an answer, or her way. She couldn't add to that topic and assumed no one else in the room knew either. It was a wonderment for the universe alone. He just said Oregon. We know this already! Mom still pressed her lips together and thought. No clue. But what I'm curious about is, what is he studying in college? He's on a break from school, isn't he?
Well,
Yes, he did mention he was on an off semester, but not more than that. As the curiosity train left the station, there was no stopping it. The two traded questions back and forth, whispering with growing steam. There was someone on their street who was a stranger, a situation that hadn't occurred in a decade. What do you think his family's like? He's here all by himself. It finally sunk in that the assumption that you couldn't answer the questions was true. Despite how often you'd seen the new neighbor lately, he was still a fountain of secrets. Baxter had not been forthcoming with basic details, and it never seemed like a good time to play 20 questions. You found his mystery intriguing. You kind of felt weird to know so little. You wanted to change that. You didn't think it was a big deal. I want to change that. I need that changed. There was only one thing to do about Baxter's mystery. Confront him directly. If he wouldn't lay it out on his own, you'd have to draw answers from him. You focused on your phone and the formal message that had yet to get a reply. You answered in a similar fashion. Feeling inspired by his stiff texting tone, you couldn't resist having a little fun. Good tidings, Sir Bastard, Sir Baxter. Of course I would be delighted to join you this fine day. I have finished my luncheon, so we'll venture forth to your dwellings. You hit send, aware that the message wasn't exactly a high society Victorian letter, and a more like medieval fantasy scroll, but he'd probably get the joke. It didn't take long at all for Baxter to continue the conversation. Brave night, brave night, Dae. That is heartening. I shall see you post-haste. My highest regards. Yeah, he got it. He smiled and turned to your moms. They had moved on to wondering about if Baxter had a part-time job. Probably not. Both of them were concluding. See you two later. I'm gonna go see Baxter now. Have fun, kiddo. Yes, do that. Mom's grin was as sweet as honey being used in a trap. You could see the ulterior motive from a mile away.
yes.
And if you happen to find out anything about our new neighbor, maybe think of telling your poor moms when you get back?
Lonnie.
Lonnie. Despite everything, Mom appeared amused at her wife's blatant attempt at info digging. Well, I'd be interested to hear too, if Baxter doesn't mind his mystification being cleared up. You're way too nosy. You two are so nosy, you laughed. You are way too nosy, you scolded. Why don't you just invite him over and interrogate him yourselves? Why do you think Baxter would tell me anything? You know, a long-suffering grown of their behavior, you smelt their hilarious parents. Let's laugh at him. It wouldn't be right for your moms any other way, even if it didn't mean trouble sometimes. But it's a shame he hasn't actually moved to the neighborhood. I could invite him over and get to know him better myself. Sadly, that's not the case.
It's a shame.
He's a young man trying to enjoy his vacation. He should be out and about, not spending his limited time entertaining us old moms in our kitchen. Mom slumped her shoulders while expressing her limitations in this snooping matter, but she immediately perked back up. It's different if he's making a friend at his own age. If you don't want to ask for it, or it doesn't come up, of course that's fine. I'm only saying that if you do or it does, that I'd be curious to hear about it. Alright, I'll see how it goes. I accept the mission, I won't let you down. Hey, Baxter has interesting taste. Maybe he's in the mall. Baxter's in the MILFs, apparently. No, let's not start that theory. I'll never squeal. I will take those secrets to my grave. Drat, we're foiled. Mom chuckled and Ma reached over to elbow her. Maybe we can ask Liz. She's even less likely to do that for you. Foiled again. All three of you giggled. I won't keep you any longer. Go have a wonderful day. Take care. Bye. You gathered up your phone, wallet, and water bottle, and a few other odd ends you might imagine might come in handy during an unspecified outing. You left the condo, your formerly normal but boring day rocketing off in an unknown direction. Baxter tended to have that kind of effect on things. Once outside, you crossed the street diagonally to reach Baxter's place. You found the doorbell and pressed it down. His doorbell was much more reasonably placed. A second later, the man you wanted to see opened the door with a grin. From his quick response, you knew he had to have been standing by. He'd announced you'd be there, and he was ready for it.
Hello.
Hello, Dae. Thank you for coming. Hi, nice seeing you. At Baxter's obvious pleasure at your attention, you smiled in return. He stepped out of his condo and closed the door behind him to stand by you. I appreciate you agreeing so last minute. However, if you do have prior arrangements, this can be done another day. Sightseeing is my usual itinerary, after all. I didn't have any plans. Really, there was nothing to do. Ah, in that case, I'm glad today was the afternoon I asked. I've stopped in at least one scenic spot, tried a new restaurant, or browsed an unfamiliar shop nearly every day since I've been here so far. Whenever you, Terry, and Miranda aren't available, that is what I busy myself with. You notice Cove's absence from his list. Though Baxter wouldn't dream of doing that to be petty, it was more likely extending the polite distance he gave Cove. Cove would be uncomfortable at being counted among his potential companions without permission. Really? I'm impressed with how proactive you've been. Thank you. I've only had a few short visits to California in my life. Even then, I was underage and supervised by parents or guardians. He raised an eyebrow and his voice took on a delighted tone. We saw each other on one of those rare occasions where I was in the state. Dance instructors were controlling the schedule at that time.
Is that fine?
This summer, this is my first chance to truly experience what the area has for myself. It's also not going to last forever, so I'd rather not waste my opportunities. His bold proclamation reminded you of how fleeting his presence really was in everyone's life. Exactly as he'd suddenly appeared, it wouldn't be too much longer until he vanished back to wherever he'd come from. He was impossible to pin down. I have to warn you, my mom's might grill you on your life one of these days. So, completely unrelated, but do personal questions bother you? Unrelated. Don't worry about it, but do they bother you? Wow, you're so elusive, and I'm not wasting my chance to spend the day with you. Are you trying to be mysterious? You didn't comment. I should be, like, trying to get more fresh, but I also want to flirt.
That's
Let's spend it.
wonderful.
How gratifying. I was thinking the same thing. He locked his door smoothly and tucked the key into his pocket. You did me quite the favor by accompanying me. His shoulders loosened, he directed a soft glance towards you. And if you wouldn't mind, this feels like a good chance for the two of us to get to know each other better.
My pleasure.
Please query me. Oh, there we go. Yeah. At your leisure. If there's anything you'd ever want to ask, I'm an open book in your hands. It could have stopped there and you would have expected to end on a formal bow, but the exceedingly official-sounding offer was flipped into something coy and full of possibility. There are many things I would like to know about you. Thank you. I want to know you better as well. You can ask me whatever you want to. No, never. Okay. I want to know you as well. He was a figure of curiosity for you, a friendly stranger who was quickly becoming closer and closer.
Excellent.
And we're in agreement. Instead of asking personal information, you needed to use your question asking authority for something else first. Where were you thinking of going sightseeing? Baxter placed a hand on his chin, considering. Ideally, the first stop would be your choice, since you're so considerately joining me today. Considerately. I may as well take advantage of your local expertise. After that, I can take you to a place that possibly even you haven't been to yet.
What do you think?
Does that sound agreeable? Then you pick the first place and following up with somewhere you haven't been to before despite living here for almost your whole life? What do you think you missed? Maybe it was the overconfidence of a tourist, or maybe it was something trickier, but he caught you off guard again. With Baxter's promise to tell you whatever you wanted to know, you hadn't prepared for him to still be so hard to read. You should have known he wouldn't suddenly get actually straightforward no matter how direct he claimed he would act. Works for me. Without you interested about Baxter, his part of the day will be fun for both of you, and he shouldn't have to plan everything. He was a friend, not your tour guide. Baxter flashed his shiny white teeth. Do you have anywhere in mind then? He pondered the request. If there was one place someone like Baxter should go see, what would it be? Baxter's card kept your options wide open, and you didn't necessarily have to pick somewhere close, and yet, inspiration struck. There was no place more iconic around. Poppy Hill? Oh. I guess not then. How about Shopping Street? The Shopping Street? Cove mentioned that, I believe, but I don't know what it means. Given it was minutes away on foot, you worried you might have offered old news, but it didn't come up on the map as anything other than a few of the permanent shops. You had to be there to know. It's a row of local shops and stalls by the beach. It's right near our neighborhood. Really? His hanging attention encouraged you to continue. It's meant to be fun for visitors, not at all like the typical grocery stores or clothing shops or things like that. Everyone should go there at least once while they're here. Baxter made a grand gesture of waving you on to lead out. That sounds absolutely perfect. Please show me the way. You obliged, and the two of you strolled down the inclined street. Neither of you were particularly rushing, and it still took less than 15 minutes to walk down to the spot. You skipped over the cement curb to a worn gray bricked road, and were there. Tantalizing smells and a mix of attention-grabbing music drifted from the open doors and outdoor stalls. The different songs blended into one new tune, a celebration for your senses. As normal for your tourist season, the path bustled with a crowd of excited visitors. Aesthetically, Baxter stood out from the vast majority of the colorful tourists. His enthusiasm matched their faces of awe.
I love it.
I love it. This is wonderful. Confident you had suggested the correct choice. You let out a happy sigh. You continued wandering, but now you let Baxter direct the way. You merely followed along as he explored. He flitted to and from stalls like a monochrome butterfly in a flower garden. Terry May had been more correct than she could have known when she made the comparison at the beginning of summer. While you had memories attached to each other on the street, watching his first experience there was almost like seeing it with fresh eyes yourself. You could easily recall the feelings you had coming as a child, being swept up in the energy and adventure of it all. You scrutinized the available stalls out today and realized Baxter would have a huge gaping hole in experience. There was no magician performing tricks anywhere. That bit of shopping street wonder would go unknown to Baxter, even though he came all the way there. By chance, Baxter led you to an area where shows happened in the past. Cars and coins that appeared out of nowhere and free balloons were inseparable from this place to you. Watching Baxter out of the corner of your eyes, it struck you that you had never gotten close to a tourist before. Everyone you knew well was so familiar with Sunset Bird, or at least something in the area, but he was another one of the temporary passerby. Hey, sometimes people do performances here. If only we came a different day, we could have gotten dolphin balloons. It's too bad he might have actually never had the chance to see. The dolphin balloons, no. Dolphin balloons? He repeated the words curiously, trying to put the concept together in his mind. Yeah, in the past there was a magician called the Amazing Alexander who did tricks here. He'd award participants with those balloons as their thank you. Sometimes they were shaped as animals, like the dolphin balloons. It made them extra special. Hi, Noah. Welcome. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Baxter listened closely as you continued, hanging on to your every word. Extra amazing, you could say. Regular balloons wouldn't be amazing enough for the Amazing Alexander. And he must have had good business, because those probably cost way more than normal balloons. Baxter stared back, starry-eyed at your tale of the performer. You weren't expecting him to be so dazzled by a mention of a random street magician, but he was. I'm tired, and I'm okay. You'll have those days like that. I'm glad you're doing okay, though. I hope you get some good rest. I named my balloon Sam. I tried to explain when Cove got a balloon, he accidentally crushed it. I guess we're top out of funny coat. He pulled a coin out of my ear. Impressive. I suppose that's one way of increasing capital. I didn't know you could mint money from an ear. Thank you for the lurk. You shook your head at that, laughing. It was a good trick. I'm sure it was. Even if it produced a counterfeited quarter, I hope you didn't try to spend it. Even while seeing the shows for himself, Baxter was having a good time. That was nice. Coming here was more than just showing a small part of the world you lived in. You had shown him parts of yourself. You now felt appropriate to use your privilege of asking him a question about himself. Where are you from? I was wondering, what's your family like? What are you studying in college? So what's up with the black and white thing? You're single, right? Oop. Oop, ayo. You're single, right? Oh shit, am I limited? Oh my god, what are you studying? The pragmatic choice. I like it. I'm studying for a business administration and management degree. The expectation is that I will manage and or administrate at some company in the future. I had a theory it was a business degree of some sorts. Because he is a party... Oh, spoilers. He is a party planner in the future. A wedding planner, I should say, not a party planner. He tilted his head, aware of the silly way he'd put it. Nothing too specific, I'm afraid. That sounds cool though. Wow, I would never have guessed. Studies going well? Management, huh? Do you enjoy it then? I'd say so, yes. I think it plays to my strengths and interests very well. It might not surprise you to know that I can be a touch particular. I know the importance of coherence with individuals acting in a well-coordinated fashion. I like things to function well for systems to operate smoothly.
Honestly.
I confess you could call me controlling at times, not with people but with processes. Especially when it comes to enacting plans. I'd much rather act under my own steam than follow someone else's lead. I'm only flexible with the personal, not the business, aspects of life. He spread his problems matter-of-factly. But that's enough about my aspirations. You know my story, so what about you, Dae? I'm curious to know what the world has in store for you further down the line. I just graduated high school.
Really?
My congratulations. It's an achievement to be proud of. If it's not too much to ask, where do you see yourself next? College? Straight into a career, perhaps? I'll tell him. I don't mind. You'd had no problems discussing your plans with the others in the past. There wasn't a reason that Baxter should be any different. At your reply, Baxter moved in slightly, his eyes sparkling. Since you'd responded positively, he had no qualms about letting his curiosity show. I'm a little bit like you. My plan is to study at a public university, but I also wanted to pick up part-time work so my parents aren't covering everything. Baxter attentively waited for you to finish and then nodded encouragingly. I think it's wonderful that you have something you're aspiring to already. I wish you the best of luck. The exciting thing, taking the first step on your journey, you truly never know just where you'll end up. That is true. Take me, for instance. I had never lived outside of my hometown until I left for college. And look at me now. All of a sudden I am in California of all places, cavorting about with a charming new friend. His brown eyes met yours briefly. Isn't that delightful? Life is nothing if not full of unexpected developments. I'd like to think we're doing what we can to make the most of that. I didn't have to be here, and you could have pretended no one new had appeared in your small town and gone on as usual. That's kind of you to say. Sometimes I wish I had your confidence. I'm looking forward to seeing what comes next.
Glad
Yes.
to hear it.
I feel the same about finding out where things go from here and now. Besides, we've only been talking about work and school and such. There's much more to life than that. The world would be altogether too dull otherwise. That made sense. Baxter had far more going on than just college. You mean like dancing? He nodded enthusiastically. Exactly. A worthwhile pursuit that brings me a great deal of satisfaction. It's important to have genuine passions, don't you think? He was right. You had your volunteer work, for example. He was right. You had pastimes you loved. Well, I mean, volunteer work is pretty close. I could agree with that. I actually have a kind of fulfilling hobby, too. Really? Yeah, I volunteer with this local organization that helps look after the beaches and keep the public informed about the conservation efforts in the area. Baxter's eyes went wide as he spoke, in a look of genuine surprise. As though something about this fact was a personal revelation of some sort. You really mean it? You're a volunteer? Yeah, but do I not look the part? Do I not look like a volunteer? It was honestly unexpected, the way he hung on your every word. You nodded affirmation. He fixed you with a blank stare. Wow, somehow against all odds, you managed to render Baxter Ward totally speechless. Then, like the coming of dawn over the ocean, a dazzling smile broke across his face. He rocked back on the balls of his feet in what could only describe as a miniature swoon. That's truly marvelous. Is it, though? Oh my gosh, making me blush here.
To be honest.
I must confess the view I have of the world can be jaded at times. Volunteering to my eyes was one of those wonderful things that nobody did unless they were compelled to somehow. Either by the will of a parent or guardian, a school application board, or a judicial process. It's so unusual to meet someone doing it because they personally wanted to. Yet here you are. And you said you find it rewarding? He nodded again.
You're incredible.
Just incredible. He slipped his hands into the pockets of his jeans, looking off to the side. He laughed quietly to himself. I'm in more trouble than I already thought. Trouble? Thank you for the compliment. You could always join as well if you wanted. I'm a vital asset to society. I know. But it is kind of cute how, like, he's so impressed. It's like, oh my god, you actually care? You volunteer? You help the ocean and it's rewarding? Like, yeah. Your chest felt a little tighter than thought. How many people did he show this side of himself to? It made you feel special somehow. He chuckled once more. He shook his head, and then the conversation moved on. And then you were struck by the most obvious idea in the world. You were on the shopping street, window shopping with a tourist. Baxter needed to get a souvenir for his days in Sunset Bird. No, you will buy him a souvenir. Baxter, you should pick something out. This is the best place to get a souvenir. Oh, well, I mean, it's his souvenir. We have to let him pick. What if we get him something stupid? We get him a crab keychain. He's like, wow, I have a deathly fear of crabs. Why would you get this for me?
Gladly.
Excellent idea. I should find something nice here. He returned to his exploration of the assorted shops, now with a renewed sense of purpose. The big picture had been replaced by every small detail. He lent support, pointing out hidden gems and offering the local opinion. He was unsure of what truly spoke of Sunset Bird. But after some back and forth, a change of heart, and then your advice, Baxter finally chose a cute bird figure carved from driftwood. The statue was pale and smooth. It fit in the palm of his hand, a perfect size to take with you. The wood was advertised as being from the very beach you were across from right at that moment. He was quite literally taking a piece of Sunset Bird with him. Baxter loved it, and you agreed that he'd made a good choice. I wonder what our options would have been. Man, I'm going to like replay this like off stream when we're done with the route, just to see. You walked away from the shop side by side with a successful purchase swinging between you. When Baxter was gone, he'd only have to look at the driftwood statue to recall his days there. Your gaze wandered back to the man beside you, who you still hardly knew, the one you had so little time to know. Oh. So where you're from? Baxter put his hands casually in his pockets, his gaze wandering out over the crowds and the ocean and off into the distance. Well, in the most immediate sense, I suppose you could say I came here from Virginia. That's where my college is located, after all. But of course, I know that is not entirely what you meant. I'm merely teasing. While I might study in Virginia, I'm actually from the proverbial Oregon Trail, born and bred. That's the state where my home is, if you can believe it. Oh, Oregon. That's not far away at all. Virginia, though, not so much. You grew up pretty close by then. How do you like it back in Virginia? Is it hard living where you grew up? Do you miss it? Oh. Baxter nodded, not in agreement, but as if he'd been anticipating your question. He answered almost before you even finished speaking. No. I don't care. It was said so instantaneously and with such a genuine smile that you were rather taken aback. You weren't expecting such a candid answer as that. It's like you didn't even have to think about it. Seeing your momentary lack of surprise, Baxter's expression softened to something more demure. Maybe he'd had this reaction before. Maybe many times. It's not so bad as it sounds. At a minimum, I can honestly say that I wish that I missed it, if that makes sense. You guessed you could understand that. I don't know how you feel about your hometown particularly, but you should at least be able to appreciate that I spent all of my youth here. But I'm not so jaded as to totally discount the place. Far from it. But anything I liked about my home was exactly exclusive to that locale. The US is a big country, and there are plenty of beautiful things to see wherever you go. I've experienced enough to know that much, at least. His voice took on a tone of polite finality. Not harsh, simply a matter of fact. So no, I don't miss it, and I won't be going back. If my parents wish to see me, they'll have to be the ones visiting where I am. He snorted gently to himself. The idea amused him greatly. You got the feeling that he was enjoying a private joke at his family's expense that could be one of the things you'd ask about later if he was willing to divulge. In any case, you could definitely relate to wanting to get away from it all and spread your wings somewhere new. Perhaps you were kindred spirits in that regard. So what is your hometown like? I don't know if I got around to asking where in Oregon you're from specifically. Right. I suppose I hadn't named the place yet. It's a little town called Golden Grove. That's from our life. Forever and always. Wait, now and forever. I don't know. Yeah, now and forever. That's what it's called. It's from the next game that's coming. I'm so excited. You likely wouldn't have heard of it. Sure enough, you couldn't say you knew anything about the place. The name kind of rang a bell, though. With a name like that, it sounds like you must have had a lot of forest over there. Baxter smiled with all his teeth. There's only one thing that springs to mind, isn't there? It's built on the slope of a mountain and surrounded on all sides by woodland. In the fall, the whole area shines with a golden or orange patina of leaves. You almost forget any other colors exist. No wonder they call it something so literal. It does make the place sound grander than it is, though. In truth, it's a small town, though not quite as tiny as Sunset Bird. You could easily stroll the length of this area. In Golden Grove, you'd at least want a bike or similar to make the trip, though some locals do take the walk. It's a quiet, sleepy corner of Oregon where hardly anyone comes or goes. You either moved to the area to settle down or you've lived there all your life to begin with. My ancestor fell into the former category. Myself, the latter. You left now, though. I have indeed. I guess I bucked the trend in more ways than one. That certainly made sense. Ever since you first met Baxter, he seemed like the kind of guy to always be making waves of some kind or another. Something about the way he said that made you think he meant something else by it, though. With a sense of style like that, you had to have turned a few heads. With a personality like yours must have stood out. Did you feel out of place there? Style. Baxter raised his eyebrows in a look of mock surprise. Owing to my monochromatic predilections, you mean? No, while my sense of dress might not be in keeping with the local environs, that's not quite what I meant. He hummed thoughtfully and tapped his chin with a forefinger, trying to find precisely the right words. After a moment's pause, he continued. You have to understand that this is a small rural town. A far number of the residents are working class. There are some more affluent areas, but I suppose you could say that my family has a reputation in those parts as the local people of means. Or perhaps to put it in more vulgar terms, you're rich. He snapped his fingers. Oh, that was such a good snap. Oh my gosh. I'm not really good at snapping my fingers. That was pretty nice. Pretty snappy. Oh, see, I can't do it now. That was the best snap I ever did, probably. You guys got to hear it. Imagine if the mic didn't pick it up. That'd be so sad. Precisely. And for better or worse, everyone knows it. If you were to go there and pass my name around, anyone would know who you were talking about. He gave you a meaningful look as he said this. Please don't actually do that. It might embarrass even me. You got the sneaking suspicion that it wasn't really his own fluster he was concerned about. He waved a hand with great indifference, as if to lazily swat his own words out of the air. You figured that this was all he felt like saying on the subject. If I'm ever in town, I promise I won't throw your claimed name around.
Well.
Thank you. You needn't go out of your way on my account. Although if you are ever in the area... His smile took on an air of boyish amusement. I'm not planning on being in Golden Grove anytime soon, but all the same, I get the feeling it might not be long before I meet you there. One way or another, who can say? Is he giving a hint to something? Is he foreshadowing? With that, his voice trailed off and his gaze drifted to the middle distance in contemplation. Grew pretty close by then. How do you like it back in Virginia? Thanks for telling me you were content not to ask more. I want all the information. We're practically neighbors. That's true, isn't it? While I might not be as close as your neighbor as your friend Ko, when it comes to states, I grew up right next door. Lucky for me, then. The thought of this seemed to please him greatly. He got the impression that Baxter had a soft spot for these kinds of coincidences. He found this fact about him rather charming. Speaking of which, it's actually a little funny. The land my family home was built on, I suppose you could call it somewhat remote. It's a far-sized estate, situated a little ways off of the rest of the town, so until I moved into college dorms, I'd go as far as to say I'd never had neighbors before. His demeanor became more thoughtful at this. As for you, the admission came as something of a surprise. The time you'd known Baxter, which probably felt a lot longer than it actually was, this was one of the few times he'd been melancholy. And even then, it was the faintest of glimpses. You blinked and it was gone. A slate, wiped clean. No thought caught his fancy, and soon the characteristic grin was back on his face.
Not bad.
In any case, now we are neighbors in the truest sense of the word. At least until my time in Sunset reaches its end. It was a nice thought, in spite of a certain knowledge that it would all soon be over. The two of you shared a look which could best be described as neighborly. But is it though? Is it truly neighborly? How do you like it in Virginia? I'd say I enjoy being there for the most part. As you can probably imagine, it's quite different from here or back home in Oregon, especially the humidity. Everything seems smaller there too. In California, it's like the sky goes on forever and the mountains and the horizon are impossibly far away. Oregon as well. There's a scale there to the scenery that just doesn't compare. Whereas in Virginia, the hills are just that. Hills, rather than mountains. Quaint little things, really. And they sort of gently enfold everything. His gaze grew distant. Again, as his mind conjured up memories of his landscape, like he was getting lost among all those quaint little hills. Another good thing about it is the trees. Virginia has plenty of forest cover, like Oregon, so at least in that sense, I'm among the familiar. That tracks. I think I read somewhere that something like 2/3 of Virginia consists of forest, right? 2/3? I can really readily believe it. You're well informed today. His voice took on a hushed, affectionate quality. Must confess, I have a soft spot for trees. What about palm trees? You got some right there on the to your left. There are these beautiful eastern white pines planted all over the college dorms, magnificent all year round. When summer comes to a close, the needles get everywhere. They fall so thick in places that the ground around is covered in what looks like one big tan shag carpet. If you were to walk underneath any of the branches, you'd be picking needles out of your hair until Christmas. He smiled at the mental image. Doesn't that make it kind of hard to maintain your whole black and white aesthetic? It's true, the natural tones do tend to clash. I have brown eyes, at least, which means I can make it work if it comes down to it. But you'd rather not have to, right? A bemused grin.
Absolutely.
You know me so well. Something about the way he said that made your stomach go a little funny. Baxter exhaled, slowly, almost dreamily. That's another good thing Virginia and Oregon have in common. With all the trees around and the variable climate, you truly get the experience of the seasons changing. Summer Fall is especially beautiful. Colors like you would not believe. He was about to get lost in thought again, but then caught himself. So to finally answer your question, yes, I'd say that I like it in Virginia a fair amount. The community is still a bit of an sticking point. He narrowed his eyes a fraction as the pun rolled off his tongue without fully intending it. But at the very least, that's only an issue during the summer months, and happily for me, I've spent my summer elsewhere this year. You smiled a private smile to yourself. Yes, happily for Baxter, indeed. As the day went on, in the idle pauses and quiet minutes after this conversation, you catch yourself pondering the strange man you were coming to know. More and more, you felt as though Sunset Bird formed a vital part of your emotional core. Happiness to you was the sound of the waves on the shore, the feeling of warm and sand between your toes. There was something so sentimental about the bright summer days that seemed to stretch onto eternity, only to draw to a close in the end. Maybe you'd forever be seeing the world through sea glass. But Baxter was another person entirely. For him, perhaps the world was monochrome, or maybe it was golden, with the color of leaves instead of sand. Talking with him made it impossible to ignore just how different your lives had been up until now. How separate your worlds were, all up until that moment when he showed up on your street. Now your lives were intertwined, however briefly, the forest and the sea phone commingling. Though you knew his love was in the trees and the fall air, you couldn't help but feel happy that he'd wandered his way down to the shore. To you. To you. To me. Wait, go back. Oh, I thought that was a cat. Can y'all see that? That little poster down here? I thought it was like a cat on top of something. I don't know what that is now. But I was like, wait a minute, what was that? Wait a second. From there, you and Baxter continued poking around till he'd browsed every shop on the path. He even doubled back around, leading you all the way across again for a second glance. Despite the short length, it was easy to miss something even after a dozen passes through because the area was so packed. But Baxter was satisfied with going through twice. He came to a halt at the end of the path, his attention leaving the shops and landing on you. Thank you for showing me this place. This truly has been a fantastic stop on my California sightseeing extravaganza. He inclined his head gracefully. The shopping street was officially a hit. It was nothing. Glad it didn't disappoint you. I'm not sure if that's really exciting. He gave him a thumbs up. I'm glad it did not disappoint. Nothing this charming could ever disappoint me. I suppose I need to hold up my side of the bargain. I said I'd show you somewhere new, didn't I? Are you still interested in joining me in checking off an outing on my own goal list? Yeah, I'm not ditching you now. Fantastic. In that case, we'll need to return to the neighborhood. He sauntered off in the correct direction before clarifying what his plan was, leaving you to trail behind him. With your brain abuzz over all the places he could possibly be taking you, you mentally said goodbye to your old friend, the shopping street. You made it back to Baxter's rented condo and climbed into his also rented car. He brought up directions on his phone, though was careful not to let you catch a glimpse of the destination. He didn't even give you a hint. Then Baxter slipped his phone into the car handle slot for future reference and began to drive. You relaxed in your seat and having gotten used to being there already, and attempted to puzzle out where he was actually taking you. He was in a good mood, but any attempt at asking about the plan resulted in increasingly coy answers. After how many questions of yours he'd been answered, it was funny to have him suddenly act as if he'd never heard of the concept of sharing information with another person. You didn't push it. Inevitably, the veil of secrets would be removed. You only had to be patient. However, when he finally turned into a parking lot, you admitted it was not what you had been expecting, even if you didn't know what to expect. It was still something you would not have guessed in a million years. On the top of the spacious building was a human-sized white pin. The place he'd wanted to sightsee was at a bowling alley? A bowling alley? I want to go sightseeing. Let's go to a bowling alley. That's not the first thing I would think of. I'm thinking of a bowling alley. Not in my opinion. Like, what the? Okay, Baxter. Alright. I mean, I didn't expect it. You got me there. Baxter led you to the entryway on air light feet. Even from there, you could hear the clattering of normal-sized pins getting knocked down, cutting into the disco tunes playing in the background. The front desk advertised rates for playing per game versus per hour. Along the wall, a tower of shelves held dozens of shoes in all sorts of sizes, and past that were the shining alleys.
Alright.
Here we are. He was content, as if bowling was all his soul needed to find peace. You know, I haven't been to a bowling alley before. I'm sorry, this is new. I've been to a bowling before. How did you know I've never gone bowling? A bowling alley isn't what most people think of as sightseeing. Yeah, this is the normal Monday night stuff. Sightseeing is all about the sights you want to see. I mean, he got me. He got me there. You want to see a bowling ball? That's sightseeing. That's the sight to see, you know? You glanced at sparkling floors, walls, balls, even couches. It was certainly a sight. Oh my gosh, the following alleys I go to, they don't have couches. This place is bougie as hell. Personally, I've never been bowling in my life. I wanted to try it for longer than I can remember, and well, what better opportunity than when I'm on vacation? Wouldn't it be so much stranger to try whilst I live my regular life? The life that I must remind you never had bowling in it before? It would be entirely unexplainable. Here I'm a tourist doing new things as part of my job description. I mean, I won't argue with that logic. It's okay to have fun at home too. Maybe I should pretend to be a tourist too, if they can do whatever they want. No one likes to tourist or act as it really doesn't matter on vacations. I mean, I won't argue. It was too entertaining an argument, and there was nothing wrong with him wanting to have his fun now. Hanging out with Baxter, seeing firsthand how he was living, you were compelled to ask yourself, had you really done everything you wanted to? Have I? Interesting. That is a thought to have. Have you, the buds listening right now, have you done everything you wanted to do? You were reminded of the fact that your time at Sunset had its own limits, and you could very well be reaching the end of that line soon. This would be the last summer you have before becoming an adult, before taking your first step into everything that lay beyond. Sometimes laying awake at night, you would feel the tension like a bubble in your chest, the worry, the excitement, the anticipation of what the future might hold. Before that, how could you make the most of what remained? You weren't sure how to answer those questions, but in the current occasion at least, you didn't have the chance to ponder them further. Baxter chimed in again. Your train of thought evaporated. Since we're on the subject, Dae, have you ever done this before? Bowling, I mean. I've bowled before. I see, but have you been to this particular bowling alley? I know it's quite new. Wah! You glanced at the sparkling floors, walls, balls, and even couches. It certainly was recently made. None of the thing had any sign of wear and tear, and none of it was familiar. No, I haven't been. Baxter smirked, victorious.
See?
So I did bring you somewhere you'd never seen before. Alright, you tried. I'll give you this one. Point for Baxter. But of course, point for Dae. We're both tied. No winners yet. Thank you. I'll take what I can get. Now then, should we get in line? They seem to be popular today, or perhaps this is considered a slow day. I have no basis of comparison, but we might be waiting for Elaine. That's alright. So you joined the queue at the counter. Though the bowling alleys were indeed full, you got your booking in and were handed rental shoes for when opening came. You laced up your shoes for a second. That was in terms of finishing preparation. There was time enough plenty to kill before your round would begin. Well, since you were here... So... what's up with that? He looked down at his outfit and shrugged. I don't think of it as being much of a thing. Black and white happen to be my favorite colors. It's the only colors you ever wear. You even dyed your hair to match. That's more than a color simply being your favorite. Even when we were at the beach, your swimwear was monochrome. That makes it a thing. We had a panic attack because you were wearing khaki at the cabin hotel. Like, what is it? Baxter quietly observed your words with a wry smile, feeling more amused than embarrassed. For all that he just downplayed it, he totally owned this strange quirk of his character. Alright, I admit it. One could say I'm rather dedicated to the aesthetic as a whole. I came to it gradually, though. I've had some level of affection for black and white ever since I was a small child. Anyone who knew me back then could have told you as much. I was very forthright and outspoken about my preferences, as children can often be. But it wasn't until a few years ago that I made the conscious decision to align my fashion choices with that underlying attachment. It was around then that I came to understand how clothing could be an expression of your personality, a way of showing yourself to the world. Because Baxter has two sides of himself, the black and the white. I wanted to make a statement, you could say, so I started experimenting with more grayscale looks and began selectively tailoring my wardrobe around a limited palette. To start with, like most people, I had associated black and white with more formal tastes and styles. Tuxedos, dinner suits, tailcoats, and the like. But as I looked further beyond my own social group, I found a diverse range of alternative subcultures which drew upon the monochrome theme. There was a lot of appeal for me there as well. I ended up adapting many of them into my own personal sense of taste. The rest, as they say, is history. It actually made a lot of sense now that it was all laid out in front of you. It was like that one small choice early on had snowballed, gathering momentum as time went on, and now it formed a core part of who he was. But if that were the case, then the question remained, so what made you black and white in the first place? As a kid, I mean. Oh, that. Like, what was the catalyst that started it all, Baxter? He leaned in closer, playfully threaded his fingers together under his chin. Can you guess? What? It wasn't like him to beat around the bush. The fact that he was choosing to toy with you a little about this was not what you prepared for. Those are the standard formal colors. You must really love zebras. You may be a fan of black and white movies. You're too much of a grown-up for colorful things. No idea. Can I have a hint? You love zebras. Not quite. I do have a fondness for most black and white animals, in fact, and certainly zebras are majestic creatures. But I prefer horses in the whole. You can't tame a zebra. People have tried, actually. They have an incredible ducking reflex and have a very nasty bite. In any case, that's not the reason I latched onto black and white as colors. See? I'll try and make it easier for you. The crux of the matter is this. Why do I, Baxter Ward, like the colors black and white so much? His voice took on a strange quality, placing a lot of emphasis on certain words. He was obviously trying to guide your thought process here, but you couldn't quite work it out. Wait a minute. Black and white. Baxter... No, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is it black and white because B and W in your name is for black and white? It's because of your initials? He grinned from ear to ear. The punchline finally revealed. A face of sheer delight. That is the most boring ass reason I have ever heard of. Like, that's it. That's what. That's the colors. That's why. Because your backsword, your BW. You got that B-dubs. Black and white. Why didn't you pick blue and white? Why black though? Oh, whatever. He grinned from ear to ear. The punchline finally revealed. A face of sheer delight. You got it. Brilliant, isn't it? But I have to give you credit. You managed to see the picture without every piece of the puzzle. Listen, I picked that because I just wanted the answer. I didn't know that at first, but then I was like, wait a minute. When they put the name and then the colors together, I was like, wait a second. The truth is, my full name is Baxter Alexander Ward. 3 out of 3. Oh my god, that's so fucking... You're so fucking stupid. That's what I'd be saying too. Ever since, like, you're such a fucking dumbass. That's why you like black and white so much? Okay. He rested his chin in his hands and beamed at you, the very picture of smugness. You'd hardly seen him this contented in all the time you'd known him. That's such a perfect coincidence. I can't believe that's the reason. But why would that cause such a lifelong obsession? That's... I have no words. The bear was too stunned to speak. I can't believe it. Baxter just giggled boyishly at your response and swept his fingers idly through his bangs. I confess, as a child, I came to believe that black and white had to be a part of my identity as soon as I realized how well it coincided with my own name. It felt almost like magic in a way. Names carry power and importance. Kids love those kinds of coincidences. It's part of the mystery of youth. Magic, huh? You're reminded of something that happened earlier. Is that why you reacted when I mentioned the amazing Alexander? Because it's your middle name? Ah, well spotted. That's correct again. You could say I wish to be an amazing Alexander in my own right. I've always been fond of my full name. It's a very nice name. I like it too. It suits you to a T. Thank you for sharing with me and sponsoring Canadian. I like it too. It does suit you. I'm so delighted that we're in accord. At any rate, I'm sure you can understand it at last why I'm so attached to it and to my favorite colors. I mean, that's a stupid reason as to why, but you know it's a reason nonetheless. You certainly did. Who knew that such a simple question would lead to such a strange and unexpected answer? In the past few minutes, you'd ended up learning much more than you bargained for about the hidden depths of Baxter Alexander Ward. The conversation successfully filled with the waiting period, and the attendant suddenly called you over. A lane was free. Excellent, thank you. Together, you headed over to the rack of house balls, where Baxter began to size them up. So they come in different weights? Interesting. He touched the forefinger to his chin, pondering the choice carefully. You picked... I would usually pick like a medium ball. I didn't like them too light. It didn't really feel... I feel like I was just throwing it. And heavy balls, no control. Medium ball. Not too heavy, not too light. You picked one up of mid-weight balls. That was just right. It was a dark ebony black. Seeing your choice, Baxter nodded approvingly. That is a solid option. The best of both worlds, right? Easy to hold, yet with sufficient weight to give it some momentum. Yeah. I think I will follow your lead. Baxter picked out an identical ball, flashing you a wry smile. It's even the right color. Now, care to take the first shot? Sure, how about you start? I'd rather not go first, okay? If that's what you're... No, I'll go. Marvelous, I'm looking forward to this. Best of luck, Dae. Mr. Monochrome. Okay, game. Damn. Mr. Monochrome here took a seat on the striking red couch to watch. Him and the couch together almost looked like some kind of modern art display. But you weren't at an art gallery. You were at a bowling alley, and he was waiting for you. You eyed the pins at the far end of the lane, gauging the distance. A breathe in, a breathe out. You raised the ball behind you. You took a few steps forward, then swung. I'll be nice. I'll say I knocked a few pins down. The game wasn't so hard for you, and the past experience definitely helped. Baxter gave a round of applause.
Exciting.
An excellent way to begin. Since it wasn't a strike, you had one more attempt this frame. You waited for your ball to be returned, then lined up another shot. This time, the ball zipped down the lane and tip over some more of the pins, but not quite enough to get the spare. That was too bad. Gently let me pick this time. The triangular arrangement was reset, and the scoreboard flashed up with Baxter's name. You took a seat on the faux leather, just as Baxter limbered up for his first shot of the game. Alright then, let's see how this goes, shall we? He turned the ball over in his hands a few times, as though it were an alien object. You eventually figured out he was searching for the holes to put his fingers through. It was more than obvious that he never so much as touched a bowling ball before. After more fumbling, he managed to work out the grip. Wish me luck! Good luck! Don't throw it into the next lane like I've seen some people do. Now, one for hesitation, Baxter took a couple large strides and sent the ball rolling. It hurled down the lane straight on, at first. Oh dear. Gutter ball. You watched as the ball curved massively to one side. It reached the end of the lane. Barely. It clipped the very back corner pin, which fell over right as the ball dropped into the gutter. 1 point for Baxter. He turned to you and grimaced playfully. Can you tell this is new to me? It's okay. Thank you. Well, here's hoping I can do a touch better than that. 1 second, I'm adjusting my head. Okay. Baxter retrieved his ball and rolled his shoulders, taking form in front of the lane. His brow was furrowed in concentration. He wasn't as hasty as before. He took his time to line up the next shot. 1 step, 2 steps, a 3rd step, and release. It shot off like a cannonball, barreling ahead. It still curved slightly at the last moment to knock off the center of right pins I had on. 5 more points. There you go, you're getting it now, you're getting the feel for it. Baxter nodded to himself, satisfied at the improvement. 60% success is plenty for a first attempt. It's all a part of the learning process. I must say I'm enjoying myself so far. Your turn, Dae. As the game proceeded, you and Baxter settled into a rhythm. You exchanged friendly chatter between frames, with the odd quip or moment of celebration thrown in. It was a comfortable way to pass the afternoon, and in an idle moment, you found yourself wondering more about Baxter again. The two of you would be there for a while yet, and if you felt inclined, it wouldn't be too hard to strike up a more in-depth conversation. You shook out yourself at the convenient pun. Alright, I'm going to be so sad if we miss this question. If you get a limited amount of questions, you gotta pick. But I'll do the family. What's your family like? Baxter straightened up properly. He'd guessed you would ask about this sooner or later. It's not the most exciting story, all told. My immediate family consists of my mother, my father, and myself. For better or worse, I am an only child. That tends not to surprise people. His voice took on a slight lilting quality, as if he was reciting something he'd practiced many times over. In many ways, my parents are the prototypical example of success. They're affluent, sophisticated, and have a wide-reaching and influential social circle. As families go, I suppose I have to say that we are a happy set. As sometimes happened with Baxter, you weren't convinced he was giving you the whole picture. You couldn't help but give him a curious look. What about not in general? His eyes narrowed knowingly, and his mouth pressed into a thin smirk. I can see you're not content. I love my parents, but that's not to say there aren't complaints to be had. It's a mutual feeling. They understand, care enough. The lens of control and protection. That's been their way ever since I was young. In that sense, they treat me no different from a child. But of course, they are quiet, educated, esteemed, and a tad old, as is their company most days. It's not the environment to act as a kid. That meant I've always been expected to behave with the maturity of someone their own age, perhaps even older somehow. A bit of a paradox, isn't it? Do everything as an adult would while getting the respect an infant does. I feel like some people can relate to that. They expect you to, like, act, behave older than they are, but they still get treated as, like, a baby, you know? As for me, I think of myself as much more of a free spirit at heart. I'm my own person, and I like to enjoy life in whatever way I see fit.
Wow.
You could say I'm a bit of a rebel, a bit of a bad boy, you could say. He said it almost furtively, like he divulged some important personal secret. You're the politest rebel I've ever met. Oh, so you're a bad boy. He grinned, leaned closer, and met your gaze with a meaningful look. There was a heat to it that spread all the way to the pit of your stomach.
Absolutely.
The very worst. You're courting danger simply by being near me. His voice dropped a fraction lower. That makes you something of a rebel too. A heartbeat, a pause. Then he broke eye contact and moved away. When his gaze returned to you, his usual affable smile returned with it. Speaking of your parents, where are they now? You didn't mention them visiting Sunset Bird. They're at home, most likely. I don't know for sure. Huh, that was odd to you. Why did Baxter come here during his semester off instead of going back to his family home? I didn't want to stay with him or go back to home to Oregon at all, in fact. More rebellious behavior on my part, you see. His tone was a strange mixture of proud and difficult, like he knew how frivolous it sounded, but he had decided to own it anyway. Mother and father agreed to me vacationing on my own, but under the condition that they would have the choice of where I stayed. California being fairly close by and Sunset Bird being so quaint, not to mention our prior excursion to the area, they concluded that this was the easiest way to keep me out of trouble. They had it all planned out, a safe summer holiday for their only child. You couldn't help but be surprised at that. He'd said a similar thing when he two first met, actually, that his parents had sent him here to keep it from being exciting. Sure, Sunset Bird was small and sleepy for the most part, but it was still the California coast, and Prism's Vista City was right there. But part of that was exciting, especially since he had his own rental car, and especially since we went to a log cabin hotel. We went to a show, a jazz show, and we threw a party for our friends. We chased down an ice cream truck. Listen, this hasn't been anything but boring, you know? Anything but unexciting. They chose wrong. These poor parents. They have no idea what they threw their son into. What do you normally do if a summer in SoCal is unexciting? As he posed this question to him, Baxter's casual demeanor underwent a change. His customary relaxed smile took on a wickedly sharp edge, and his eyes flashed with a devilish mischief. The change was so surprised that you couldn't help but imagine what his prim and proper parents would think if they were here to see it. If they heard about the skinny dipping incident, oh my god, they'd probably pass away. He shifted closer, conspiratorially, and spoke in a hushed voice. Do you know what the legal age requirement is for renting a car in the state of California? 18? Why ask me that? 21? 20? That's how old you are, right? He just shrugged. I think he's 19. It's 21. He said it totally casually, almost without inflection. I, however, am 9. Jail. 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 You're not supposed to do that. It took a moment for his words to register. Wait. Baxter was 19, and the legal age for renting a car was... Oh. Oh. You were rendered momentarily speechless all this time, and you had no idea. Baxter carried on speaking, not noticing or politely ignoring the implosion your thought process was undergoing. The truth of the matter is that my parents, being uncreative people, had full confidence that I wouldn't be able to rent a car. That's why Sunset Bird was chosen as my destination.
It's doable.
But I don't have the same issue. There are ways around the age limitation, as you might have gathered. Since I'm over 18 and have control over my own bank accounts, I honestly don't know why they bother trying at this point. With everything you knew about him, you could maybe understand where his parents were coming from. Baxter was a force of nature. Giving him free rein willingly would be a tough pill to swallow. But for having raised him, you'd think that they would have known by now that it wouldn't be as easy as that. So how'd you manage it? It wasn't all that difficult, honestly. I didn't have to do anything awful, don't worry. I have a large number of social connections myself. Members of the dance circuit, acquaintances from the country club, fellow students from college, miscellaneous family friends. The list goes on. The point is, I'm fortunate enough to have a connection in the area who had an extra car, which was mine to use provided I covered the cost. Plus a little extra, of course. The throwaway nature of his last part gave you pause. Baxter's idea of a little would probably put Cliff Holden's $20 to shame. Damn, don't drag Cliff like that, dang. Okay, that's good to know, I guess. Splendid, got that squared away. Give you a saccharine smile, all honey. And that, for now, was that. In what felt like no time at all, you arrived at the final frame of the match. You glanced up at the scoreboard. The points have been neck and neck all game, and even in the final moment, it could still go either way. You went first and would end at first, and lucked into a spare on the last ramp. Nice. You got an extra turn for that. With that, it was officially your final chance to take the lead. A strike here will put you out of Baxter's reach. You remained calm and shot your shot. The bomb made smashing contact with the set. They toppled like dominoes, being hit by a bat. A corner pin wall holding out on a total collapse. Ultimately, it fell. You hit a strike. Your victory was all but secured. Eat shit, Baxter. This your first time at a bowling alley and you suck. No. Though the odds were against him, Baxter gave it his best attempt. He got his own bonus round that ended in yet another spare. He hummed in satisfaction, defeated but proud of his own performance. And Baxter came over and offered you his hand to shake, the very model of sporting behavior. You took it, you whipped him away, it was ugly. Shake it. Baxter grabbed your hand firmly, and the two of you shook. He grinned. Thank you for the game day. I had a lot of fun. I tried my best, but you got the better of me in the end. Congratulations. You did great for your first try, but I am the champion. It's me. Indeed you are. It really seemed as though he was happy to have played it all. Never mind that he didn't win. The joy of a new experience was what mattered to Baxter in the end. The game reaching its conclusion, you wandered over to the main counter to return your rental shoes. Your sightseeing bowling adventure was finished. As you left the building, Baxter was quiet. He must have had something on his mind. He lifted his face to the twilight-lit sky and then met your eyes. Well, we've had our fun and the day is getting short on time. I suppose we could return to the neighborhood now? That was a question, not a statement. Baxter touched his chin in contemplation. He hadn't struck you as altogether thrilled by the idea, and coincidentally said the exact thing out loud.
To be honest.
To tell the truth, I'd be disappointed to go home. Would it be asking too much for this to last a little bit longer? I'm not sure about you, but after the thrill of our bowling match, I have become rather hungry. Could I treat you to dinner? Or at least we could attend a meal together. Now that Baxter mentioned it, you realize your stomach was totally empty. You've been out and about for hours. Sure, I could eat something. There's prospect of having a more opportunity to hang out late in Baxter's already chipper mood. That's excellent. He furrowed his brow in thought, tapping a forefinger to his cheek. His attention drifted away from you as he cast his mind around for ideas. Something caught his fancy eventually. His eyes narrowed and the corners of his mouth curled upwards.
Perfect.
That could work. It's ideal even. What is it? His gaze swept back to you and he grinned wholeheartedly. So far today we've focused on locations which were new to one or both of us. That's all been good fun, but it may be nice to end our little outing on a different note. Perhaps you see where I'm going with this? He tilted his head playfully, giving his smile even more of a bend. Baxter was nudging you in the right direction. For a meal, we could go somewhere that's familiar. I'm sure you can think of a suitable place. Somewhere you've both been before? Oh, wait, of course! There was a perfect venue for an evening meal, one he and you were both well familiar with. You mean the Cypress? The country club where you first met all those years ago. Oh my god, walking down memory lane. It was exactly the kind of place Baxter would prefer. He beamed, relieved that you caught it on.
Oh.
Exactly. If that's agreeable with you as well, I can take us there right now. Yeah, I like that. Having settled on a place to eat, Baxter led you to his car with a spring in his step. The prospect of a jaunt to the Cypress obviously delighted him. You sped towards the general direction of the sunset bird in the midst of its namesake period of the day. The faint wisp of clouds overhead were painted a pale orange. When you pulled up to the country club, the sun was hanging behind the trees, which lined the golf courses. You were led out to the recognizable dining area right away by a host, where a table for two was nestled in a quiet corner. He passed you menus and excused himself. A woman in a handsome waistcoat and jacket was beginning to light candles for the coming night. She paused to attend to the new guests. Good evening. I'll get you water immediately. Is there anything else I can bring? Good evening to you. One moment. Dae, I'm familiar with their offerings. Would you like to order now? Yes, please. You haven't gone over what you wanted on the drive. Baxter smiled sweetly at the waitress, who readied a notepad to take your orders. It got sorted shortly, and she took her leave. I don't get to pick. You didn't even get me an option. I don't get to say I want chicken nuggets. Oh, well. How many times can I make the chicken nugget joke in a stream? Too many times. After that, there was nothing to do but make yourselves comfortable. It felt nice to have some time to relax. You reclined in your chair, stretching out your legs, and idly peered around. You'd come at a good time. It was the middle of the week, and earlier in the evening than many people would have gone out for dinner. As it was, you had the entire place to yourselves. Baxter shifted in his seat, the wicker creaking quietly. He rested an arm casually over the back of it. A soft sigh broke the comfortable silence. It's a pity it's so quiet. I'd have loved for there to be some music. You flushed your lopsided grin. Or dancing, even. That's asking for too much, I know. However, when I visited the Cypress, either here or home, it's livelier than this. Such a shame, but I suppose they can't have a soiree every night. At least we were able to dance together last time, right? I still haven't found out how to believe that this is where we first met. You know what? This is where... Yep. Baxter hummed in agreement. Yes, it was quite an extraordinary sequence of events that led us to this moment, isn't it? Almost too good to be true. He threaded his fingers through his hair and laughed softly, as if struck again by the absurdity of it all. It's times such as these where it feels as though you're close to something magical, wouldn't you say? The fingers of fate reaching through time to touch the strings of our lives. They could have so easily never happened. That's what I find strange. The few choices made differently, we might never have even crossed paths at all. He shuddered dramatically, as if the prospect chilled him despite the summer warmth. It doesn't bear thinking about. Bear. The serious note to his words was gone in an instant, replaced once more with his usual playful timbre. He struck a thoughtful profile, resting his chin in his hand, and then peeked at you shyly from the corners of his eyes. I first saw you standing there on the edge of the dance floor. It was captivating to see someone my age so put together. It can be easy for formal wear to fade into the background at those kinds of events. Everyone looks the same, but you were able to make the style something of your own. You were easily the best dressed partner going. I was delighted to take your attention as well, if only for one dance. You met Baxter's gaze, despite the flush in your cheeks. As always, Baxter was absolutely direct with his compliments, but it didn't throw you. Thanks. I'm glad you had a fun time. Baxter laughed at that, the sound ringing clear as a bell over the empty patio, the grass, and the water, as the sun's dying light caught them all. You missed this place. It had been too long since your last visit. Excuse me. Your train of thought was interrupted by the sound of the waitress arriving with your food. The 2 steaming plates were placed in front of you, and then you were alone again. Neither you nor Baxter wasted any time tucking in. The food was as good as you remembered it. By all accounts, Baxter was content with his choice too. But you didn't necessarily have to eat in perfect silence. You searched for a topic of conversation. Are you single? His lip-back demeanor sharpened around the edges. His eyes were smiling at you, even if his mouth wasn't. He enjoyed the implications of this question in a great detail. If you were asking if he was single, it was probably because you cared about what the answer might be. His rich brown eyes found yours. I'm unattached. That shouldn't be news to you, though. That was true enough. Ever since his first introduction to Cove and you when he arrived in Sunsetburg, Baxter had been open about the fact that he was absolutely, extremely available. So? And how about you? Is there no special someone in your life at the moment? I'm single as well. Oh, I see. Have you ever dated before? Sorry if it's embarrassing to talk about. So, like, who's your first crush? Thank you for telling me. Have you dated? He answered without missing a beat. I have. Nothing long-term, you understand. I haven't suffered any tremendous heartache as of yet. Being single comes very naturally to me. And besides, I don't think I'm even old enough for anything to truly have qualified as long-term.
Oh.
But I'm certainly had some experience, let's put it that way. He did it innocently at his apparent double entendre. I'm glad love hasn't been too hard on you. Me too. Having said his piece, his expression dimmed, his eyes wandered lazily away. Who was your first crush? You knew that this question was coming out of the blue, but you were curious, since we were on the topic of romance anyway. If not now, then when? He scratched his cheek thoughtfully, trying to recall a memory. Very interesting question. It can be hard to put an exact date and time to emotions. I'd say I was a bit of a late bloomer. I didn't develop a soft spot for anyone until I was around... 12? Some people I knew had their first crush years before that. But there was another kid who oh my god. Who would attend the same dance hall that I did. Though we practiced totally different disciplines, I was naturally there for ballroom. They were a ballet dance. It is them! Oh my gosh. It's Autumn. I can't pronounce their previous name, but I know who they're talking about. But that's something for the past. In truth, when it comes to attraction, I find discussion on flames that are still alight to be more worthwhile. And is there any flame that's alight though? Maybe for me? And that was the end of his story, so as sparse as it was. Anyway, that's enough about me. Your turn, Dae.
What do you think?
I know we spoke about dating before, but who did you first feel a connection with? Was there anyone? It was someone I knew from around here. Honestly, it was a celebrity. Oh. It was him. Oh my god. For confessing. I've never been that interested in anyone, but I kind of like you. You? Say you're my first crush, actually. It's you. You're 14 years. Just speak. You know what? We're playing it cool. I'd say it's probably you, I guess. He's like, what? Baxter's mouth hung open, his expression blank. For once in his life, Baxter Ward was at a loss for words. He found them again, soon enough. I'm sorry. I'm certain I must have misheard that. You mean to say that your first crush was me? It was when you first arrived in Sunset Bird. It happened the day we went to get ice cream. It happened when we were planning Miranda's birthday. It was a summer soiree. Do you remember? Ooh, oh my god. I've had this crush for 5 years. Let's try that. You cast your mind back to the sight of Baxter in his gray suit all that time ago. He'd been so unique, so polite, so charming. Many times since that day, you found yourself looking back and wishing you could have spent more time together. You resigned yourself to that idea that he'd forever remain a memory, and then just like that, he'd shown up out of the blue in Sunset Bird. It was almost too incredible to think about, yet there he was, right in front of you. Like you'd been given a second chance. And now to be back in the same place you'd first met, the weight of all of those coincidences hit you like a truck. I mean, you heard me right. How could I forget that first encounter? I was just starting to make my way into the big kid world, and you were so new, and that suit. I guess he swept me off my feet before I even know where I was. To be fair speaking, your feelings finally all out in the open. His mouth was also open. There was a slow pause, and then Baxter seemed to regain control of his faculties. He shut his mouth. Unusually for the briefest of moments, his lips came together in a frown. There was such an alien expression on his face that you couldn't help but be concerned. Baxter smiled as often as naturally as he breathed. You almost forgot he was even capable of looking serious. And then in an instant, it was gone. The expression lightened and then seemed to catch fire, fierce and full of life. You know, that's incredible. It really is. He murmured an aside to himself under his breath.
Well.
In for a penny, in for a pound. You heard us right, Baxter. Then he addressed you directly, his eyes so bright. As it happens, the first person to turn my head after the first somebody I met only once. It caught me completely off guard, to tell you the truth. It was years ago, at this very country club, in fact. I didn't know anything about this person, and yet such a strong impression was left on me that I never forgotten it since. I wonder who that could have been. Cove Holden. His manner was light, teasing, full of all sorts of implications that made your head spin. So he'd felt it too, all that time ago. You hadn't been the only one swept away in the magic of it all. And maybe you weren't the only one lying awake that night, thoughts full of a stranger's smile. You couldn't quite believe it. The thought of it had you giddy. You beamed at Baxter, your cheeks flushed and full of warmth. He smiled in return. You didn't say anything more about that night, but you had already gotten everything you could possibly have wanted. You felt as if you were walking on air for the whole rest of the day. Sorry if that's embarrassing. After pressing him about the topic for a while, it occurred to you that perhaps you've been dug in too deep. Thankfully, Baxter didn't seem to mind at all. If anything, he seemed to welcome it. Baxter gave you an amiable smile, completely unfazed. The idea that there might be anything embarrassing about the topic of romance only served to amuse him further. No need to apologize. That's very little you could say that would fluster me. That's not me trying to brag, merely an observation, except me saying I liked you. That squared pretty well with what you knew about him. It wasn't surprising that someone as outgoing and uninhibited as Baxter would be relatively difficult to knock off balance. It does you credit to be worried on my behalf. That wolfish expression made another appearance, but I'd say I'm enjoying myself. That was a relief to hear. You wouldn't have wanted to overstep. Thank you for telling me.
You're welcome.
Don't mention it. You're our most welcome, Dae. It was a fulfilling discussion, all told. I feel like we know each other a lot better now, wouldn't you say? His eyes said more than his words did, and both were saying an awful lot. You met his gaze steadily, in spite of the heat in your stomach. You passed the rest of the meal with idle chatter, exchanging anecdotes and silly stories. Everything was easier with some good food at hand. Eventually dinner ended, the dishes were cleared, and the bill sent for. One of the things you discussed was who to pay. You'd pay for yours and he'd pay his. It was the first that way. It would be split right in half, team effort. No, I hate that. Why split it in half when, like, you both get different things? No, just pay for your own. If you're not gonna pay for the whole thing, pay for your own. You'd pay for his and he'd pay for yours. It was a little more... What? I'll pay. My treat. Once the bill came in, went back to clear his throat and made to stand. Shall we? You checked around for your belongings and nodded. Yeah, let's go home. Wonderful. You headed through the club and out into the parking lot. Night was beginning to fall in earnest. As you settled into the car, you found yourself gazing back at the cypress. In your head, you thanked it for so many memories of fine food and happy memories. It had been a good day, a lifetime of good days. And because of Baxter, it had offered you even more to be grateful for. That meeting was a gift to you from your old friend. The last other daylight was long gone by the time you finally returned to your neighborhood. Baxter had gone more slowly than when you left, content to enjoy the drive, almost as if he was trying to delay the end of your sightseeing trip for a little while longer. You felt the same. It had been a special day in many ways. You sighed, forlorn, as the car pulled onto your street at last. Baxter parked and killed the engine. Then he shifted in the driver's seat, his hand still on the wheel, to face you. I've really appreciated your company today, Dae. I have to confess, I had an itinerary planned in the event that you declined my invitation. Don't get me wrong, I wouldn't want you to feel obligated to humor me so I'm not lonely. I managed perfectly well. But in the end, I'm grateful it didn't come to that. It was infinitely preferable having the chance to spend a few hours in your company. I don't know if you feel the same, or if you did indeed tag along as a favor to me. Either way, thank you. Baxter finished his brief speech and released the wheel. He made it as if to get out of the car without waiting for a response. I was happy to do it. I wanted to spend more time with you. I'm glad you invited me. I appreciate the chance to get to know you. I wanted to spend more time with you. He glanced back, eyes bright. Baxter was awfully pleased, making no attempts to hide that fact. You realized that he'd really been asking you a question in his own roundabout way. He was hoping you'd enjoy his being there too. It was nice that you could make him happy with such a simple thing. Baxter cleared his throat and shifted in place. His pretended escape plan hadn't included taking off of the seatbelt. He undid it then. You moved to do the same when his voice gave you pause. I wonder. You turned back to Baxter to see him with one hand to his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face. Something about the set of your eyes seemed to make up his mind, though. Whatever he'd been about to say, he thought better of it. Never mind. I've kept you long enough to— No! What were you going to say? Say it now! Don't keep your feelings to yourself with me. The two of you got out of the car, and Baxter lifted his hand in a cheery wave.
Good night.
Have a good night, neighbor. He spun around in the opposite direction and strolled towards his condo. You called out to his retreating back. Good night. He waved again over his shoulder in response. You watched until he'd made it inside. And with that, your day with Baxter came to an end. Now it was your turn to go home. It was a strange feeling to be back home after such an eventful afternoon. So much happened in the space of a few short hours. Of course, where you were right then couldn't be described as without excitement. You greeted almost immediately by footsteps approaching from the hallway. Oh my gosh, it's them. It's Mom and Ma. They want to know. Sweetie, you're back. I heard the door open. Mom's laugh rang out from behind her, out of the pan and into the fire. No. Whoa there, no need to jump on Dae without giving them the chance to take their shoes off. For all we know, it's been a very informative and tiring day. Ma came up in front of you and Mom appeared over her shoulder. You could see the smirk on Mom's face go along with the pointed implications in her choice of words. For all that Mom appeared to be tempering Ma's enthusiasm, they were both guilty of speculating what you were up to all day, and now was their chance to finally find out. While her wife rested a hand to her shoulder, Ma beamed angelically, the picture of innocence. She was the last person to bowl someone over the minute they got home. Honest. What's going on exactly? Your sister's voice drifted over from the couch. Liz had been sitting up watching TV, but spun around to see what the commotion was about. Her show forgotten. The gang was all there, and in only a matter of seconds. So how did it go? Did you have a nice time with your new neighbor? Oh, so that's where you've been all afternoon. Out with the gentleman caller? How charming. Your sister leaned over the back of the couch with a biting grin on her face. She could have given Baxter a run for his money. Yes, Dae was getting to know Mr. Ward. The rest of us would like to know him as well. Ma, you're such a snoop, you laughed. Calm down, Ma, I'll get to it. I had a lot of fun. You want this from Baxter? I got the deeds. You're such a snoop. Mom patted Ma's shoulder. Mommy, Dae is right. Any Snoopy need to be a Peanuts character. Oh my god, they actually name-dropped a show like that? Damn. Liz groaned loudly and fell over the cushions. Ma rolled her eyes, but took the hint and backed off for now. Mom spoke in a sage whisper to you as she went past. But don't forget that your poor mom might explode if you decide to play the long game. We wouldn't want that either, right? Ma gleefully squeezed the hand still on her. All was forgiven. With that, the immediate attention around you dispersed, and you were free to collect your thoughts. Slowly, everyone drifted towards the kitchen counter where they sat, ready and waiting to hear the whole story. You kicked off your shoes. Ma wouldn't allow you to drag dirt in the house, even when she was trying to curry favor, and then you went over and pulled up a stool. You filled them in on everything that happened. You shared some bits and pieces of your gestures. Baxter, you kept it vague, just some general points. In the end, you tried to talk about something else instead. I don't want to tell the whole thing. It's like, some of that information was very personal. and precious, and it's like some of that I want to keep to myself, you know? I don't want to just like gossip this to everybody else. I won't do everything. I'll share some bits and pieces. You both nodded along, eating up each factoid you shared about your time with Baxter. Mom, in particular, was engaged and asked plenty of questions. Liz plays it cooler, resting her chin in her hands on the counter, but you could tell she was listening keenly. When you mentioned eating out at the Cypress, her eyes widened in recognition. As the night wore on, your moms and Liz ended up chatting amongst themselves, engrossed in the conversation to the point where you were able to slip away unnoticed. On the way upstairs to your room, you found yourself glancing back at the front door as if to catch another glimpse of Baxter over the street. You really hoped you got what he wanted out of the sights he saw. Sunset Bird was a special place to you, if you were lucky. Then maybe Baxter had come to realize that as well. You certainly reached more of an understanding of him, one way or another. Yet you were positive there was much still buried underneath the surface. So much more to his character than there had appeared to be at first glance. But you didn't mind. You'd known each other for such a small part of your lives. Of course, a single outing wouldn't be enough to quantify an entire person. What was special was that it might not always be that way. Currently, he was the bowling alley, shiny and new. But someday, you might be as familiar with Baxter as you were with the shopping street and the Cypress. This day was just one more wonderful step in that direction. Oh my gosh, I'm kind of like beating myself up over this because I feel like I should have done this one first and then the rest of them. Because I feel like so much more would have changed. I feel like when we had, like with drinks, because he kept mentioning we're strangers. Like it doesn't, you shouldn't be so concerned that I'm so upset and blah blah blah. I feel like if we had done this one first, like maybe that would have changed it a little bit. Because ᵍⵒᵒঃ does have it so like, I don't think it would have made like a very big difference, but I feel like maybe the dialogue would have changed like a little bit because ᵍⵒᵒঃ does like take note of the details like that. So maybe he would have been, we don't know each other that well, instead of just saying we're strangers, like we're barely friends maybe, or something like that. Like we're just now trying to do this like friendship relationship. We're not at that point where you have to be comforting me over my trials and tribulations, you know? Like, I don't know. And also like I guess it was a confession, but I guess I picked the answer where it was like oh, it was back in the day, back that first time we met the Cypress. He's like, oh, so you don't have it anymore. It's like, no, you're still pretty funky. I don't know. I always end up picking, naturally I end up picking the long game, the slow burn. I think the Cove route was the only route that we played where we actually got to the relationship right away, and that's because I knew what was happening, and I was giving hints to you guys, where I was like, okay guys, so, do you want to play the long game, or do you want to, and everyone's like, kiss him now, be your boyfriend, kiss him now. And so that's pretty much what I picked. Because, you know, I had done the route before, so I was trying to give you guys more of a say in it. Which you guys still have a say in this one, too. But still, it's like, I'll definitely be replaying this in my off time, because all of the different kinds of things that we can get, like the different, lineup of the events and stuff, and see how that gets affected. Man, this is just starting up my addiction again. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, let's wrap this up. It's past my bedtime. And then summer ended. Are you sure? Yes. Okay, like I said, I'm just speedrunning. Tropical. We did Chinese last time. You hadn't really discovered the tropical restaurant until you were a bit older, but everyone's enthusiasm had resulted in so many visits that that made up for lost time. Suddenly we're excited to squeeze in another trip before setting off again. Open it. Oh my god, we got accepted. Hell yeah. Let's tell the family right away. I don't think we ever told the family the stuff we got before, so yeah, let's do that. You tore down the stairs, your feet barely touching the ground as you leapt from one step to the next. Your arrival, which compensated for excessive speed by creating a riot of noise, caught Mom's attention. Someone's hungry. I'm starving. For knowledge at this college. Her eyes were twinkling, amused, as she let you catch your breath. So what's the rush for? I got into college. Mom whooped, holding out a hand for a high five. Nice day. The commotion had summoned the other women from various corners of the house. Liz looked up from her book, grinning as Lee hurried over. Moss slipped in from the side, wrapping an arm around your shoulders and squeezing you close. That's wonderful, sweetie. Hey, let me in on the hug. She wrapped her arms around you both, without waiting for an invitation. Liz, her book neatly abandoned on the floor, tapped her hands in applause as she walked up to you. Good job, Dae. Lee didn't hide her excitement. Openly jumping for joy, she treated you to the thunderous applause.
Seriously?
That's amazing! You're gonna be amazing. That's nice, but you shouldn't just stand there. Yeah, there's room for everyone. Your moms opened up the hug, both keeping an arm around you as they held out another invite to Liz and Leanne. Eagerly Lee dove into the hug. Liz rolled her eyes, but allowed herself to be beckoned into the group hug. Your mom squeezed everyone together tightly. Mom's long hair brushed against your face as she turned to check the clock.
Let's go.
We can take this party on the road. We've got to get out for dinner soon. Nodding, you were aware that your attempts to finish getting ready had been cast aside in favor of congratulating you. I have to do a couple more things first. It won't take long. You heard back upstairs, though getting ready to go out was the issue at hand. You couldn't stop your thoughts from drifting back to the future. Your mind was buzzing over the news you received and everything that was soon to unfurl. Alright, skip. Mom leaned over and whispered in your ear, her fingertips brushing against your cheeks. Would you like to tell Cove and Mr. ᵍᵒʰᵒ told us earlier? I don't know why I started doing it in a woo voice. Sure. As the spotlight thrust on Cove dimmed, you decided this was a good time as any to make your own announcement. Can I share some news too? Of course.
Seriously?
I did it. Okay, this time we're gonna be happy. We're gonna swell with pride. We're like, oh my god, we're so happy. Everything's gonna be so great. Let's be optimistic this time around because we've done so many angsty routes. You held your head aloft as you looked forward, literally and metaphorically. It was amazing how far you'd all come. You were sure that you would face each day that came head on, knowing that you had people who cared about you backing you up, even if it was from a distance. You couldn't wait to see what happened next.
I mean...
Come on, you don't need to worry. It may be scary now, but it'll be worth it. I sure hope so.
That's...
I'm worried too. What if you grew apart? What if one day he just didn't want to keep up with his old neighbor? What if you both changed? Why did you have to bring this up? Damn. You should know the answer. You stared at him intently. He looked away again.
I'm so sorry.
Oh shit. Oh. I was trying to make this not angsty. And then I ended up doing it anyway. Work through your emotions. Okay, text the family so they won't worry. You picked up your phone from the cushion and pushed the power button. It took a minute to boot up. There were plenty of additional messages. You sent out some quick messages so they knew you were alright. That was that. After a few minutes, you heard a tapping sound. You lifted your head and your eyes met with your big sisters. Oh, okay, so we got these guys here now. Liz stared right back at you and raised an eyebrow. You hadn't expected her. She smushed her forehead to the window, mouthing something and pointing down into the car. She wanted in. This wasn't exactly what you had in mind when you told them where you were. But whether or not you wanted her in was made a moot point when she then jingled a set of keys on the other side of the glass. Liz wasn't asking, she was informing. I'm coming in whether you want me to or not. You slumped over in the lower back seats. Liz walked around the car to the driver's side. Of course she thought to bring those. Slowly, deliberately, Liz took the spot at the head of the car and shut herself inside with you. She put both hands on the steering wheel. You could see part of her expression in the rearview mirror. She was thinking. Eventually, she twisted around so she could actually face you. She smiled thinly and leaned forward. What's going on? She didn't leave you time to answer. Her smile turned teasing. Did Cove reject your proposal to truly unite our families? Can you not joke about that? No way. If I did ask for some reason, Cove wouldn't turn me the confidence, he wouldn't turn me down. He'd say yes.
Sorry.
Oh, whoops. I didn't wait for that. You know what? I'm gonna shake her head. Only your sister would tease you with something so ridiculous after you just ran off during dinner. Liz chuckled, utterly unrepentant. She leaned her seat back and rearranged herself so she could see you without bending her neck too much. So we know that's not it. Are you going to tell me what it is, or should I keep guessing? She said those words as if they were a threat. And you can't say it's nothing either. We wouldn't be out here in the hot car if you were fine. You drummed your fingers on the cushion below you. With the determination on your sister's face, you knew there was no getting out of this. Well, it was easier to ask what wasn't bothering you. Everything was changing, you couldn't stop it. It's not just Cove who's leaving. This is an ending. My life is changing, and I can't help but freak out a little. It's hard to deal with, and it's just a reminder that I don't know if it will still be okay after this. Liz hummed and gave a nod. She smiled with understanding. Well, that was my second guess. You snorted that reaction to your distress. Hey, it makes sense. I feel like that too. A couple years ago, It hasn't been that long since I was in your shoes. That's true, she was in this position as well. She's probably the best person to talk to out of everybody here. She absentmindedly brushed some of her hair out of her face with a thoughtful expression. Sometimes I still feel like that. It's not like I've forgotten what it was like living at home with you and our mom, spending days with high school friends. I miss what we had then. She laughed a short, sharp bark. I know I didn't always show my appreciation, but still, it wasn't that bad. You don't have to forget this time either. But knowing you've lost the way things were doesn't mean you can't be happy again. Life can still be just as good as it is now. In fact, it can be even better. Oh, it makes you feel that way. With how much you whined? Unbelievable.
Hey.
Oh, shut up. You weren't the flawless one either. What is she talking about? I am Eptimone, a flawless. She stuck out her tongue jokingly, and the sunken feeling in your chest felt lighter, but you still hadn't been convinced. Dae, do you wish you were 8 years old right now? Is that the ideal life for you, worth giving up everything that came after? Not really.
Good.
Exactly, and later on you'll feel the same way about being 18. It's great when it happens, but being like that forever wouldn't be. Liz turned away and started to fidget with her hair. She picked up the ends, detangling a small knot. She kept her eyes on her hands. You know, you can do things on your own when you want to, but you still got to finally fall back on. She looked up to meet your gaze again. You saw not only her seriousness, but also a rare softness. You were touched at her sincerity. And I didn't like to make that statement on my own. You raised an eyebrow and she shrugged. Krell thought a sibling talk would be better the best, but it's not like I'm the only one who cared about how you were doing. She tipped her head to the right and you switched positions so that you could see what she meant. Out the window, you saw both your moms standing outside. Ma smiled at you and Mom waved. They started to head closer to the car. Ma opened a door and they both squeezed into the back with you. You had to scoop up your phone and sit so they could fit. You ended up with your back to the car door. Ma sandwiched in the middle and Mom on the other side. Oh, hello. Fancy meeting you guys here. Ma reached over to pat you on the head, and Mom tilted forward so she could see you clearly from around Ma.
Right with that?
Is there room for one more? You searched around but didn't see anybody. You stared at them in the confusion. Liz cackled. Mom threw you a bone and gave a significant glance behind you. You twisted your head around and jumped. Lee had her oh my god, not Lee too. Had her face pressed into the window directly behind you. She smirked and then giggled at your shocked reaction. You were taken aback but managed to grin at her. You scooted further down the seat, almost sitting on Ma's lap to give Lee some space. She flung the door open wide and then attacked you with a squishing hug. You laughed when Ma hugged you from the other side. You were trapped in the warmest hug you could ever remember. Dae, you are my wonderful child, and you will always have a home no matter what you decide to do or where you might end up going. You became hyper-aware of feeling your chest. It wasn't just from being crushed in a hug either.
Hey.
It's a heart attack. Also, you could always stay with your cousin if you don't want to have to crash with your parents. I'd take offense to that. Your mom joked. Her eyes sparkled as she continued. What's wrong with visiting the old folks? Dae at least has to come home for the holidays. What would we do without them? Liz snorted and you stayed caught in the hug. Liz squeezed you tighter. I'll have to check my schedule. I might be able to pencil you in. I never realized how cramped the back seat was. Everyone laughed. This model really was not built for 4 people. As comforting as the embrace was, you were completely crushed. See, this is why I was smart and took the front. I bet you were wondering why I did that before. Now it's crystal clear. Liz stretched her arms out, showing off all her free space. Mom scoffed. You could feel her bounce in her seat. Harley, you're just missing all the fun. You look lonely up there. Ha. Ma chuckled and stretched through the small opening between the front and back. She made a grab for Liz, who dodged and shrieked. Ma! I didn't want you to be left out, sweetheart. Liz crossed her arms and met her with an unimpressed stare. Lee was snickering. Liz ignored her and then reached out a hand to very deliberately pat you on the knee.
Jeez.
There, jeez. Mom let out a glowing smile and patted Liz's arm back. Now the hug truly was a whole family affair. There. Finally, you felt better, and you let them know you were ready to go back to the restaurant. You released from the hug sandwich and everyone piled out of the car. Back towards the restaurant, the two Holdens stood together. Cove looked particularly awkward as he fiddled with something in his hands. Lee whispered into your ear. Cove was out there the whole time. I think he just didn't want to interrupt us. Now his dad came too. Oh my god, the whole...
How sweet.
I said me 5 minutes ago, I'm gonna make this happy. I'm gonna make this a good time. It's gonna be great. And then I'm out here in the car crying. The whole family standing outside. Are you good? I really... Yeah. Such gentlemen. True, but they better not have lost our table. Ma reached around to poke her in the side. Liz jumped even though you knew Ma's pokes were pretty mild.
Josh.
Don't say that. Whether we have the table or not doesn't really matter. What matters is that we're all together and safe and happy. Here, here, Lonnie. Mom cheered her on and waved her fist with enthusiasm. Liz sighed and rolled her eyes. The girl's still gotta eat. Lee skipped up and hooked an arm around you. Your cousin offered you a beaming smile. We're not gonna know until we get there, so let's get going. Yeah, let's go. Your full group headed back into the restaurant. Luckily, your table was still reserved for you. You weren't exactly sure what Cove's dad had told the staff, but whatever his explanation had been, everything had worked out. Yeah, so my family friend's kid just ran out to their car outside and with like a panic attack. I don't know what's going on. We're gonna go try to see if we can find him. Could you save the table just in case we come back soon? Like, okay. You sat back down and were able to pick up the meal from where you left off, now with much lighter spirits. Skip. I don't want to call Jeremy. This ain't about him. I sneak out to his room. Just sit beside him.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm here.
What?
I didn't want to be alone. Wait, no, I want to hug him instead. Hug the friend. Leaning forward, you wrapped your arms around Ko, feeling him freeze for a brief moment. When he relaxed and hugged you back softly, you let out a small
It's
sigh.
okay.
It doesn't really matter why you came. It's okay. You held him for a little while longer, letting his hug relax you until you pulled back and looked at him gently. I should have known you'd do this one of these days. It's only fair. Yeah, exactly.
Of course.
I stayed the whole night. You're not taking the damn floor. We should just share the bed. You're so dumb sometimes.
No way.
Says you. Excuse me? I'm the dumb one? You faked a look of shock at his indignant response and Cove snickered quietly. Hi, good morning. Good night. Should I pretend I didn't see you? Cove. No. Well, that was fun.
It's nice.
Too bad is right. I hope we'll get the chance to do this again soon. Well, it's not like I was surprised by this. I'll go.
So?
That'd be cool, I'll ask him. You were already so excited at the prospect of seeing your friends today that you immediately darted away in the direction your mom's went. Behind you, you could hear the familiar sound of Cove laughing.
Okay.
Unexpectedly, your phone started ringing. You dug it out, curious to see the caller ID, feeling your— oh wait, it's Derek. Hey, it's been a while. Seriously, but what's up? Well, it has been amazing. That's awesome, you'll have to catch me up on that. The real struggle is picking which one. So what did they say? They're gonna come. Cool, thanks for calling them.
Problem.
I'm glad I thought of it. They'll meet us here later today. Shouldn't be too long. I can't wait. Message Baxter.
Absolutely.
I want no new shit to talk about. Damn. I want to use some shows. That's like a good plan. Just a bit. Lee's eyes narrowed. You could see a playful teasing look surfacing. If you find anything really good, I hope you'd be willing to share. No. Finders keepers. Oh god, it's still gurgling. Stop. Your mouth pulled into a wide smile as you watched her carefully. It was hard not to laugh. You'd see about that one. Yep.
How are you?
I'm doing really good. How about you? We're wonderful.
True.
It's only thanks to you two.
That's fantastic.
Let's go.
See you later.
Have a safe trip back.
Thanks.
It was a pleasure. Oh, there we go. His head tilted towards you. He smiled warmly. Will I see you again? Tomorrow's my last day. Yeah, definitely. I'll visit you. Thank you, Dae, and I don't expect you to do the same, Cove. Oh, alright. I won't. I guess I won't then? Baxter turned to shake Cove's hand this time. He was a little incredulous for a moment, but then Cove eventually shifted what he was carrying and took Baxter's hand. It wasn't long, but it was a solid handshake. Baxter was clearly pleased. Wish we had more time together, but it was still a nice ride while it lasted. Would happily do it all over again. Bye. See you soon, Baxter. Baxter nodded and walked a few steps towards the condo, then stopped and waved. Well, I didn't get to hug him. Damn it, I was waiting for that. Can do, it's not a problem. Thank you very much.
Oh.
Except, Happily, you went to her. She held on tightly. Over the years, you were able to form a good rapport with her, and you were grateful for that. You could feel in her hug how much Kira had grown to care about you. It brought an affectionate smile to your face. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. It was a blast. It's no problem. I had fun too.
Thanks very much.
Hug Mr. Holden. Taken him by surprise, you latched your arms around Mr. Horn. He let out a small squeak and went rigid. After a moment, he relaxed and began to lightly pat your back before shifting into a full hug. You held on firmly. Thank you for being a good neighbor. As you let go, he sniffled, but when he met your gaze once more, his mouth pulled into a wide, happy grin. Okay, go. Bye, I'll see you soon. Your mouth pulled into a small smile. You weren't sure who you were trying to reassure more. Give him a hug. I have to hug my best friend. You put the remaining stuff from the beach down on the step and almost tripped bolting across the street. The next thing you knew, you were diving into Cove's arms, wrapping your arms around his middle. The force of it all knocked you both loudly onto the doorway. But neither of you cared. You both held each other tightly, and you could feel Cove resting his cheek on top of your head. Night, Dae. You smelled like salt water and sunscreen, and like home. It was a while until either of you thought to separate. Silly, imagine he got a concussion. He just dies because they, like, tackled him too hard. Slowly, you made the trek home and collected what you left on the step into your arms.
Alright.
Skip. Yeah, family forever. Good night, Liz. Relax.
I love you.
Love you too.
I mean...
Okay. We're almost there. I was worried about you because you were so upset. His eyes widened dolefully, and Youngest had like a guilty puppy.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry for upsetting you.
I,
A little. No way. Has it really been that long? You mind counting on your hands, brow forward in mock concentration as Cove laughed.
It's okay.
You're wonderful, Cove. Only for you, really. Oh my god, aren't I special? Let's see. What's going on? I don't feel like telling him. Lucky guess, Cove. Also laid on your back. I'd rather stay a little longer.
I get it.
Since where were you okay with things ending? Lean into Cove. You're my favorite. Oh, no. This one always gets me. Every time I see it. Thanks, Space Cadet.
See you tomorrow.
Good morning to you, too. It's the exact same day, Cove. We were up until dawn. It doesn't make it a new day just because we'll just sleep later than normal. Then we disagree, because to me, it's not really the next day until I've been to bed and woken up. But fine, I'll just have to make sure I see you tomorrow again. Probably the day after that, too. That way there's no argument.
It's nice.
I don't know, but I'm looking forward to finding out. We'll always be together in one way or another. He didn't know where that came from, but your comment quirked a wry smile from Cove. His voice was lilted with mirth. You're one of a kind, huh?
Come on.
What the fuck? Okay. I don't know what the fuck that scene was, but alright. Okay, there we go. There we go. So I'm gonna wait till this keeps on going forward, and then... Oh wait, maybe it was like an ending credit scene. Hold on a second. Because that was weird, because usually it's like, oh, which epilogue do you want to play? Wait a minute. What was that? No, go back. Go on, go, 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 go. Listen, I thank you beautiful people for all that you've done here. You are amazing. But I need to see what that fucking was. Engine, thank you. You're welcome. Okay. Wait, what is this? Hold on, save. What is this? The clatter of a suitcase hitting the tile brought you back to reality. You've been zoned out in thought for some amount of time. How long was impossible to guess? But you in Baxter's room, it was almost exactly 24 hours since the last time you'd been together. Oh, it's the ending for Baxter. During the big goodbye get-together the previous day, the scene in front of you then was familiar in a way. You were sitting on his bed and watching as he packed. But there was no... Oh my god, Jack! Thank you so much for the raid. I'm trying to end, but thank you so much. How was your stream? How was Hi-Fi Rush? Welcome, welcome in, everybody. You're just now catching the tail end of stream here. For those of you that do not know me, my name is Dae Ursa. I am a bear PNG tuber. I tend to stream Monday through Friday throughout the week, and I play a variety of video games. And today we're playing Our Life Beginnings and Always. Second raid trade. I'm surprised you were still going. I mean, me too, but that's usually how it goes with our live streams. I keep saying, oh, I think this is only going to take like a couple of hours. It's going to be a short stream. It won't be that long. And then 11 hours later, no, not quite. But there was one time that did happen. Another 11-hour live stream? No. After this scene is done and we get into the epilogue, we're done. And we're going to save it for next week. I cannot... If I do an 11-hour stream, I can't go to bed. I might as well stay up to go to work again. But yeah, if you guys... Okay, if you need a raid and dash, if you need to get a snack, get a drink, go get some rest, feel free to do so. I hope y'all that are dipping have a good rest of your day or night, wherever it is. And also, for those of you that are sticking around for this last little bit, I hope you enjoy your time here. Fair. Yeah. I'm not ready to do that yet. I don't think I can handle... My body can handle staying up all night and then going to work the next day. I'd be absolutely miserable. So no, I got confused earlier because I was skipping, and I went past the credits, and I immediately went to this scene. I was like, oh, what the fuck? Did it just put me in the epilogue already? Damn. And I went back, but I was like, wait a minute. No. This is our goodbye to Baxter in step 3 before the the ghosting. Okay, but anyway. Okay, but there was none of the frankness or excitement of a fast approaching trip to the mountains. In this moment, every motion Baxter made was slow and laborious. This was the end of his time in Sunset Bird. When the job was done, it would be finished. It's a canon event. When he'd first arrived at his place, Baxter and you reminisced over a summer well spent, one over all too soon. The task of putting his things into bags was drawn out enough for all possible conversation to have spent and the quiet to creep in. That's how you'd gotten sucked into your own head, a private reflection on the person in front of you. Baxter Ward had been the harbinger of change in the tiny town, an inescapable sign that the life you'd known for nearly your entire childhood was also coming to an end. But he had become your normal over the summer, and now he was going to change it all again by going away. And part of you wanted to jump out of reality again. In your mind, Baxter was ever present, but in this room, Baxter had just finished the last task before he left for good. You stared at the neatly gathered bags around Baxter's fancy black shoes. When did that happen? Your gaze drifted to his face, unsure. Baxter was watching you too, and smiling sweetly.
Thank you.
Thank you for visiting me once more, Dae. I am fully settled now, and it is getting late. I believe the time has come for you to return home. More accurately, but harder for Baxter to admit, it was time for him to return home. But he simply tapped a suitcase with his foot and kicked the real farewell down the road. Oh! Pause. Sorry, I forgot. I apologize.
How dare you? Speak, Jack. Speak. Say something. Anything.
Boogala booga.
Oogala booga. I mean, ask and they shall give. But yeah, sorry about that. I always forget. Oogala booga. You guys gotta yell at me whenever a raid happens. I have to give the shout out. Just yell at me, okay? It's a fine. I almost forgot it when Kit raided earlier too. Okay, now, as we were, more accurately but harder for Baxter to admit, it was time for him to return home, but he simply tapped a suitcase with his foot and kicked the real forward down the road. Would you mind if I saw you out? You climbed off his bed. I'd like that.
Very well.
Forgetful. There's no grandpa here. I don't see no grandpa. I just see a little bear and a very attractive bear and Baxter. I see no Gramps here. The bags were left as they were for the time being as Baxter escorted you to the front door and onto the street. You both stood there in the very place where you first reunited. Baxter put his most agreeable smile to work. It was there, though called in on what should have been a day off.
Yes.
I suppose this is the most fitting place to say goodbye. It is unlikely we'll see one another again before I am gone. That was it. No getting around things. This was a goodbye. Hesitantly, he held up his arms for a farewell embrace. Oh my god. You gave him a comfortable hug, you pulled him to a tight squeeze, you wrapped your arms around him carefully, you offered him a hand. No. How dare you even offer that option to me? No. Let's see. Let me give him a tight squeeze. Let me break his bones so that he can remember me by it. Wheeze. You let out a demure puff when you nearly cracked his back with your powerful compression. There you go. His arms crossed over each other behind you, and both of his hands came to rest on your shoulders. Baxter had tied himself to you with a bow. You enjoyed every second of it. Then when you finally untangled yourself, he put just enough distance between you so you could see each other's faces. Baxter spoke again with a new tenderness to his tone. It was so wonderful meeting you. This has been the best summer, best any particular season I've had in years. I'll never forget a minute of it.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Dae. No. Take care. See you sometime. You're making it sound like we're never going to see each other again. Hey, it's not that serious. We'll keep in touch. Goodbye, Baxter. You don't understand, like, we are going to see each other again. I mean, we're right here. Let's just do it. I mean, I did confess to him earlier, so well, I guess kind of confessed. I don't know if you want to call it that or not. His features pinched unpleasantly, only for a second. Baxter exhaled slowly, smoothing out the creases in his forehead. His normal properness returned, though it was reserved. He didn't want to upset you if he could help it. I'm leaving. That was the explanation. 2 words. He stated the obvious almost placatingly, a gentle reminder that somehow would make everything clear. Since you didn't convincingly look like you reached a complete understanding of the universe, he continued, disappointed. Dae, I'll be on the other side of the country. Okay. Have you heard of... Let's see, what year is this? Is it 2020 here? Have you heard of Discord? Have you heard of FaceTime? Why you gotta be so negative like that? Oh, I can't see you in real person ever again, in real life ever again? Okay, bye. You don't exist to me anymore. I have object permanence or whatever it's called. I won't be here to give you rides or make cupcakes together or take you out for drinks. We can't sightsee or go on trips. Well, it should go without saying. So, we can still talk, and that's what matters. We can text and have calls and a bunch of things. Baxter folded his arms then. Caution was quickly giving way to exasperation. I see you don't understand me. Unfortunately, I am having trouble following myself. Why would we? Hurtful? We've known each other's existence for approximately 3 months, and your only familiarity with me is that I've chosen to share, which is not much. You aren't a bad person if you don't go immensely out of your way to continue keeping tabs on your stranger. It's fine to leave me be. It's not keeping tabs is a normal way to interact with somebody you know. Miranda has an older brother, Jude. He's making a long-distance situation work. The 2 of them haven't lived near each other for multiple months ever, even though they've known each other for years. And that's an actual committed relationship. The 2 of us would just be talking as casual friends. Oh. Is it truly delightful to hear that? And I wish the best for Miranda's brother and his partner. Of course, my rather reasonable prediction is that it will not last. Most relationships don't. As for me, in terms of us, unfortunately, I've quite run out of anything to say. He shot you down entirely, not giving it a single centimeter towards compromise. It left you stunned. What happened? Baxter could be hard on himself, but never others. Since when had he become someone so, cynical? Baxter, I know! Relationships aren't meant to last, yeah, if you don't put in the effort for them, dumbass. Like, if you want to be miserable and have nobody, that's on you. It's not a natural thing. Like, if you put in the work and the effort, any relationship, like platonic, romantic, like anything, can last forever, you know? You just have to take patience and time. And work. Just work for it! Stop giving up! You were fierce at his glibness. That defeated you. You were heartbroken at his dismissal. You still don't want to give up. It made you numb. If that was how he felt, he didn't mind. He clearly wanted to go. If that was how he felt, he would live with it, even though it hurt. No, fuck you. I'm not giving up. I don't want you to just disappear. I care about you. Baxter raked his ringed fingers through his hair. The tidy white and black stripes were all messed up. I would have preferred it have to been an enjoyable time having my company while I happened to be here. That was the intention, and it seems I've ruined that on the whole. I accept the blame for that. If I had been behaved better, this wouldn't have come to a close on such an abhorrent note. However, I am not an irreplaceable part of your life. I was a tourist, a novelty, and now I'm not even that, so don't bother with this. And who are you to decide that, sir? I believe I am the one who decides how important somebody is to me. Not to you, but to me. And I say, you are a pretty important friend right now. Every word was poisonously mocking. No more effort could be spared, to be put it politely. You heard his opinion on himself laid bare. It was terrible. No, not the CG. He turned his back to you, beginning the process of separation promptly. Baxter only spoke over his shoulder. I am sorry, Dae. If I could take back these days, I would.
Never cause this kind of trouble for you again.
He was serious. This was the end of the line for his association with you. He looked into Baxter's obscured face for the last time, and you smiled at him. Tears were rolling down your cheeks. You're smiling as tears gathered in the corners of your eyes. You couldn't keep a frown off your face. You didn't know what expression you were making. Ooh, oh my god. We got crying in the chat right now. I mean, smiling as the tears are welling. Alright, if that's what you want. Fine, see you never, you Victorian emo man. Bro, I'd be fucking sobbing. Have a nice life, Baxter. It doesn't have to be this way. I'll miss you. Baxter didn't say anything else. He didn't react. He only stepped forward and closed the door to his rented condo. He was gone. And you turned to your actual friends. They were always there for you, no matter what. There's something a person like him might never understand. But ever a man of his word, you didn't see Baxter Ward again. Until... You can choose which epilogue to play. Note you can only play one. Blah, 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 blah. You never saw Baxter Ward again. Oh, well, guess this is fake then. Joke's on him. You can't keep me out. Okay, I have to change my look and then... Oh my god. Oh wait, no, put my face back. Well, damn, that was... Listen, I figured there'd be some kind of like a final tone to his goodbye, but I think he was gonna be a fucking bitch. Like, listen, I'm just a fucking tourist. I'm not supposed to be irreplaceable to you. It's like... And who decided... And okay, I mean, who decided that? Sorry, you don't decide on my feelings here, sir. That's not how this goes. I probably won't change too much of this. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, yes, tattoos. Okay. Give me plain rings. After having that emotional... encounter, emotional goodbye with Baxter. Now, let's see, what rings do I want to wear? I'm gonna fight him. Me too. There. I think that's good. Okay. Yes. My feelings for Cove. Yeah, ready. No, I don't care. Even though you were a bastard, I love you. You're a walking red flag, but you know what? I can wear some rose-colored glasses. I don't need to see them. Ready. High initiative. Okay, don't read that. Because we're ending here today. Man, talk about a cliffhanger. Yes. Oh wait, I wanted the fucking music. Oh well, hold on. I'll open it up while I'm doing this. I'm gonna like definitely I was like about to throw hands with him. Like, got me crying on the stream here. Like, we're not friends. I'm just a tourist. We're just strangers. It's like, listen, I made friends in like less than 3 months. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. It's definitely going to be interesting. What I'm really curious about is how we're going to reconnect with him, because with Cove, how we reconnected, like, you know, Bruh's a little confused. Yeah, he seems to be a little confused on how like relationships work here. He needs a little help with that. Yeah, we bested. Yeah, he held our hand, and that's how he acts. He held our hand. We cuddled. I told him at the Cypress I had a crush on him. Like, damn, what a bitch. But with like the other two epilogues, we were connected with Cove because, you know, Cove's obviously like our best friend over like a decade, almost 2 decades at that point. So that's how we're connected. We stayed in touch with Derek, so that's how we got back with him. How is Baxter coming back in our life? Wait, I missed the cuddling? Yeah, there was some cuddling there. You missed the cuddling? I thought you were there. No, actually, I think that happened after you started streaming. I think you had to leave. Yeah, there was some cuddling in there. Yeah, we shared a bathroom. How let's touch the same seat? It doesn't get closer than that. Exactly. Baxter, how could you say such a thing? You are a bastard, Baxter. How dare he? But yeah, listen, as hurtful as it is, I'm invested. I want to see how he's going to save himself from this. How is he going to redeem himself from that assholery mess that he just pulled on us? Like, damn. I am very curious. So yeah, and so we will probably no, we will definitely be going back into that next week. And I'm not sure, I'll be honest, I'm not sure if we're going to actually finish the whole epilogue next week in our single session, unless somebody, no, actually, if somebody was like for 2 sessions maybe, because I think I'm going to try to be kind to myself and not play like 8 hours of our life maybe. I told myself I wasn't going to do that today, but listen, I had a banger, I think I had a pretty banger stream title here, so I was like, but it wouldn't make sense if I had to keep playing step 3 next time. Oh my god, I'm sorry, I'm burping. But you know what? It's fine. It's
Me
fine.
and Twig need to brawl it out. Vero e Pumpkino.
I thought you did brawl though. You mean you have your usual play fights? Or you mean like a real fight this time? One with stakes. High stakes, high rollers. Okay, let's see. That's pretty much it, though. That's pretty much it from me today. I think you all... You know, let me wait till the ad breaks over. Maybe I should wait for that. Before I go into my little goodbye speech here, my little goodnight speech. Okay. But yeah, like I said, we will be... I don't know if Twig is cut out for that. He's an assistant. He's got a big head. He can do some pretty killer headbutts there. I mean, pumpkins are heavy. Listen, I believe in Twig. He can do it. He can fight. BB and Twig can fight Baxter. I almost called him legit bastard. Oh my god, I gotta stop. They can fight Baxter and convince him to not be such a petty bastard. Yeah, alrighty. Go, Twig, go, yeah! We love Twig. He can do it, I believe. But alrighty, thank you all for joining me today. I hope y'all enjoyed. For those of you that came in, like, 20 minutes ago, I hope you all enjoyed the remainder of the time here. I hope it was a good time for y'all. Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Shaggy. And thank you, Kit, for the raids today. It was very much appreciated. I feel so loved. It was so nice. But yeah, it was really a lot of fun hanging out with you guys today. I love our life. And we will be playing the epilogue next week. Continuing this like soap opera drama. Like there wasn't this much angst. There's already angst in step 3. Like I thought Cove and Derek can like come close to the angst that Baxter's about to have. But yeah, let me go ahead and get this raid started. I'm gonna sneeze. Ow! On my tummy. I don't think that's good. Okay, let's see. Who do I want to raid? Let's see. Where are we going today? That's up. The fucking Steam notification to spite me at the end. Let's see. Cup is streaming, and he has an hour, so I'm potentially not coming in at the end of a stream. Let's go raid Cup Goodle. I've spelled Cup Google, but I did it anyway. There we go. Okay, Cup is playing After Image. It looks pretty cool, pretty nice. pretty chill dude, pretty cool indeed. He's always super friendly whenever like people come into the chat. So I think for those of you who don't know him, I think you guys will like him. I think you guys will enjoy him. So let's go hang out with Cup. Hell yeah. But yeah, like I said, that is all from me today. So I will hopefully see you guys tomorrow for our art stream. I haven't heard the raid song yet. I'm excited. Ooh, that'll be nice. Oh, yes, thank you, Jack. That is the message there, the bear raid. Also, if you have access to the raid emote, you can use that as well. But, you know, if you don't, you can use the bear in the paw prints as well. And, yeah, so I'll hopefully see you guys tomorrow for our art stream. We're going to be making... We're going to be, like, refining, like, the concepts that we made last time on other bear buds besides BB here. We're going to be making... Maybe making some more friends for BB. Maybe, like... just drawing some like actual scenes for the bear buds to be and just feel them out. Yeah, it was a lot of fun last week. I was like, you know what, I gotta do it again. It was fun. I think everybody else had a good time with it too. So yeah, we're gonna be continuing that. But if I don't see you guys tomorrow, I hope you guys have a good rest of your day or week, you know. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Yeah, I am running out of time here. I'm gonna plug in my Twitter and Discord real quick just in case. No, I'm not. I don't have enough time. I can't type that fast. Okay, goodbye, guys. Bye. See you next time.